live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the World St.Lucian Seamoss Company. And I'm happy to be here to do another Seamoss talk, or let's talk about Seamoss. And just getting the stuff together. It's funny, no matter how much you program or plan everything, I think I get everything all together. And then when I'm ready to start the stuff, I'm like scrambling to get this thing set up, and this thing's not working, and da 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 da. You know what I mean? And I was thinking like, yeah, I don't even use my light anymore. I'm not using. Before I used to have like a dedicated webcam. Forgot about that. So I don't know. I think this week I'm going to start putting together a proper package so that I can do some live streaming. I actually might even go to the studio. Those that don't know, I have a little podcast space that I invested in to do live streams. And so lately I've been doing mostly live streams with other people in it. They've been using the space to do create content for like cooking shows or different marketing products. There's a lady, Caribbean Delights, that uses it. And so, it's been pretty cool. And they've been getting good value from it. Like, they're enjoying it as far as I can see. I also have these kids that use it, these college kids. They do a funny show called What's Up, Cuz? And it's basically these two cousins. One's from the States, one's from Canada. And they're both seriously into hip hop. Like, I think they both rap and stuff. And so they started this podcast show to basically talk about hip hop and life and whatever, urban shit. And so they've been doing it since Christmas, coming almost every week. And that's been cool. And it's good. It keeps these guys off the street. I let them bring their friends in and stuff like that. They get to see what's going on. And one of the things I think it does is that it gives these kids the opportunity to see how things are possible. There's a lot of things that we want to see happen, but we don't think it's possible, or we think it's harder than what it is. And when I'm there, I show these kids exactly where I got the equipment from, how I put it together, where I bought the TVs, and how much everything cost me. And so they have a strong idea about what it takes to put a studio together. And it really wasn't that much by all, I could have spent more, but I think I spent like maybe a couple thousand, you know what I mean? And so that was enough. I bought the TVs cheap. I bought, what else? I think my most expensive item was the live track recorder that basically records 8. We can put up to 8 microphones into the system and record it. And then, the computer to manage it all. We use OBS and a couple webcams, and they're good to go. So they're learning all this equipment. A lot of times I set it up so that they can just figure things out. And this is a skill that they can bring forward in their life and build on. Like, sometimes it just takes being able to have one opportunity to create that foundation that says, okay, we're going to do next. Who knows? These guys could be like big YouTubers 10 years from the line, or not. You know what I mean? And at least they took the experience of what they did and how they did it, and what it took to accomplish that. And to me, these kind of experiences are like confidence builders, and they're important to give our younger generation these opportunities to build their confidence so that they can be daring and exciting and step out. So yeah, I thought everything was all together and everything, but I didn't even have my hey, do you guys, what happened to the quiet basin, the DJI, the gimbal stand?
We brought it to the listing, and then you got it in the car.
I think it's still in the car, maybe. Okay. I hope it's still okay. When was that night that we thought the guy got into our car?
It wasn't that one. We had it yesterday at Finn's house. So
Yeah, so I still have it. I should still have it in there. Okay. Maybe I'll run and get it in a minute. But for now, I will set up the Instagram and then let's talk about Seamoss. It's about time we get it together. I know sometimes it takes a little while for the room to warm up and discuss stuff about Seamoss. Oh, look at this, an ad from World Moss. I like those guys. Let's set up this. So, hey, if anybody has any questions about Seamoss, like, feel free to just drop them in the chat there and the comments so that I can see them and we can answer them. And in the meantime, I will check and see. Lately, I've been having these issues with the seeing the people's comments in the chat. I don't know. I think I should write a support ticket to the company Restream that I use this thing. Oh, whose Seamoss is that? No. Oh, I was like, whose pretty Seamoss is that? And I think it's Ricky's. So it looks like Rick has a lot of Seamoss, and he's going to be dropping some specials. Like, we're overstocked on full spectrum Seamoss. We're located in Atlanta and offer free shipping on all our products. Discounts are amazing. Let me just pull this up and share the screen in case anybody. Oh no. I have a feeling. Oh, there it is. Share. There we go. 1 second. I'm going to share this deal so you guys can see it firsthand. So it says we're overstocked on full spectrum Seamoss. We're located in Atlanta, offer free shipping and discount. Our discounts are amazing. So £3, $60. Wow. £5, $90. £10, 150. Wow. Yeah. £100, $11.99. No extra fees except for taxes from your state, if any. Don't miss out in this amazing deal. Yeah, that is the deal. Maybe I'll buy some Seamoss off it. I'll call him up. Can you imagine that? Sorry. I often make jokes that I only find funny. And so I would find that funny, and someone called me up and was like, "Yeah, you know what I mean? Can I get some of that Seamoss?" But hey, if you could take the Seamoss and flip it and make a few dollars off it, you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's kind of like if you can buy £100 and add, $3 to the pound and make, $300. Hell, yeah, do it. You know what I mean? Just sometimes I think people hold on to the Seamoss too long and they want to get the maximum amount of money, which is in their right? But at the same time, it's there. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, if you sell it less, you can actually sell more, which then makes you more profit. See, sometimes making profit is not all about the dollar value that you actually make in that item. Sometimes making profit comes down to how much units you can turn over in a certain time. And so you may be making less profit, right? But overall, you gross more or you earn more because you're able to turn it over more times. True. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But at the same time, it's kind of like there's got to be a balance. Do you know what I mean? Like you got to like I agree that in some ways, someone who's buying £5 shouldn't be paying the same price as someone that's buying £20. You know what I mean? Yeah, but at the same time, um, whatchamacallit, sometimes like there's guys that I see that are buying it for $10 and they're trying to make $90 off it or $70 off it. And it's kind of like, hey, bro, like you don't need to do that much. You know what I mean? Or if you do, you're going to sell less. And in some ways, it's like, okay, it's fine. Sell your thing for $70. Make 70, whatever profit. But like, don't be cheap with the farmers on it. You know what I mean? Like, pay the farmers their proper wage, and then go ahead and tax the shit out of it. What's happening a lot is the farmers are getting pushed to offer a lower price to match this price or that price, and then in the end, they're not. You know what I mean? These guys are taking it and they're sitting on it for months and not turning it over. And the farmer thinks that, he's selling it for cheap because the guy's going to come back and buy more, and he's not. Hey, what's up, Phil? Out here in Clubhouse. Thanks for joining me. Let me know if you have any questions on Seamoss. Mm-hmm.
What's going on, fam? All is well.
Not bad, not bad. How you been doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Yeah, doing good. Saw the title. I caught the room just a few times, so yeah, I want to just join in, man. See what I can gain.
Yeah, man. Come in, talk, ask questions. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've been in the room before, but I do a live stream on a few platforms, and a lot of people come in. I got guests that come in. I know Ricky Ray from Ocean Gold. I always call it Ocean Gold. His is Gold Seamoss. Ricky Ray Gold Seamoss. He's probably going to come here. He just messaged me saying he's waiting. He's rushing home to set things up. I just came across a post that he made where he actually put a special. Do you buy multi-spectrum Seamoss?
Yes, I have Chargers Christmas.
Uh-huh.
And, I'm here. I'm based in Columbus, Ohio.
Cool.
So yeah, I got a good amount of people that call me, and they get specialty blends and everything, man. But the more and more I've been selling Seamoss using and just being able to produce Seamoss for my people for almost 2 years now.
Nice.
So, but I'm still like learning something new about it every day. So
all the time, dude. I've been doing it for around the same time, and like even before I started, I did a lot of heavy research, and it's like there's so much. I'm still learning stuff, and you just got to keep an open mind. You know what I mean? Do you make the gels?
Yes, I make gel forms. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I've wanted more like studying and stuff, and like kind of get into the like dehydrated, the dry, the flakes and stuff. And add to my I specialize in cold pressed juices, so
cool.
Being able to add like all these things to my juices, but I mean they kind of run hand in hand, so it's pretty cool, man. I'm enjoying being in this market and everything, so.
It's exciting, you know what I mean, to be in this sort of stage of the industry growth, you know what I mean? It's really sort of ground floor in a lot of ways, at least in this sort of health food, like nutrition area, because Seamoss has been around for a long time, and there's a lot of people that have been using it, and it is used in different products for health reasons, but how it's being used has been mostly commercialized, you know what I mean? Whereas they're using it as an additive to other foods and stuff like that, and they're doing stuff to extract it. Whereas now us, black people generally, are using it to, they're infusing it with stuff, but they're more taking the whole form.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're taking the whole Seamoss and blending it up and just consuming it that way, which is a lot different than how it's used commercially, which is good. You know what I mean? And I think us growing the industry and, you know what I mean, building it is important. You know what I mean? It's going to give us something to, even like a stepping stone, because I was thinking about it today. It's like, okay, Seamoss is good, right? But there's so many other health products, and there's so many products. And so once you learn how to sell the Seamoss, you learn how to sell all kinds of other stuff. Like, there's really no limit to what you can really add and sell to your product line.
You're so right, man. That's what I definitely agree with that. Like, one in particular would be like bladder wrap. I got to learn more about it and just add it to my regimen. It's like, wow, like the two combined, they go hand in hand with just like with the health itself, and then like learning and studying more on that. I don't know. I kind of just, I don't know. As I play around in the lab, I kind of like, just try the stuff for myself and share with like close friends and stuff before I kind of like hit the market with it and stuff. But you can get real creative, like real creative.
True. The possibilities are endless. Oh, look who just joined in. This is Ricky. This is who I was talking about. That he does the powdered Seamoss. If you were interested.
Okay, all is well, man. What's going on, fam?
You're still driving.
Yes, I'm still driving. I'm still on the road. I'm probably like 20 minutes away from the house. So
I can hear the car.
I had to get on Clubhouse real quick while I'm driving.
Yeah, it helps. You know what I mean? Gives you something to do. The traffic's horrible in Atlanta, so I haven't been there, but everybody I talk to tells me how terrible it is.
Yeah, it's terrible right now. I actually got on the like a side street so I can really go.
It's Sunday night. What the fuck? Who's out? I guess it's all the people going to churches.
No, it's not. It's people partying.
Oh.
Like, they don't, it's like, especially like I was in downtown Atlanta, so I'm kind of coming back to the suburb area. So just to get out of downtown is going to take you a little bit of time. And then once you get out of downtown, you're fine.
Wicked.
Just get it out of downtown.
Yeah, I hear you. And then you'll be smooth. Well, me and Phil were just talking earlier. He's doing all kinds of, he started his business like 2 years ago, and he does gels and stuff and cold pressed fruit juices. Yeah, and then he wants to start learning more about you like the powdered, right? That's what we were just kind of talking about earlier, right?
Oh yeah, the powders and the flakes and stuff, man. I do want to kind of get into the dry, like making like handmade products as far as soaps and stuff like that. So it's stuff that I can add to my smoothies.
Yeah. Me personally, like when we first started off making soap, we actually were making it with the gel. However, I didn't like that because I know the shelf life wasn't that good. So that was one of the main reasons why we started making powder, so we can make soap. Now I do powder for everything. I will make gel, but my preference is powder because it's so quick and convenient for me.
Understood. Now, that's what I was thinking the same thing because I do like I make like some body scrubs or like a face mask, but it's like I always got to keep it in the refrigerator. I mean, me personally, I always use it, but I won't like give it to none of my people or nothing because I mean, applying this cold stuff onto your skin, man. That's everybody wouldn't like that or whatever, but it's still, but it works great. Like you said, that shelf life.
It's just the shelf life, and you know that your names are attached to it, so you don't want your product going bad on people, and then they have a certain stigmatism, certain images of how your products are going to be. Yeah, that was my biggest thing. Like, I didn't want it going bad or molding or anything of that nature while they're trying to use it, because some people are gonna forget to put it in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
And they're just gonna leave it out for a while. So definitely. And what area you say you were in? I heard you say you're in Ohio.
Yeah, I'm in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, I got relatives in Columbus. I love Columbus.
Yeah, it's
definitely a wonderful area.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I like it up here. I'm originally from Akron, but coming down here is, good people. It's kind of like, a little bit of everything here, so.
Definitely. Yeah, powder's the way to go now. Were you trying to make powder yourself?
Actually,
Good.
I was just saying that yesterday that I need to kind of look into it more. I understand. I just don't know where to start. You have to dehydrate it or something.
Yeah. So how I start off is once I get my Seamoss, I actually will wash it off.
Can you hear Ricky? Okay.
Like you would do with when you're making your
Okay. Give me a second. I'm muted, so he can't hear us.
Overnight 4 hours. As soon as
But I'll unmute
us
us in a second. Just let them get a couple questions answered.
I typically let mine dehydrate around.
Okay, cool. Then just hop back. You can come back when you're ready.
65 degrees Celsius, and then I'll let it dehydrate for about a good 8.5 hours just to make sure that it's fully dry. And once you do that, then you have to crumble it up. You have to now I don't have to crumble up because a guy in the lab clubhouse a couple weeks ago kind of brought me on to putting it into you can put it into a Ninja blender or a processor, and you can kind of crumble it like that. But to make it into a powder, you actually have to use a hammer mill grinder. Now, there's a lot of other grinders out there, but one that I know that works specifically for Seamoss itself is a hammer mill grinder. The crazy part about it is I actually just put some for sale on my website this week because I started realizing a lot of people didn't know where to go to actually really make the powder like they need to. I really don't like the coarse powder.
That's a smart move.
I like the fine powder.
One second. That was a smart move, though, Ricky, because I'm actually going to go take a look on your website to see how much it is, because the one thing that's been stopping me from pulling the trigger is how do I buy one that I know is going to be the right? I don't want to spend $400 on a you know what I mean, a grinder, and then it doesn't turn out you know what I mean. I get something else.
It doesn't do the job.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. So I actually did a lot of searching online as far as going. There was one. I think he still may have a video up where he shows how to turn concentrate within the powder.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen that he had it, and he was pretty adamant with saying you need a hammer mill grinder. How somebody's done trial and error, and they found out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is what it works. I like it because I'm guessing there's other ones that actually will make the powder, but I'm not sure if they're gonna make it as fine as what the hammer mill does. And that was the biggest thing to me. I like fine powder. I like something that I can put my finger on it and it pretty much sticks to it because it's so fine.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. So I definitely that was the one machine that I have to get. And the crazy part about it is I had it for a while and never used it because I didn't want to dehydrate the Seamoss, but then I realized that dehydrating Seamoss isn't that bad.
You still keep all your nutrients and stuff throughout the process, right?
Yeah, you keep actually about 70 to 75% of the nutrients. So and that's at the lowest part. That's at the lowest end.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what you have to understand. 75% of the nutrients that you're getting out of powder is better than probably 99% of the stuff that you're putting in your body or putting on your body right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look at it. Gel is always going to be a better way because it's quick absorption.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you take gels?
But powder, yes, I still will take gel every now and then, but I'm really probably 85% of the time I'm taking powder.
It's gonna be the way to go.
Yeah, that's a new route. Like I'll do the gel every now and like sometimes I put gel in my tea and things of that nature because I don't want to use the powder for it.
Hey Ricky, Motor City is on Instagram. I invited him in so he could chat with you too because he wanted to get with you to talk more about the powder and stuff.
Yeah,
bro, this is gonna be a movement.
I was with him yesterday, and I couldn't because I was actually downstairs trying to powder all night.
How much do you have the grinder on your website for?
I think it's like $475. It's not even less. I'm actually about to put a bundle together because I have the grinder, I have the actually the capsule. As far as the capsule maker, the manual capsule maker, the 600 hole one, I have the 400 hole one on there. I also have the 100 hole capsule maker.
Dude,
I put both of those on there.
Bro, I'm starting to laugh because I'm like, oh, dude, he's gonna go fuck shit up. Like, what? You get the grinder. Like, this is a business in a box almost. You ship them a box, it's a whole business. Yeah.
Like a lot of people I'll talk to, but they don't know exactly where to get the product or exactly what the product that they want to get. And I'm like, okay, this is what I start off with. Like I'll kind of break it down. I start off with this 100 one, and then I moved up to the 600 one. But I put the 400 in there just in case you didn't want to spend that much money. And then not to mention the capsule counters. So one thing when I first started out, like that was really, really, really bothering me is that I was counting the capsules out by hand. Like once I make them, I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it was becoming a like that is challenging. And not to mention another thing that actually was taking a lot of time. And I actually have this on the website as well. I'm not even sure if I think I might have them on there, but the capsules itself. So one thing I always recommend people to do is buy the capsules buy the capsules separated. Don't buy them attached to each other. Like you may look at the price and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy the cheaper ones, and they're together. Then you guys spend all that time to unseparate them. So always buy your capsules separated already.
So, Moss Boss, the official Moss Boss, is on Instagram. He says here, Ricky is the man. I'll be in Atlanta next month. I'm curious to see.
I'm waiting for you.
I'm curious to see what you guys are going to come up with a collab. I'm going to steal some of your ideas. I'm just fucking with you.
I need to steal some of his gel ideas. Like I think I need somebody to make some gel for me. Like I want to, like me. I've been in the lab trying to make gels the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
I just can't get it the way I want it. You know what? Probably because I'm using powder, and I pretty much don't want to use and I'm not talking about Seamoss powder. I've been using like fruit powder.
Yeah.
To see if I can come up with. But when you're using fruit powder, you can't come up with the same consistency as people that are using real fruit.
Yeah.
And think about the real fruits though with the gel. They have once you add the fruits and stuff, they have a shorter shelf life. So it's like it's best to sell it like locally and make sure. I usually do it in an 8 ounce jar, 8 ounce serving.
There you go.
That'll last them a couple weeks because sometimes people will get on the kick and be like, all right, Seamoss, you sell them you give them 16 ounces, they put it in the refrigerator, they'll take it for the first few days and kind of forget about it and try to come back to it, 3 weeks later, and the fruit in there is no good. So when they see the little serving, man, they'll be done and they'll call you back when it's time to re-up.
Yeah, but and I think Ricky said this before. Like, I feel like if you're gonna eat something that's fruit infused, this should be almost like a snack or something. Like you shouldn't be eating 2 tablespoons of it. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like
exactly. It should be like a smoothie.
Yeah.
Like you should make somebody like a smoothie where you're actually adding more fruit
than the Seamoss.
You're just getting them something that they want to come back to every day almost.
Yeah.
They want to come back to you every day. Like I actually have a guy that's in my hometown, and he just started making smoothies. And I'm seeing people come to him every day to get their smoothie now. Like my sister's the same way. Like, I need to start making smoothies because my sister has to go to the spot, and she's been asking if they have Seamoss. They like, no. And so she's like, Rick, if you was able to make some smoothies, put some Seamoss in it, she's like, I go to this spot 5 times a week. I'm like, really? I'm like, so, and I go to Planet Smoothie actually, or Smoothie King at least 3-4 times a week, so I understand what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you able to put it in a smoothie and just get them customers coming back every day, that's even better.
Yeah.
That's that everyday traffic. See, that's what I want. I want that everyday traffic. I want to see you every day. Once I see you every day, that means I know I got you. Like, we got you. We know that you're gonna be good.
That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to. That's exactly how it's supposed to be, man. So yeah. And where are you at, boss? You said you're in Atlanta too?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta.
Okay, both of y'all are, right?
No. I'm in Toronto, Canada.
Oh, you up in Canada? Wow.
Yep.
That's what's up.
Yep.
Do y'all wholesale by any chance?
Both of us does.
Everything. Everything.
So I follow both of y'all platforms as far as Instagram and on here. So we're locked in now, man. So yeah, I just love to always, like I said, learn more, be a student, and support in which way I can. So I'm gonna check your websites out and stuff too, man, and just see what where I can start at as far as growing with you guys.
Yeah. Definitely check.
Yeah, if you have any questions, man, just message me on IG or anything like that, man. I'm always down to answer questions. I'll talk your head off. And,
it's all good.
Yeah, you'll learn something. But definitely check his website, because one thing that I see that Ricky's doing that's unique, and it's something that I'm doing but more low key, is that he's offering like services to do white label, and he actually has more variety of products. And so as you're growing this business, I feel it's important to not just be a one-hit wonder and just have your Seamoss and this and that, and to supplement it with other products. You know what I mean? Think about it as if you're the drug dealer. You can sell your weed and you have your stuff, but then you might want to add a few other pharmaceuticals that people are going to carry in addition, and you can package them up and you bundle it or whatever. I don't know what you do. You know what I mean? It's just you have more, you're in the sales business. So it doesn't matter whether you're selling Seamoss or you're selling widgets. Find out what these people want and give it to them.
Yeah, man, that's you're right. You are right, because like I said, man, being 2 years in, I'm like, okay, just selling these jars a piece, or if somebody come buy 2 jars or something, it kind of got old. So I'm like, when I was talking to my wife and stuff, I'm like, I created my first bundle. My first bundle was an elderberry kit, and it contained I had an elderberry Seamoss gel, 2 elderberry detox teas. I do a lemongrass elderberry detox tea, and also our house-made elderberry syrup. So everything is under refreshments.
Nice.
And so those things, I'm able to sell all that at once, man. And it's good for families. Of course, you guys know, it's like with back to school, kids in sports and stuff like that, make the whole family take it, man. So those are a hit. People still call me for that. And the one I'm working on right now is a post-workout kit. So I have a maca root Seamoss blend. So when people after they work out and stuff, that maca root is going tone up their muscles and stuff, relax them, and start to rebuild it, as well as a soursop detox teas. And I'm in the lab working on a black seed oil. So that's going to be that bundle that it's going to drop by the summer. I haven't mastered by then, but it's close together.
Go to my website and check out, because I do have a maca root capsule that I do with Seamoss, maca root, and nettle leaf. And really it was specifically for after workout. You know what I'm saying? Post workout. And I'm actually gonna be I don't know if I'm white labeling it yet, but I'll be white labeling that if you actually need it, or even trying to come up with a blend that works. I've seen that one works, but yeah, definitely do the maca root. Maca root is excellent for that post workout.
Most definitely. yeah, that would be like totally fun. That way, like you know, everybody be able to eat through the connection, man. So yeah, I'm all for that. So let me go ahead and while I got some time here, I'm gonna check this out, especially while we're on the line.
Yeah, and look into Moringa.
Moringa,
Yeah, and Battle was saying earlier, he's like saying it's all about the upsale, and he's someone who's actually like taken it to like a new level, which I think is a great idea. More people need to do it. He not only upsells his products, but he adds merch into it. And so he's got different shirts. And I think you do it too, Ricky. You've got some shirts and clothing that you've designed.
I had some shirts. I just didn't like the quality of the shirts. So the crazy part about it is Crystal just ordered some more.
Uh-huh.
And so I have to go look at them this week because like the merch is actually where we're actually missing out on.
Where are you getting it from, though?
Now,
approximately. You don't have to say exactly who.
No, I'm gonna tell you exactly where I get
Okay.
it. I'm getting my shirts. I'm getting my t-shirts from Alpha Brothers, but it's a local Atlanta company. And the reason why I'm getting because I can just walk into the store and pick up as many as I want to. But as far as the quality of the t-shirts and everything like that, they are really good quality t-shirts. From me kind of buying t-shirts from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Alpha Brothers was one of the best places that I actually seen to get good t-shirts. And then I have a guy here that's gonna go ahead and make them for me. Now, you know me, if you want them, you know me, I'll go ahead and set it up so everybody can get some.
Yeah,
you
man.
Just send me your design, and I'll kind of set it up for you. Like, I don't mind that. That's one of them easy situations.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. It's also another. Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
Oh no, I heard y'all talking about the merchant stuff. So that's something I kind of like ventured off into with our businesses as well, man. So do you use FM Expressions by any chance?
What's that?
Do you use FM Expressions?
No.
I don't.
So check them out. If you're ever doing like I guess the same logo or the same print, you can get you pay an initial fee per print, but after you pay that initial fee, I think it's only like $20 or something. You can print as many images, printouts of that same image for like 15 cents a copy. So when you're doing like masking, let's say if you're just doing, your logo on a t-shirt or hoodies or whatever, you can get up to 100 of them, and the price it'll be under $50. It'll be on real cheap. And then when you go to like Jiffy Tees and you buying like mass t-shirts and stuff like that, I mean, you're damn near quadrupling your money. It's amazing. People are gonna want to support it.
And so what is it? Is it like t-shirt presses or whatever, like the heat press, and then you just gotta get it pressed on for them?
Okay, so yeah, I do. I have a t-shirt press. FM Expressions prints out the vinyl. They print out the
heat transfer.
So
or
if you send them they have the heat transfer paper. You just pretty much press it. You buy your if you down in homie's down in Atlanta, so I know he can find like bulk t-shirts and stuff for the low. But like if you can't find it, Jiffy Tees and I can't think of the other site right now. But man, those shirts start off at like $177 per shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's
then
not
going
bad.
off into the hoodies. Yeah, going off into the hoodies, you're at like $6 a hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're selling those hoodies starting at $25 or whatever, however you sell it, whatever. You didn't pay $6 for that and 15 cents for the for the printout. So everything else is capital.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's something that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say we're missing out on the merch part.
Well,
we definitely got to get into the merch.
Have you guys heard of Printful?
Yes.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, see? Printful's crazy. And I think like listening to you guys talk, it's like I think it might be a good idea to kind of like supplement both, because you need to have the items in your hand to give to people to sell fast. But then there's times where the person's just going to go on the website and order it. And then you could probably import a company like, and there's other ones too. I would research it. I just remember Printful because a couple of years ago I had like a t-shirt drop shipping business that I kind of like toyed with because I had a buddy of mine that was a great artist. And so what I was doing was taking his artwork, I'd remove the background and basically put them on t-shirts. And, I sold a few of them. I didn't really put a lot of time into it, right? But it taught me about how to do the merch stuff. And not only can you do t-shirts, but you can do like socks, you can do like anything, beach towels, all kinds of stuff. And then, and what's good about it is that it requires no investment. And when you do get an order, Printful gets the order, they ship it out to the person, and then you get your cut. And so I don't know, if it was me doing the merch, I would probably buy some merch so I would have it in physical hands so I can wear it and stuff like that. But then I would also have a bunch on the website so that people that are buying it online can add in. I might even do something where it's like, spend $200 and you get a free design on a t-shirt or whatever. And then come up with some cool slogans like Seamoss Life or, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Hey, I get good ones too, buddy.
Huh?
I got some good ones too. I've been doing the print thing myself, man. Every time I go out, do a pop-up or event I have.
Yeah.
I stopped doing the outside business. I got my press myself, so besides doing my business, I go in my other areas. I spin around in my chair, print. That helps.
So how are you selling the shirts? Are they selling? I imagine they would sell a lot at pop-up shop if you have a catchy design or something that someone could like see themselves wearing.
Now, that's what people have been asking. Is that for sale? And my last one I said not yet. So I got to get my, everything, the repertoire, everything together, get it stacked up, and get going.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much on the other that I'm trying to make the time to do everything.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people want to wear the Seamoss on their shirts. A lot of people want to wear this and that and the slogans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Even I'm surprised that hasn't gone viral. Like, and watch, you're gonna see it everywhere now. But like a T-shirt with Dr. Sabi on it. You know what I mean?
I made one I made one for me and my wife. We did a pop-up, and I had one done with all of the trace minerals of the Seamoss on the back of the shirt, and I had one with my logo on the front. So everybody's kind of amazed when they looked at the back of our shirts that it said I had his picture, and I had every mineral that Seamoss has it in there on the back of the shirt. So everybody was like, "I want that shirt," and I said, "Just give me a minute."
That's what you got to do. Do the design and then slap it up on Printful, so you don't even have to print it. Let them order it themselves, and then order someone you got time. But I think that's a cool idea. And you even put it like, how they do that's what you got to do, is like a concert T-shirt. Those old rock concert T-shirts. Do one of those and have all the minerals and all the Seamoss players. You know what I mean? Bunch of herbalists on it or something. That'd be badass.
Say if you got dead doctors on there, there's old herbalists that that you got Sabi in the middle, then you got the other ones around it.
Yeah.
That right. Catch.
Make Sabi look like he's Bob Marley or something. You know what I mean? Like he's you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm gonna get in trouble. I gotta watch what they say about Dr. Sabi. There's some very passionate people that like him.
Yes.
Yeah, man. So, hey, getting back to one thing, Alicia Sofine asked, like, she wanted to know how long does the gel last with the freeze-dried fruit powder? Does anybody know? Has anybody been using freeze-dried fruit powder to make the gel?
I thought Ricky was.
I don't know if he's totally done that yet.
Yeah, I've been using it, but I'm really experimenting with it right now, to be honest with you. So I'm like, I would have to tell you like I would say in about the next few weeks.
Uh-huh.
But it really would be hard to tell. I know it has a better shelf life because you're just not using a lot of the fruit. But talking to the doctor last week, he was saying that it doesn't go bad as what we think it does. Just because the Seamoss is alkaline, and with the Seamoss being alkaline, it kind of alkalines the fruit as well. Mm-hmm. So that's something that, and I'll be honest with you, once the doctor starts saying all these things, I have to go back and start researching and looking it up. And so that's what I've been kind of looking up and trying to figure it out. But he's a doctor, so he kind of knows a lot more than what I know.
Yeah, well, I think what he was saying is that it was like on the surface is where the mold, but if you were to take that mold off the surface, the rest of it's still good or something. Wasn't that what he's saying?
Well, what it is what he's saying, that only part that may end up kind of molding up is that top part because of air. Yeah. And you got to make sure that as long as you cover it up in a quick manner, then you probably won't get a lot of
bacteria or whatever.
Yeah, bacteria that causes that mold.
No. You want to hear something crazy? I get the craziest things dealing with people with Seamoss. So I went to this dude's house the other day to sell him some Seamoss and stuff, and he showed me a container where it's this metal container, and he keeps the Seamoss in the container for months. And he eats it like that, just breaks a piece off and eats it. And
like popcorn.
Huh?
Just like popcorn, right?
Yeah. Like he says, I take a chunk off and I eat it slowly every day. And I was like, what? I'm like, how long has that been in there? He's like, months. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. He's like, I'm like, and there's nothing wrong with it. He's like, well, I'm fine. I'm waiting for this guy to like get puke on or something. Because he took a piece and said, no, it's fine. Here, eat it. I was like, no, it's okay.
Yeah, I've heard of some people. I've heard a lot of people eat off of it like that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with eating it. Where I'm kind of mind blown is that he keeps it in this metal aluminum container soaked in water for months. He said as long as what?
It's soaked in water.
Yeah. So imagine you don't blend the Seamoss. You take the Seamoss, you put it in a container, you let it hydrate, and he keeps it in that container in his fridge for months. He said as long as it's in a metal container and he keeps it covered, it's fine. And then he took a piece out and ate it in front of me. And I watched to see if he was going to die or get sick. You know what I mean? Like one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you said, you learn new things every day. You know what I mean? Like just when I think I thought I knew everything. I don't think I've ever thought I could know everything about Seamoss. There's so much more you can know about Seamoss that I don't know. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was a crazy experience. So I hope that answers at least your question about the freeze dry powder. Did we ever get an answer to that? A couple of weeks, or what did we say? Jury's still out?
He's gone?
No, Ricky's there. I think he's just got his phone on mute so he can't hear us. Moss is $75 a pound in New Jersey. What?
$75 a pound.
See, this is like I don't understand that. 75. Like I'm all for everybody setting up their prices, right? But at the same time, I almost want to call them up and say, how much are you paying for this? Because it's one thing if you're paying $50 a pound and you're trying to sell it for $75, but it's different if you're paying $15 a pound or $20 a pound and you're trying to sell it like dude, like just sell the Seamoss.
That's quite of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
$75 a pound of Seamoss.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Some people just like to sit on the product. You know what I mean? And that's where I kind of feel like, and I've said this to some of the stores that I talk to, because I'll sell it to them and they'll come in the store and I'm like, what? $90? You know, like I literally said it to the guy, like I pulled it out and I'm like, $90? I'm like, no wonder you're not buying Seamoss off me. I'm like,
Hey, I've been in some stores where people got other companies where I'm at, and I see somebody's put an 8-ounce jar of stale Seamoss and sell it for $50 for a little small jar.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, are you serious? And the one is still just sitting there.
Yeah. But, at some point, I understand in some situations, it could be where they're getting the product from. The price, the point they're paying, and this and that. But I feel, or the quantity that they pay. Because there's a lot of times I look at buyers and I'm like, I don't tell them how to buy, and I don't really say anything, but in my mind, I'm like, if this guy is going to do what he thinks he's going to do, or what he's saying to me he's going to do, he's either has too much or usually it's not enough Seamoss.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they want to sell, pounds, but they only grab like 15 pounds. And then they want to like make millions of dollars off that 15 pounds. Where in some ways it's smarter not to sell the pounds, but to sell smaller quantities like 2 ounces and 4 ounces and sell them for less. Because then what happens is you get into that area of the impulse buy area. Anything under $25, or in my mind, $20, that's the impulse buy. Like if it's under $20, it's to the wind. You know what I'm saying? And so people will buy more often. And like Ricky was saying before, you're going to see them every day. Now, if you want to make, say, $200 on a pound or $100 on a pound, that's the better way to sell the Seamoss than to sit there and try and get 10 pounds and sit on 10 pounds trying to make $100 off every pound. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. And when you do eventually sell it, it's like you're going to be re-upping so much that, you know what I mean, that you're going, the first 10 people you see, you got to go and buy more Seamoss. That's a shipping cost. All these cogs are the logistics, right? But if you're doing, say, 2 ounces or 4 ounces, you know what I mean, that 10 pounds now becomes 40 packages. Now you know what I mean? You're going to have a little bit more time before you sell out to go re-up. And even then, I feel like if you're getting that much, you should be getting 20 pounds. Like, make an investment in this.
You got to. It's not everything add up when you do it the right way.
Yeah. I don't want to tell you guys. You guys you'd think I was nuts if I told you how much we've invested in buying Seamoss.
You're going to spend a lot from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And some people think like, hey, do this and do this and do that, and then I'm going to hike the price about 5 or 6 times. Mm-hmm. It's not going to work like that.
No. There's a saying I used to say or hear a lot in sales. I don't even know how to say it right, but I'll say the gist of it. It's almost like you can't once your pants are down, you can't pull them back up. Right? And so, before you drop your pants, you know what I mean? Make sure you know how far you want to go and stuff. And to me, I always advise people, it's better to be a little bit on the high end of the market price and offer discounts than it is to be on the low end and sort of like have tight margins. You know what I mean? Because you also need to account for fluctuations in price.
Right. Like Moss Boss just said, branding is the key. That's right.
Yeah. A few people have been trying to lowball my store. Branding is key with good customer service. Facts. You know what I mean? Branding is total key.
That's right.
Hey, what's up, Yusuf? And hey, Christine, how you doing? Let me know if you have any questions. Good, Yusuf. How you been?
There you go.
What's going on, man?
Hey.
Hey, I thought I was a busy guy, man. Trying to catch you was like trying to catch the house in the home.
Man, I tell you. Complete thing was, I think I was just on Clubhouse. Like, I was downtown actually waiting for this lady to meet me. And I thought I just seen her on Clubhouse, and I was downtown for a while. So I wanted to say, hey, you forgot about we're supposed to meet up today.
Is that why she maybe jumped off Clubhouse quickly? So I saw you and said, oh, shit.
But it's all good. She'll call me tomorrow.
Yeah. So someone here says, do you think selling gel is a waste of time? Hell no.
No. That's actually the best way to start your business.
Yeah.
Especially if you're doing local.
Yeah.
Like if you're really saying, okay, I'm about to brand myself locally, start out with the gel, because that's what that's what everybody knows Seamoss for is the gel.
Yeah.
So if you start off with the gel, they're going to be more aware of that than anything. And as long as you make some good gel, then your next product that you come out with, they're going to trust you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best way to start off. Like, just like I know the official Moss Boss is in here. I know that's how he started off as far as making all these different blends of gel. He can go anywhere he wants to now as far as whatever else he wants to do, he's set.
Mm-hmm.
That's what on, man, because I do so many herbs and tonics, but I wasn't able to get my herbal tonics out that Seamoss would get my next product going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what started it.
Yeah. That's what starts everything. Like that's actually the thing is that Seamoss is like the gateway herb.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's like once you start with Seamoss, then you start to venture off into other things that you're like, okay, well, let me add this to it because it's like a multivitamin. So you want to add stuff to your multivitamin. Let me go ahead and add the bladderwrack. Let me go ahead and burdock. Let's go ahead and add this moringa because the moringa, that's the key. That's what we need to really be talking about next is moringa. Because moringa is probably right up next to Seamoss when it comes to benefits.
I'm going to find a good supply in moringa in St. Lucia. Sorry to cut you guys off, but I like as you say it, I got to work that out.
I got some moringa back here right now that I'm trying to make a blend with. So I'm gonna have a moringa blend probably within the next week.
Where are you sourcing your moringa?
It's a company that I've been dealing with. It's called Herbs and Spices. Herbs and Spices, and I get my moringa from them right now. Fairly reasonable prices. Like they're not really expensive, but you can actually find it a lot cheaper, I believe, if you actually kind of look around. I just get a lot of other herbs that I wasn't able to get from other people there, so I stayed with them.
You can even grow moringa in your backyard. Like
exactly.
Like a lot of people think it's a weed, but it's like it's tree of life.
So, and I also have the guy. Remember, I'll tell you about my guy that does the nut milk from Peru. He's actually going down next month, and he's actually sourcing macaroon. Like he said, there's like 10 different kinds of macaroon that you can get.
Really?
Oh, man.
Yeah, so he's going to source the macaroon for me, and then he's also he said that they have moringa as well. So I'm going to but I'm kind of waiting for the moringa from St. Lucia. That's really what I want.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
I'm just gonna worry about the moringa from St. Lucia. I'll get some from Peru as well, but I definitely want that moringa from St. Lucia.
Yeah. Do you want it powdered or leaf?
A little bit of both.
Okay, we'll try them both. Yeah.
I like the powder so I can make different blends with it because what I'm seeing now is that like even the capsules, I like doing the capsules because it's quick. You can pop them, but a lot of people still like to just have a powder blend that they can throw in their smoothie mix real quick. Mm-hmm. So that's what I've been kind of looking at as far as just not putting in a capsule. Just start making mixes that you can just add on to your smoothie real fast.
Yeah.
It's a good food, man.
It's not even bad as a tea. Like that's how I've only taken it. I've never taken the powder and only the tea, and I didn't mind it. You know what I mean? I would usually use it with something else, but it had a good taste to it. You know.
So I do have a question though, and this is for everybody that actually makes tea blends. Like when you're actually doing your tea blends, how are you actually doing the Seamoss with your tea blends, or are you doing it without Seamoss?
I don't know, Phil. You're making tea blends, right?
I'm not doing a tea blend.
No, I'm talking Phil on Clubhouse, not you, Motor Studio. Is your name Phil too, Motor Studio?
Huh?
Is your name Phil too, or no?
No, mine's Holy Phil.
Oh, Holy Phil. Okay. No, there's a guy Phil on Clubhouse, and I remember he was talking about working on some tea blends or something like that. Is that correct, Phil, or was I making it up in my head? Are you there, Phil? I don't know. Maybe he's. Yeah. Sometimes what happens is people are listening to it, and then they have it on mute, and they're 20 feet away from the. I've done it so many times.
That's exactly what I do. I'll be over here doing extra stuff, and I'm like, oh, I hear him, but my hands are tied, and I can't. And I want to come back in 5 minutes later, and then I mess up the whole entire.
Yeah, he left.
Getting back to what we were talking about 5 minutes ago.
So yeah, he left. So I didn't get a chance to ask him, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's in the chat. Maybe they could answer that question. Ricky, do you?
I white label everything. Everything for sale.
That's
everything for sale. The only thing you gotta do is tell me what you want. Once you tell me what you want, we're gonna make it happen for you. And then I need to get Crystal on here because like her soaps do look better than mine, but I actually am coming out with some new ones. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to really stun on it. Like I actually just debuted them, but matter of fact, we're talking about that. Like I need to find a name for my soap, and I haven't found a name for one of my soaps yet. So I'm gonna actually put out we're gonna do a kind of like a giveaway of whoever names the soap
contest. Yeah, soap naming contest.
Hold on, I think I have it right here. So yeah, this is a lemon soap right here.
Oh wow.
Oh man, it smells like when I say it smells just like a lemon, this thing smells just like a lemon. I don't even know why she wrapped this back up. I'm probably gonna use this. But it smells one. Oh, this is another thing. We actually made a moringa. Now this is this is me and moringa again.
Mm-hmm. That's bomb right there. That's a big bomb right there.
Yeah. Now this is, and then it like has this is like she has two of them that she made for me. This is for men because this has more of a manly scent to it. Yeah. And then she actually has one that smells for women. Oh yeah, this smells good too. Oh, this smells better than what it smelled yesterday. Hold on. Mm. Yeah, so we sit up here all day and make different soaps all day long.
Hey, Ricky, do you use a digital marketing company that's experienced with Seamoss supplements?
Not really. Marketing company?
Yeah.
No, like everything we do is pretty much in-house. Mm-hmm. Like I don't mind. Like I like marketing companies, but I'm not sure if I want to use one. I think they know how to get to an audience, and they may know how to place your stuff in the right place. But as far as what I want to do, as far as with marketing, I don't think they can they won't really be able to understand what I want to do with marketing. Like I'm different.
Mm-hmm. I do everything in-house, and every job I've had, they've always been everything is in-house. And them companies that I work for in-house, they expand it real big. But you start off where you at, but when you get to the end, your money go out and it come right back in. That's the best way. Even if you having a hard time at the beginning, it's gonna eventually go and it's gonna stay.
Yeah, I'm just now figuring out, really be honest with you. Like, and this is like in year 2.5, I'm just now figuring out, because that's something that I didn't know how to do when I first started. Like, I can sell. Like, that's where I came from. I came from selling, and I didn't really need marketing and advertising to do what I was doing. Mm-hmm. Like, it was just pretty much, I'm in the streets with it. So I can sell it.
It's in your blood. It's in my blood.
Yeah. Like, I'll go straight to the streets with it. So I'm comfortable. Mm-hmm. Now, it's like, okay, so what happened was that you walk into an arena where these people know marketing and advertising. And so they are just, like, they were just skating past me. I'm like, hold on, what's going on? I'm like, but they know how to set up audiences and make sure their products getting to the right people, and even setting up how their landing page is. So once you actually get them and you actually get them to your page, how to set it up so it's like a quick sale because you got all the information right there. Like, these are all things that really you have to end up teaching yourself by studying all these people. And I'll study somebody's page, like, okay, let me see what's working. And I'll look at their page, and I'm like, okay, I see that's working. Oh, this person's ads are working really good. All right. So, and then you start seeing what the formula is. Everybody's formula is going to be different, though. That's what I say. Some people are just going to be straight marketing and advertising. Mm-hmm. Mine is more, I'm in the streets with the people. So the more I get on these clubhouses and lives and things of that nature, that's what they want to see from me. They might not they might love my reels because I do real reels. Like, so I'm starting to understand that, all right, so reels work for me if I'm doing stuff that they understand, like, okay, this is really Rick. Like, this is a reel that Rick would do. I'm not really commercial. And I don't want to feel like I don't really want to look commercial either. I want to look like, hey, I'm grassroots. I'm right here with y'all. I'm learning how y'all learning. Like,
Yeah.
That's what I call it.
yes.
There is a company that I have spoken to that I know. I don't know how experienced they are with supplements, but I know that they've worked with Seamoss companies before to develop audiences. And that company, if I'm correct, their name's Ads That Scale. So I don't know if you want to check them out.
I have heard about them.
Yeah.
And some of these companies are actually really, really good. And truthfully, it's like I'm just hands on. Like,
and this is where I was going to go to after that, is to say I think it's important to be a little bit of both, right? The only purpose of really getting these digital marketing companies to come in and pay them to do the work is to do the work that you don't want to do, right?
Yeah.
So that you can free up your time so you can do it. But I also feel like in order to trust them and know that what they're doing, you got to understand what it takes. Because once you understand the work, then you know what I mean? Your mindset changes and you understand the value of what you're asking that person to do and all that stuff. Like I think one of my strong points in dealing with these farmers is that I've worked with them and I understand the work that they've done. So when I deal with them, I have that certain respect to talk to them so that I wouldn't say certain things that I know are going to drive them, or someone else would say, not realizing it, would just drive them crazy. Because it's like, you know how much time I put into this? What do you think this is? I just throw it out of the sea and it's Seamoss? So, and I hope people do respect that. And that's one of the things I always try to play on these live streams is the amount of work that these guys do. And you know that too, Ricky. You spoke to a lot of these guys.
You know what I'm an advocate of, and people will hate that I always say this, but I'm an advocate for farmers getting more money, and we actually go up on our prices as far as like if they're charging, I feel like they should charge us a little bit more. Reason why I say that is because bottom line is that if we like it or not, big corporations are gonna come, and when they come, that price that we didn't want to pay, they're gonna pay it. Like, and we don't want to put the farmers in a position where they're feeling like they almost have to go to these people because we keep on lowballing them. Like that's a big thing that we have to be cognizant of, is that it's going to get bigger, and even though we're making it hot to where it's that thing right now, like once it really starts catching on, and it really hasn't caught on yet, it's going to hit the masses probably within the next 6 to 8 months. You're going to see where everybody trying to figure out how they can get Seamoss, or it's going to be like cocoa butter. Like, when cocoa butter first hit, or when, I would even say right now, what's the new thing that everybody uses now? Coconut oil. Just coconut oil. Like, when coconut oil first hit, like coconut oil, like first everybody's like, but now if you go to anybody's house, they have coconut oil in their house. They have it in their bathroom. They have it in their kitchen. They have it everywhere. Like I put coconut oil everywhere. So Seamoss is going to be in the exact same mind frame as far as you're going to have some in your bathroom. You're going to have some in your kitchen. You're going to have some in your medicine cabinet. You're going to have it everywhere. And so if we're not really, really cognizant of what we're doing, then we're actually going to be left behind. And we're going to make it hot, and then we're going to be left to say, okay, y'all get this little bitty piece of the industry, and we're going to take 90% of it.
They did it to us with weed. We can't let them do it to us again. We must stop them.
Exactly. Shea butter. Shea butter was the other thing that came in, and everybody needed shea butter.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to work on a good link with shea butter. My pastor goes to Ghana like 3 times a year. And so he's trying to find a good village where we can get it all made and sourced and do it like one step, boom. So
because I put that in some of my soaps.
Oh yeah, that's like a lot of my soaps have shea butter in it. Like that's a mainstay. Like you gotta have some shea butter.
Shea butter, coconut oil.
Those two right there, shea butter, coconut oil, and I'm still gonna say moringa is going to go crazy within the next year. Once more people start taking moringa, that's going to be the next new wave.
That's chlorella, man, because chlorella, another strain.
Yeah.
It's about to go over the chlorella like a pine bomb.
Yeah. And boy,
and like you said, that Seamoss, man, you know what that Seamoss, I keep saying it, that Seamoss, you know, back in the day when you go into a club and you're partying, what everybody asks for at that table, they ask for that Moet. You know, people ask for in the future, they'll give me some of that moss. Put it on the table.
Give me some of that moss. Give me a moss drink. Like, they don't be trying to get right. Like, this, I'm feeling like a lot of people don't even like to go out no more because really people don't like to drink like that anymore. Like, it ain't even in them. Like, I don't think, I can't remember the last time I really, really drank. Like, I'm talking about really, really drank. Like, especially going out and drinking because, man, come on, people too crazy right now. You really want to be on, really want to be on my toes every time I go out, and drinking is not it. Maybe because I'm getting older.
But somebody waiting to catch something stupid. So it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it anymore. Like, I like to have all my mind frame. Like, I think we're getting away from a lot of stuff that we used to do. Like, you realize you don't have to be drunk to go out anymore.
There you go.
Like, you don't have to, like, you want to make the, like, and not to mention, you got to understand, like, back then, you could actually be a little aggressive and get away with it. You can't be a little aggressive right now. You going to jail.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, you going to jail for that. Like, come on now. Like, you got to understand, you better be on your right mind, and you can't think that everybody out there is drunk and they going to accept what you're doing. And when you drunk like that, that's just a quick way to give you 5 to 10. Like, I'm cool on that, man. I need to be aware. I need to be understanding. Like, I always tell my homeboys, like, hey, you know, you might want to be aware of everything that you're doing because no means no. For real now.
There you go.
That's for sure.
Run stuff. You gotta understand, you women run stuff. Like, they got their power. Like, and they ain't taking none of that anymore.
Yeah, none of that. Look at that. To get drunk, I wake up and train 5 days a week. Now you can't get too wavy. Everything has to be intentional. Everything has to be intentional. Yeah.
He's exactly correct. Like, I know if I'm going to actually go out and have a drink, I'm prepared. Like, okay, I need to get my fire. I'm flushing my body out. I'm doing all this extra stuff to actually make sure I have a proper day. And I'm probably going to end up getting drunk at the house with my girl.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I'm not going to run into no issue.
I have somebody ask me, they say, hey, man, I got a job interview. Please tell me you can make me a tonic. You know? I've been doing that.
A cleansing tonic. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. I wonder if there is some things that you could put together that kind of either set the test off or inhibit it or something like that. A lot of people.
Hey, the world is coming to us. It's a different world in the future. Yeah.
Like, you gotta watch. Like, okay, so I think we went through an era where it was like it went from drugs to hard drugs to prescriptions. Once it went to prescriptions, like it just totally just messed everything up after that. And you've seen how bad it got. Like, everybody was looking at how bad it really, really got. And then once they seen that, it was like, okay, we need to start rolling up off this. Like, it's like a lot of people got addicted to prescription pills, and then you got fentanyl out there. So a lot of people don't even want to party that way no more because they scared.
Yeah. Have you seen Forks Over Knives?
No.
Hey, you watch that. That's all I gotta say. When you write that down. Forks Over Knives. When you see that, hey, everybody telling on each other.
Oh yeah.
And most of the people they're telling on, some of them are already deceased. And man, that is line up with a whole bunch of other different things. Man, when you watch Forks Over Knives, you go in your refrigerator and you might say, garbage, garbage, garbage. You look in your refrigerator again, you might be like, I gotta go shopping again. That's exactly how they put it on there.
And I remember that I think we talked about that as well, Official Moss Boss. I lost one of my close friends, like really my business mentor, like 6 months ago to the fentanyl. Like, it's crazy. Like, he liked to party a little bit, but like, you can't party a little bit now and think that's gonna be okay.
Wow.
Like, because you really.
So
like a lot of these pills is fake, and they getting these $5. Like, people don't even understand. And a lot of these actors and actresses that actually came up dead, and nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody knows what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest, it was they were being sold bad drugs.
Yeah, finding people in hotel rooms all of a sudden. Just like what?
Yeah, because like once you start really understanding about what's going on, like fentanyl's cheap. Like, they put it in the pill form and it's super cheap. Like, these buyers are getting them for like $3 and selling them for $30, and so they don't really care because the profit in it is so good. But it's just like you get a bad batch that's not made right, and you're gonna have a lot of deaths on your hands.
Yep.
So, like, that's something that we really, really have to think about, really have to be mindful of this. And I think a lot of people are mindful of it because, I know a lot of people that used to like lightweight party. I'm like, man, no, I'm not even risking that junk no more. Shoot. Like, I'm in the house with it. Like, they want to go out, they're like, you know what? I'm good with weed.
Yeah. It's better like that,
You know what I'm saying?
Jeez.
Yeah, and then, but then you gotta be scared about that now. Like somebody said they put it out. I'm like, bro, I'm good. I'm on Seamoss now, y'all. I'm good. Like, I'm not even worried about it no more. Y'all can have that too. Y'all can have that too, man. Like, I went on a good run. It was fun while it lasted, but now I'm like I worry about those things now.
That's gonna be the new street corner hustle, man. I got that Seamoss.
Yeah, I got that moss for you, baby. What you need? Like, I'm selling by the ounce, but that's actually how we should have it right now. To be honest, like, I always thought that the only way that we can combat what was happening, like in the late '70s, early '80s, when they flooded us, is to flood with something different.
There you go.
Once you flood it with something different that actually can produce the same amount of money, once it gets into the system, then people aren't going to care about that drug anymore, because most people got on it because of the money.
Yeah, the Seamoss ain't gonna disappear because it's used in too many ways. The doctors have already started using it now.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. Like, only thing gonna happen, like what it is that they're gonna, like, I believe what's gonna happen is that they're gonna try to. I don't think they can actually say that it's bad for you, but there's gonna be some news that coming out like, oh, this is fake Seamoss or something like that, to perturb people from really, really getting into it.
Yeah.
So they can get their hands in on the situation. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, they did it with cryptocurrency.
Yep.
The exact same thing they did with cryptocurrency. They actually stopped us from doing crypto, so they can actually get themselves prepared and set everything up so they can make their money. Now crypto ain't even the same no more.
Not only crypto, almost everything have dropped drastically.
Yeah, like they put their hands in crypto. Now crypto is really like, it's theirs. Like, they set up everything now. So crypto used to be that thing, and now crypto isn't. It's not it anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at crypto, I'm like, man, shoot, it's just like money. Like, they, like, you think when these stocks go in, like, hey, such and such grabs on this, like, these people high above are the ones that making money, and then we try to come in at the last second. And once we try to come at the last second, that's when it falls out. And so a lot of people lose money. But those big people make a ton of money up there because they pretty much have the market just like stocks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if something, once they start, they know how to manipulate the system, because it's kind of like playing Monopoly. Like, you know how to manipulate the system. Like, you know that if you have all the money, then you actually control everything. You control how everything flows, and nothing's gonna work without your say so on it. Like, you can't. You land on my spot. I'm gonna have to tax you on that. Like, look how they doing weed. I'm gonna have to tax you on that. I'm gonna have to tax you on that. Now the weed man that legal weed man ain't making no money anymore because he getting taxed like 70%. Like,
you got all these, man. You go down one. You can go. I say you can go probably every mile, to every half mile, there's a dispensary. Boom, 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 boom. Now, a long time ago, you asked somebody to put a dispensary.
Yeah.
Happened.
Like even when they first started, like, you know, a lot of people would, like, a lot of companies were like, no, we don't want dispensaries here, we don't want dispensaries here, until that money started coming in, and the city learned, hey, you're gonna make a lot of money in taxes, and then, man, once they did that, the game is done.
That's gonna happen. It might not happen that fast to Seamoss, but I think within the next year to 2 years, you're gonna see, just like you see a Ford and GM building.
Yeah,
it'll be just like that.
I believe that you're right too. I believe that's exactly how it's gonna be. I hope it's like that. I hope that, like, we have I would say, like, a health store on every block. Like, you know, they used to always say, I used to always remember this, like, this saying that in the hood you can find a chicken spot and a liquor store on every block.
Yeah.
And so my whole mind frame is like, okay, I need to change that narrative. I want a health store on every block. Like, every block that you go to, you'll be able to find a health store, someplace where you can get fresh produce. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature where we actually have a hard time finding. We got to go all the way out to the Sprouts or something like that just to find some good produce. Like, you should be able to have that local store that actually have that produce at the store. They're always getting the produce every week, you know, and start off there.
And sometimes it's just a matter. The reason why it's not happening is because no one wants to take the risk. You know what I mean?
That's really the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest thing is that, you know, like I always say, the person that actually does it first, you know, they never get the credit, and they know that a lot of times that they're not even going to make any money because it's going to take them so long for people to catch on. But sooner or later they're going to catch on. By the time they catch on, like, you pretty much almost out the door because ain't nobody supported you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the biggest thing. Everybody knows that if you're the first person to do it, then nobody's really going to support you. And you got to hold on for dear life until the people start coming. And, you know, that's the biggest thing is, like, how do these people hold on for dear life? You know, and, like, when you get this health store, unless you're running almost like a gimmick, you know what I'm saying? Like, I always tell people, like, in this Seamoss industry, one of the biggest things is, like, this is almost like a passion project to us until we start really getting Black people healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be honest. Like, you know, like, selling Black health, like, come on, we sell Black health. Like, whoever thinking that we're getting rich have to really be mindful of what we're doing. We're selling Black health. Black people do not want to get healthy. Like, they'll fight you tooth and nail until something happens to them.
Yeah, that's what they call us.
They have to come to you, and they have to come to you now. And then they want to start getting healthy, and then they start hearing everything that you said.
Yeah.
But before that, they don't want to hear you. Like, they want to stay eating whatever they're eating. And I'll be truthful, that was me for a minute too. So I'm not just saying that it's just them. No, it's me too. Like, I just took it upon myself to say I don't want to wait for something bad to happen to me before I actually start getting myself healthy.
All right. Well, I still eat a little bit bad here and there. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think it's all about too much of anything will make you an addict.
That's true. You know what I mean?
So if you're eating too much fried chicken, then it's gonna be bad for you. Eating too much red meat is gonna get bad for you.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about having a balance. Do I look down on people that actually eat meat? No, because every now and then, guess what? I'm gonna eat me some meat.
Yeah.
Like, all the time. But I'm going to eat me some meat because I don't even want to put a label on myself. Like, am I a vegan? No, I'm a person that's trying to get better as far as with their health.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't want you looking crazy at me because I'm like, yeah, I'm a vegan. Then you see me with a cheeseburger. I'm like, oh, this is
liar.
I'm like, Dave, this is plant-based cheese. It's a real burger, but it's plant-based cheese. And he's like, man, I thought you was a vegan. I was a vegan last week, though.
I thank you, man.
Yeah, I tried veganism last week. This week, I'm taking a break, and so I never want to be categorized in certain things. And I won't categorize you. If you say you're a vegan and then I see you eating a burger, I'm like, I know it's hard. I know it's hard.
I'm a vegan right now, man. Alkaline eater, but man, you know how long it took me to get like that? It's been 10 years.
It's hard. Like, that's why I always say, like, if you were to say, hey, man, I want, like, you know what, I'm just going to edit and I want this beef rib, because I'll be honest with you, if I see a beef rib, I'm probably going to eat it. That's my favorite. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to run away from it, like, nah, but if I've been doing 90% the good thing, that little beef ain't gonna hurt the situation. As long as I don't stay over there to continually do it, then I'm all right. I can eat my beef real quick. You know what I'm saying? Have me a good time. Like, like just like some people. Hey, I might get me a quick drink. I'm not gonna go crazy on the drink. I'm gonna get me a quick drink, and I'm back to that health.
Yeah, everything takes time. You can't go head first into that. Yeah.
No. It's not.
Unless if your health is at the stage where you come out, if you're saying, I got 2 or 3 weeks, you got 2 or 3 weeks, like, dude, you got to stop right now. You got to come over here, let me make this stuff for you. You got to go, like, you got to let it go.
Exactly. Like, so, like, you got 2 or 3 weeks on, man. The doctor said, man, if I eat another burger, man, that might bro. Like, why we even having this conversation, bro? Stop eating the burgers. Like, yeah, I'm like, no more burgers. Clean yourself out. Like, maybe 2 years from now, the doctor say, hey, man, you can have a burger again. But some things you just need to stop if it's just that point. Like, me personally, I'm gonna try to rectify my situation before I actually get to that point, so I actually can make my own decisions on how I'm going to eat. Like, I don't want the doctor to tell me I have to stop this and stop that and stop that. No, I'm gonna tell myself, hey, man, bro,
get it together.
That's another reason why, and Julien knows, I had to stop smoking because I was smoking way too much. It was affecting the business.
You can never smoke too much.
I smoke damn near a pack a day.
Man, boy, no, I smoke much weed. That's the problem. Like, I'm smoking a lot of weed a day, and so it was just too much. Where it was like, and I know, and this is the thing that I know I should have been smoking joints instead of blunts, because blunts ain't good for you. But it's something that I grew up doing for like 20, 25 years, is smoking blunts. And so you try to tell somebody to stop smoking, I'm like, oh, man, shoot, like half the situation why I like it is the process of rolling up and everything like that. That's really the love that I had, is sitting there breaking it down. But like, that's the whole process. And so once I got that process, and I'm thinking, like, I just had a expensive tobacco habit.
Mm-hmm.
After I just had a expensive tobacco habit, because mostly the blunt that I was smoking, like, because I can smoke a joint and be like, nah, man, I need a blunt.
Yeah.
So I knew what it was.
Mm.
I knew what it was, and so I was going crazy. I'm like, I was in denial. Like, you know how Joker be in denial, like, man, no, it ain't that. It ain't that. And then I had to realize, bro, it is that.
Right.
Like,
I was better than smoking that. Man, I was smoking the Newports like crazy.
Oh, well, because it's the same exact thing. It's the same exact, like, and we don't really want, like, I used to tell myself, I have an extra expensive tobacco addiction. Like, it hurts to say, like, I'd be like, what? You know what? You have to be honest with yourself if you want to really stop what you're doing. And I had a conversation with Kenyon, and when I have that conversation, he would kind of break it down, like, yeah, I stopped. I'm like, ooh, you stopped? I'm like, okay, well, you seem like you were smoking like me. I'm like, all right, well, shit. Let me try this out. I went for 3 days, and 3 days turned into 5 days, and 5 days turned into a week, and a week turned into a couple weeks, and then I was done.
That's so awesome.
You know what, for me, man, it took me, I was trying to stop, just like, I'm a plant. My stop wasn't a plant. I just got one day, man, I bought a pack, And I just, man, I said, you know what? Here, you want this pack? Let's get it to somebody. I said, I don't even want this. I had to stop by. It wasn't like a force. I just did it. It just went away. I ain't went back.
Uh-huh.
You get to
when I was trying to plan it, it wasn't working.
You get to that point. I got to a point where I had to start look. I had to look like, damn, I'm spending a lot of money on. Man, I'm not doing it because the weed is expensive now. Like you can't like. It ain't like what it used to be. Like, you know, you spend a couple dollars and you good for the week. Man, no. You spending $50 every 2 or 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it, man. I'm spending 2 or 3. Like, man, I be going out getting that. I'm like, man. And then I started looking like, okay, how much Seamoss is that? I'm like, damn.
That's a lot of Seamoss.
Seamoss. Like, man, that's a 3 pounds in one. Like I sell 3 pounds of Seamoss and I just bought a 7.
Hey, you know how you get the infomercial on the little kid, man? He started counting on his fingers.
Yeah.
That was me. I was like, oh no.
I bought a 7. Like I just bought a 7. I'm like, dang. I'm like, man, what are you doing, Rick?
Mm-hmm.
Like I just bought a 7 and it cost me the same amount of 3 pounds of Seamoss. And then I'm starting to think like, what happened to the game when the game is messed up that you know, and I always say this and Crystal always tell me you need to put this out. It's like I be trying to sell health and y'all keep on buying death.
Mm-hmm.
I be trying to sell y'all health, but y'all keep on buying death.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you ever see somebody buy some Seamoss, man, and then it's like they're trying to combine the gin with the Seamoss.
Man, I was
like, man, don't do that, man.
Someone did that? Seamoss cocktails?
You know, and I was like, man, I'm buying death, and death is expensive. Like, you know, I'm selling Seamoss for cheap, and I buy a 7 or an ounce, and an ounce costs $350. I'm like, man, what the fuck am I doing? Like, and every time I would buy one, I would get mad at myself. And I would always say, hey, you know, I'm going to sell half this. But I know that I'm never going to sell half of it. I'm going to sit there at the house. I'm going to end up smoking. Mm-hmm. And so I'm just starting to look like, bruh, like this is, and then I start looking at how much Seamoss costs compared to weed. I'm like, man, so why is Seamoss so cheap and weed so expensive? Shouldn't it be the opposite?
Yeah, because of the health. It's like a different category.
Yeah, but you know, it's supply and demand. To be honest,
there you go.
It's supply and demand. Like that demand went up, and people say, okay, let's. Like you know, everybody knew how much weed used to cost. It used to cost about the same amount of Seamoss.
Oh, yeah. You see what they're doing with it now. Oh man, you can go to Florida, or and they got man, marijuana on like a pedestal where you walk in there and you can buy maybe like a certain amount of ounces, and that ounces can cost you up to thousands.
Man, see, that's
for one.
And okay, so you know what the funny thing is, I'm not even mad at it. I just want Seamoss to get to that same point to where it's doing the exact same thing. That's really the question is, okay, so how can we get to where? But I'm gonna tell you what happened to and this is up for debate. I'm gonna tell you what happened to the weed situation, why it got expensive. When Dr. Dre came out with the Chronic, it blew.
Everybody wanted Chronic.
Skyrocket high after that because now everybody wants Chronic. Chronic was like $250 at the time, which is expensive as I don't know what. Mm-hmm. But to keep up with the Joneses, to keep up with what rappers were doing, guess what you start buying? Mm-hmm. Start buying Chronic. You want to find Chronic. So now that regular mid ain't hit no more. You know what I'm saying? Like get some Arizona popcorn. I'm really kind of going back so you can understand my history. You try to get some Arizona popcorn green, you know what I'm saying, that looks somewhat like some Chronic, but you know, it's still cheap. It's still cheap.
That's like me and Julie was talking earlier when you were on your way in. We was talking about. I told them I got shirts. They got the Seamoss on them. Then you see when they did the Chronic, they got the leaf on the shirt.
Oh man, you know I got in so much trouble when I was a teenager because I went to a party, right, you know, and my homeboys had the hat with the Chronic leaf on it. So I'm like, hey man, let me get one of them hats. So he's like, man, yeah, I'll give you one of that. And so I bought the hat. So I came home with it. And this is the thing. I wasn't smoking at the time. I was one of them athletes. I was a super athlete. I would go out with my friends, you know what I'm saying? Like, they kind of knew because they were in the streets, and I was still an athlete, so I really wasn't out there like that.
Yeah.
You know, they tell me, go home, Rick. You know what I'm saying? This ain't for you. Go home. You know, so I was out there, you know, bought me a hat. You know what I'm saying? Came home with it. Man, I got in so much trouble. I don't even want. That's the only thing I'm gonna say about that.
Yeah, man. They're like, what the goddamn is that on your head?
I got so much trouble, you know, and that's when I started my realization. Like, damn, chronic is, you know, you can get in trouble for this shit.
You know what?
Like, you know, rappers talking about like it wasn't that. I'm like, oh shoot, like shit, smoking chronic. Like, and he's like, I was like, you smoking what? Like, smoking chronic. Like, boy, you. Yeah.
But could you imagine if all of the rappers suddenly dropped weed and embraced like plant-like living and healthy and shit like that? Like, I would love to see if we could do an experiment like that and to see how quickly
you know where it goes from there. Like,
yeah.
That's really what exactly, like, that's what's gonna end up happening. Like, you'll hear some of them drop like certain situations, like, you know, like you hear Mill say, "Damn, I'm feeling a lot smart. It must be that Seamoss." You know, drop little hints like that. But once it starts getting to where, like, people are talking about, you know, I done took a purple. I done took some purple Seamoss to flush my system out, stuff like that. You know, they start putting it right. And
you just said it right there. You just said the first magic word. You know, because you got the green, the purple, and you know what I'm saying, the golden. So you're going to have somebody put it in their rhyme and say, I dropped that purple today. You know, you have something.
Yeah, Styles P be on it heavy. He really don't talk about it a lot, but, you know, he drops the jewels. Styles P be on, like, Styles P got his own stuff, and, you know, I like to go to his website and look at his stuff. His stuff fancy.
He's got a store, doesn't he?
Man, I like to go check him out over there.
Yeah, I commend him on his, because, you know, they dropped the juice bar. They've been on that health kick, and you can tell they've been on that health kick.
Oh yeah, you can tell, man.
You know,
he mentioned himself. I watched a little documentary on him, and he said how he was knocking at the door of some big illnesses before he took that to the next thing. Yep, Juices for Life. That's the name.
But he had a lot of people that, like, there's a lot of investors in Juices for Life. There's a couple people that actually went in for Juices for Life. Untitled Chapter, he actually liked that. He actually has his own Seamoss brand, and he also has, I think he was high on chlorophyll as well. Like, chlorophyll, because he was really trying to break chlorophyll down. I commend him too, because, like, you know, you can really tell he's aware of what's going on. You know, he really tried to change the culture, and some people are really listening to him. To be truthful, like, they're really, like, you know, he ain't. I won't say he's an A-list, but, you know, he's into a point where he has a little influence on what people think, and I think he, you know, just being around that and like, people watching him hoop and things of that nature, and he still have energy and all these other things, and he ain't doing a lot of stuff that he used to. Like, people start to look at that, and what happens is right now is that, okay, so when will it start to become cool? Who will actually make it cool?
Mm-hmm.
That's really what, like, who's going to make it? It's going to take somebody that's really, really on top of their thing to make it, like, where it's like, oh man, this is it.
The time right now, though, is I think by the summer, I can see, man, people like Snoop and all of them, they already aware of it. But I think most people like Snoop and Dre and all of them is just waiting for the time to jump in like a jump rope.
Well, yeah, I think that is, and most of the time it's when they always follow somebody.
Yeah.
So once it actually hits, and it's somebody like, okay, so right now somebody like Lil Baby says that he's on that Seamoss hard. then guess what? Now you start to change some Lil Baby, Lil Durk, and you get somebody like NBA YoungBoy saying, "Man, shit, I'm trying to get my mind right. I'm on some Seamoss, bro. You done changed the whole entire game."
Now you got everybody out. You got every kid not only gonna be talking about Seamoss, then it's gonna make everybody like, wait a minute now. My kid wants some Seamoss. They wearing Seamoss shirts. They, that's a game changer.
Yeah, and I say NBA YoungBoy because that's the craziest person I know in the rap industry right now. Like he's go, like and so.
What about Kodak Black? I don't follow any of those guys, by the way. I don't listen to any of them.
The thing is that, yeah, Kodak Black, but I'll be honest with you, a lot of people don't. I don't really take Kodak Black serious.
Well, what I mean is he looks crazy. Like
yeah,
he looks
but you don't.
insane.
Like Kodak Black is like one of the people that he's like almost like a troll. Like I don't really take him serious as if he's like, oh man, I'm off that Seamoss. Like he might. A lot of people might think he's just joking.
Yeah.
Right,
you know.
Right.
Now, if NBA YoungBoy talking about he taking serious because he's serious about everything.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying Kodak Black's crazy. Like
yeah, like
if he's just out there,
Seamoss,
weird.
you would probably know it because I think all that craziness would kind of leave.
Yeah.
You know, like you start dealing with certain things, and you ain't crazy no more. And then, not to mention, you got to understand that a lot of people have to keep up with a life that they talking about. Like,
what you call already is doing that life for years, but she just ain't went to it that deep like that with everybody. Erykah Badu.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She just ain't hit it like we talking about, you know?
Yeah. I think I'm waiting for somebody like a Kendrick Lamar or somebody like that, or J. Cole.
But
those are two names really that if they start talking about it, then you kind of look at it a different way. I really think Lil Baby, to be honest with you, because he's somebody that really kind of speaks his mind about, like, he don't really care about what you're going to say. Like, he's going to be authentic about him.
Mm-hmm.
And a Big Sean or somebody, you know.
Is another one. Big Sean, I don't think people pretty much give Big Sean the credit where it should be, because he's actually a really real thoughtful as far as when it comes to rapping and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, Big Sean's another one. There's a few of them.
Yeah, you got quite a bit, man. All of these, one of them.
Bootsy, like somebody like Bootsy say, man, you know, I'm off this moss. You know what I'm saying? I'm double cupping the moss. You know, like that changes stuff too.
Now he did the water thing one time.
The water though. This is the thing is like Bootsy already got a water. He did
the water thing. He did real tough, man. He had the water lined up, and he was doing the alkalinity thing. I don't know if he's still doing it, but he was doing the alkalinity thing for real tough.
Mm-hmm.
And just think about you gotta understand something. Like, we wouldn't be having these conversations. We actually probably would be making a ton of money if Nipsey wouldn't have died.
Oh, who you telling?
True. Oh, 50 for the water. Hey,
yeah,
hold on. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, speak.
Go ahead. You got it.
Well, I was gonna say I see that Sean in Clubhouse, he was unmuting his mic. I thought he wanted to try and say something. So I want to give him an opportunity because I know you've been listening for so long. And
man, I was about to say a lot of rappers have been talking about it, but no one that really came on mainstream and just made like a big deal about it. Really, people say it like in their interviews, like Kevin Gates, Kim Kardashian, and Nipsey Hussle, Left Eye, Style P. A lot of people been talking about it, but they just never really just honed in on the fact of the benefits. Like you said, that dude named NBA, one of the younger guys that can really take over the younger generation, then it'll boom. But that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Well, with Kevin Gates is deep in the community. He actually the same nut milk that I was showing y'all last week. He actually, that's one of their biggest supporters is Kevin Gates. Like, you'll see if you go on their Instagram, he actually buying milk from them every week. Anytime he's in Atlanta, he stopped in and he actually gets the Seamoss milk.
So how long does the milk butter last? Because I'm curious about this now. It's got me all like, you know.
The milk, I now. Oh, like I put like you don't have a high shelf life for a milk.
Mm-hmm.
Like I drink it like really quick. all the time.
So the milk butter doesn't last long.
No, the nut milk don't last
Sure,
long.
nut milk.
Yeah, it only lasts like when I get mine, and they tend to try to make me a fresh batch. It's probably like 4 or 5 days shelf life.
That's still not too bad.
It's not bad. Like I tear it up in like a day or so.
Mm-hmm.
Like I stop myself from drinking it a lot of times. Like I'm going crazy on this milk.
Well, it's better to drink that than some of the stuff that they manufacture. You know, in St. Lucia, I don't know if I told you this already, Rick. They sell milk on the shelf.
Yeah, I remember we had that conversation when we were talking about. I forget what shelf. You were telling me that. I was like, they have milk on the shelf. You're like, yeah.
Yeah.
Shelf. I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah, milk on the shelf. And what was funny is I had bought it like 2 or 3, because my dad would say, go into town and buy all this stuff, right? So I bought it like maybe 2-3 times without, because I don't really drink milk, right? And so I bought it 2-3 times. And then I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not getting this out of the fridge. Like I'm going to the counter aisle and off the shelf. And yeah, and I think it had like a 6 months expiry date or something ridiculous. But I know it's like once you open it, then it spoils quickly. But you know what I mean?
I think I see where you can actually buy like almond milk, like silk almond milk, and it's not in the refrigerator. You can actually buy that. Like I've seen that before too.
Okay.
So yeah.
Because you know St. Lucia has a lot of cashews.
Yeah.
Milk on the shelf.
They have a lot of cashews.
Mm-hmm.
See, that I know that's one thing that they actually use as far as with their milk. They use a lot of cashews.
Yeah.
I did not order the milk this week. I'm about to send my order in just a minute. Hold on.
There's like cashews just grow wild there. Like I know guys that like when I was down there were guys that would just go pick the cashews and roast the cashews and then give me fresh roasted cashews that they roasted themselves. Like that's why I love that island. Like where can you go where you could just walk down the road and climb a tree and pick cashews? You know what I mean? Roast them and boom, bam, they're yours. You know, same with mangoes. You know, Ashton has a tamarind tree, and I used to pick tamarind tree on the way to town. Like there would be a tree, and sometimes I would just grab like a pod and just chew it on the way in to get some energy. Like, love it.
Hey, I even put tamarind. I make it a Seamoss tamarind.
Mm-hmm. Tamarind's really good, man.
Good. That sounds good.
I love tamarind. It is like to me my favorite sort of like fruit, vegetable, whatever. You know. Waddle do a lot of little vids putting Seamoss and shit. What? I'm not sure what the kid said.
Wallow? Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The artist.
Okay, Wale, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he been on the health kick because he actually was having issues for a minute as well, I believe, too. You know, like we say, a lot of times once we get to these certain points and we start having issues, we start trying to find the situation. You know, I actually told you the story about Left Eye. Like, that was somebody, like, she'd been on the Seamoss since 2000, like, when I didn't know what I was taking. Like, she was taking it at the same time I was taking it. Yeah, I think she actually was more aware of what she was taking more than what I was. I didn't know what I was taking, truthfully. I didn't know it was called bromide.
Bromide Plus.
Yeah. It's called bromide from Nature's Way. You know what I'm saying? You know, the yellow, like if people know, and you get the yellow bottle with the yellow writing on it, and I don't even know what symbol it was on that yellow bottle, but like then you start to know, oh, those were the products from way back in the day that everybody was taking the bromides, and when he was prescribing, when Dr. Say was prescribing them things back in 2002, 2003.
Wow.
Like, yeah, and so yeah, that's been a long journey. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what I was taking back then. I was just like, man, you know, cause you look at the stuff, but like there's certain, like, you know, we always knew what echinacea, and you might knew a couple herbs back then. I was only like in my early 20s, and so like I would be like, oh, okay, yeah, and then but when you started looking at Seamoss, I don't even think they were calling it Seamoss at the time. I think they were calling it Irish moss. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And then, but you really, like, I really wasn't putting two to two together. That's really what he was talking about. back then. I was like, I just need to take some stuff because I just don't want to eat this meat no more. I'm feeling off. Man, I was in the streets so bad and eating Wendy's every day because it was right down the street from where I lived at, and just needed a life change. I threw the Wendy's away, and then left out, and then all these people were telling me about Seamoss, and I need it. And then Dr. Sabi had his. I don't know if it was. I can't remember if it was his wife. I think it was his ex-wife and his daughter had a little spot right next to Little 5 Points in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And you go up these stairs, and they would break it down to you. And like I used to always tell people, if you go upstairs, you will not eat meat for a while after they have a conversation with you. Like that's how powerful they were. Like I remember me and my roommate went up there, and I was like 22, 23 at the time. He was like 18, 19, and she started talking about cheese and what cheese really was, and she would just tell us, do experiments, pour water on the cheese, it doesn't break, it doesn't do anything. She said, just think about that. That's going into your body. It's just sitting there. And then she went into chickens and eggs and all this stuff, and when they slaughterhouses and stuff like that, and what you put in your body and what they see going. Like, I was like, I left out of there. We went to the house. We threw everything away.
Everything. If it's like that, like I told you about forks over knives, don't watch until you're ready. Then.
I'm good now. Like after I listen, nothing else can even like you say, man. The way they explained it, like it's hard for anybody to top that, really. Like, cause I got scared afterwards. Like, what are we doing? We got parasites in our body. Like, I'm just like, cause she showed the meat in the Coke or the ham in the Coke. Like she put the ham out, you know what I'm saying? And she was like, just watch. It start moving on its own.
And you know what somebody do to me, man? I had somebody take a piece of, I forgot what it was a pork chop or a steak, and they took a McDonald's hamburger. They say, now put that McDonald's hamburger. She put it on the table and let it stay there all night. Do you know that dang on thing did not spoil?
It's not.
They have burgers
like there in the same form.
They have burgers that have been lasted for like 20 years and haven't molded.
Your insides, man. Boy, that just made me just think of my insides right there. Like that just sitting.
It's like sitting there.
And and that's probably why they had that thing where you had to chew 21 times. Like dude, you gotta chew your food up 20. Like how am I gonna chew something 21 times? That's like. But
break
you
it down.
Put it to a point where it's almost like dissolved. Pretty much for it to really digest through your system, and I started realizing that when they're like, okay, well, if you just and swallow it, that junk just sitting.
It's just sitting.
Like oh man.
But at the same time, I wonder, like, did they say 21 times because it just sounded better than saying 11 times? Because that happens a lot. Like they just make shit up in their head.
I think they did. I think they put some stuff in their mouth there.
Yeah. Hey, you notice you didn't chew it.
Yeah, it's all like I guess that's what happened.
And if you didn't chew it that much, when you swallowed it, it's like you swallowed a golf ball.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I didn't know what I was taking at first, man, but it was working. It was clearing me out. Like I was. Like, and then Dr. Sabi's diet at that time, it was strict. Like he would get on to you if you wanted to cook your food. Like he like that. Well, we didn't let you. Like it's almost like steam it. Like he would be all right with his steaming, but he didn't want to put no fire to your food at all. It was like everything was straight raw.
It's better for you.
Well, it was. Yeah, it's better for you. But boy, I'm 22 years old at the time.
Yeah, you think about that.
Man, I'm like, boy.
You're like, what a hot sauce at, man? What a seasoning salt and everything.
I don't even like salads like that. Like, Like, I don't even like salads like that. I'm like, man, you trying to tell me, and it just so happened that I ended up actually taking over a plate of smoothie. So, I was kind of in a good space. You know what I'm saying? So I can kind of supplement a lot of things, but then playing smoothie don't have the healthiest stuff. They got some good shakes. They got some good smoothies, but then to say that they're healthy, they're not that.
You know what? Actually got me into all this too, man. I got ill like 3 times, man.
Oh, really?
I got like terminally in my 20s. I got real ill, and then when I got in my 30s, then when I got in my 40s, then I turned around. I said, man, I need to jump on. I need to do something else. And then I did that, like you said, cleanse. I got hooked on doing cleanses. Next thing you know, my mind, I was just interested, like, what's this? What's that? Next thing you know, man, I got involved in herbs, and then I'm seeing the outcome. And so now I build tonics and detoxes. And somebody takes something, they give me a call. Like, man, what is it you gave me? Dirt? And I'm like, man, just keep drinking it. They're like, man, you done fed me some dirt, man.
I remember back at that time too. I think I got big on wheatgrass. Like that was big back then. Wheatgrass with ginger. Like, and so we would actually be playing smoothie, and I wish I call her my sister. She'll pop on here every now and then, but we used to take wheatgrass shots all day long. I'm talking like we drop wheatgrass and ginger into a thing and grind it up, and then it come out into the juice, and we had put some ginger in there too, and that thing, when you put that ginger with it, oh man, talk about open you up quick. Like I felt like one day I was gonna OD on wheatgrass shots. I think I might have took like 4 double shots, you know, and like that 4th one, like I'm no lie, my eyes got stuck on the side, like. And it felt like my eyes were wide open, and like they couldn't shut. And it felt like they got stuck on the sides. I'm like, my eyes feel like they're stuck.
It was bugging out.
It was some man.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I love wheatgrass, and to this day, I live off wheatgrass. I'm like, man, you got wheatgrass shot? Somebody tell me they got wheatgrass shots. I'm taking one.
You're done.
You never got used to the wheatgrass, man. I can do the ginger shots. I can build the ginger shots and do them, and I can do them all day long, man. And some people, man, I see them take that ginger shot, they straight to the bathroom.
I have a bestie, right?
It's a clean out. Like if you have anything, and see what I started realizing about the wheatgrass is that the people that had a lot of toxins in their body, it's like feel real bitter to them.
Yeah.
So it was like as soon as they take it, it was but them toxins are just they hitting them toxins quick.
Right.
Big thing about the wheatgrass shot, like you would always because I would always get people. I'm like, hey man, take a wheatgrass shot with me? Come on, take a wheatgrass shot with me. Hey, I'd be having customers like, hey, what did I just? I'm like, hey, I'm trying to just clear them toxins out, like you know.
I made my first tonic, man. I gave my first couple of tonics away, and a friend of mine, he took one of my tonics. I had maybe 15 herbals in it, and he took it. He said, man, you know, I can do this. I said, but he has illness, gastro and all this stuff. He said, I can do this. Guy turned around. He calls me. He said, hey, man, is this supposed to happen? I said, what? He said, man, I'm at work. I said, what you mean you're at work? I'm at work, man. I said, okay. He said, you gonna leave? He said, man, I can't get off the toilet, man.
Man, that thing were in my door.
But what he was, you know, if I knew he didn't tell me that he was that ill. I told him to tell me all this, you know, what was going on with it. And what it was doing, it was attacking everything in his body and was trying to, it wanted to eliminate. So it was like, get this out right now. I said, man, he said, well, I didn't tell you I had this and I had that. I said, well, I would have told you to stay home. He had a lot of things going on. He's brilliant right now, but he talk about that to the moon and back every time I see him. Like, man, you had me locked in the bathroom with a bottle.
Oh man, and that's about it. When you have all the toxins in your body, boy, when you have some stuff going on. Like, but that's the same way with Seamoss. A lot of people, when they first take Seamoss, they start they going back to back to back. They like, man, what's going on? I'm like, man,
yeah,
it's regulating that gut. You got a lot of stuff in your gut that need to get out.
I done seen nose runs. I done seen people taking it like, man, my nose. Is this supposed to happen? My nose is running like crazy.
Or the like I called the like I would sneeze. Like I would sneeze for like a good, I would say probably like at 10 minutes off, like nonstop. I'm like, what is going on? And I'm like, oh, this stuff is getting out my body.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, like, so it's always that's one of always the key things I ask somebody when they first take Seamoss. I say, did you have a sneeze attack?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I kind of did have. Like, I was like, yeah, you didn't know what was going on. You just started sneezing and kept on sneezing for a few minutes. Yeah, I did do that. I'm like, yeah, that's just it's trying to release, and it's going to release as quick as it possibly can.
Hawking up phlegm. That's just something. Hawking up everything right away. That stuff act fast, man. It act fast.
Definitely do. That's the love of it. That's the love of it. Like I always talk about that first time people take Seamoss and exactly what it did. Like,
yeah.
Like and the thing was, like, I think my girl told me I better stay on Seamoss. She was like, you know what, you need to stay on Seamoss. Like I was like, oh, really? What you trying to say? Like, what you trying to say? Like, no, it's that good. It's like, give you extra 10, 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like that. But you know what? I because I'm truthful, it's not even the 10, 15 minutes. It's actually being able to control yourself.
Yeah.
Like that's more than like you can. It's the control. Like you actually can control yourself. Like before that, it's like you just be out of control, and and you're not really in tune with your body.
That's your real blue pill.
Yeah, like you wouldn't be in tune with your body like that. And then I started taking Seamoss. It was like I know when hey, okay, let me lay off a little bit because all right, let me go back. I can do it. Okay, let me lay off a little bit. I'm going too crazy. All right, let me pull back. You know what I'm saying? So
the brain, it's the brain and the gut.
But that's what we're gonna call it. That it worked. It was working. I was like, man. Like, so that's why I always tell my homeboy, I'm like, bro, y'all don't even understand. Like, I'm like, I'm on a level right now. Like,
I saw one guy in Alabama. I saw one in Alabama, man. He was talking about that. He said, all I know is, man, when I took it, he said, man, she told me to go to bed.
Like, you be on a whole nother level with it. Like that's what, like, and then it's like, okay, so then now it's like, all right, I'm like, you start to really start feeling yourself. So like, hey, man, let me go ahead and, what I'm saying, let me go ahead and, like, my knees don't hurt that much no more. Let me go ahead and try this new situation out. Let me go ahead and let me see if I can do this, man. I started trying all that. I ain't tried it like last 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 40-something. I'm 40. About to be 44 years old, so I'm trying to go back to my old player days. Like I'm like, man,
yeah,
bro,
yeah, because I be doing things too, man. And sometimes I find myself doing something since I've been doing so much stuff. Now my kids be looking at me like, for real.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's why I used to always say, hey, because some people used to ask. Some people used to ask, like, hey, what does Seamoss do for you? I was like, you know what? It's better to ask my girl what the Seamoss do for me. I'm like, baby, what that Seamoss do? And she's like, ooh. And then I'm like, there you go.
When I was younger.
Just made up a new shirt, man.
Yeah.
There's some shirts that say what that Seamoss do.
She actually, I don't know if she has it on right now. She like Like she has a shirt that says, "I would talk to you if you was off that moss."
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's what
like, that's what her shirt is.
I was gonna say. When I was younger, I used to have a buddy that would make the Irish Mouse drink and bring it up from Bermuda, and my wife would get mad when she see him. Like, don't give that to him. I don't want that. Like,
That's the no-no.
He's good.
See,
Okay, he's good.
That's what happened with the Bebande. Once I actually graduated and went up to the Bebande, and once I graduated and went up to the Bebande, then it was like, okay, Rick, you going out of control now.
Yeah, that's too much.
Like no, I was seriously, I was out of control. But the crazy part is that she liked the Bebande more than I liked the Bebande.
Yeah. Like
she was like, I gave her some, and I knew the difference. I was like, hold on. I be trying to give it to her all the time. Now I'm like, hey, check this. Like, cause she went crazy. I'm like, what? And I know she probably was like, Rick, I can't believe you just talked about this, but she knows me, so she knows I have no filter. But yeah, she like when I say she loved, I'm like, it worked for you too? She's like, yes. I'm like, that's all I need to know.
Oh shit.
This is our next product. Like,
so.
But I'm gonna tell you something else I have though too.
What?
That I was waiting for a few months. The royal honey. Oh
yeah, you mentioned that to me.
Yes, I got the royal honey. It came in. I haven't even touched it though. Yeah, I'm kind of scared to touch it. Like I'm supposed to be putting it on a new website. So I'm gonna put it on a new website. But yeah, I'm gonna try it out.
You might have to get some feedback letters from the first few buyers.
Yeah, like I heard that stuff is potent. Hold on, I bought a whole bunch of it. I'm about to go up there and get some.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, before you get into that, right? I don't know if you saw this. Did you see me playing around with this? So, and I'm going to touch on it quickly so you can get back to the Boy Blonde. So, what this was an experiment that I was working on. I don't know if I can show that quickly. So, I took a bunch of the salt that came off the Seamoss, and I put it in some water, and I let it soak in there, right? Because basically I wanted to see what was in the salt, right? And what I found was, like, first of all, it's got fucking dirt, like a bunch of microscopic crap. So for me, I wouldn't I wouldn't recommend anybody using the salt to consume it like internally, right? But what was interesting about the test that I did, and I don't know if you guys can see this on the Instagram. I'll bring the camera quickly. Actually, let me switch. Oh shit! I just made a whole bunch of mess. Let me switch the camera. So, do you see that?
Yeah.
So you know how everybody talks about how they add salt to it? They don't add salt to it. This is the salt from the water. And so what happens is when they dry it, these salt crystals form. And I think part of it is because they have the Seamoss sitting there for like so long. You know what I mean? And it's got so much of the seawater moisture that as it dries, these crystals just form naturally. Because I was one of those guys too that was against the rock and stuff. But when you look at that crystal. Does that not look exactly like the stuff that's on the Seamoss?
Yeah, so what I used to see is like because a lot of people are like, well, I see the salt trying to clump up. I'm like, well, if it's in a bag, that's what it's going to end up doing. It's going to end up, once it hits the other salt, it's going to pretty much combine itself and it's going to kind of.
But I think it's because there's so much moisture that it allows the crystals to form like that. And when you're doing the other Seamoss, like the ones that we have that are drier, these don't get a chance to form because the moisture is gone.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Because what I did was I basically left this scooper or whatever in the bucket because I wanted to see what would happen to the water as the debris settled. And then and I wanted to see how much debris was in there. And look at that. That's all that's in the sea salt. So I don't recommend anybody eat this because this stuff is so. There's no way to kind of remove that from the salt. So, but so yeah, as I was saying, that's how I think the salt's being formed. And like, I don't know. I don't think you can really see it that well here, but for me, it's like I see large blocks. Like if you see how these crystals are formed, they're like stacking on top of each other. It's like really cool to watch.
Yeah, it's kind of looks like it's stuck to the, like it's not even gonna come off. Like if you can kind of shake it and everything, it's not gonna really move like that.
Yeah.
You got on a different. Wow.
Yeah. So you see how this is like a cluster of different blocks, or maybe this is a good one. See? I'm gonna invest in a microscope because I'd really love to see what's in this salt. You know what I mean? Like on a microscopic level, or even look at Seamoss on a microscope level.
Like you actually turned me on to something that I really didn't think about because Crystal making the bath bombs.
Mm-hmm.
You said, "Hey, why don't you use the salt from the Seamoss?" I was like, "Huh?" And then I started thinking, I'm like, you know what? That's probably genius. I be just throwing away the salt. Like I don't really be.
Keep the salt, bro.
I be throwing the salt. I was like, man, get the. I dump it like this out.
Mm-hmm. No, I keep all the salt, everything.
Let me see. All right, so yeah, this is this honey that I got. Okay, so this is what I found out, and so there's a lot of people have royal honey, like the yellow box royal honey. Mm-hmm. But I learned that most of them are fake because you can't even get royal honey into the States anymore. It's like bans in the States, and that's one thing I found out because I was trying to get. I'm like, I need royal honey. They were like, no, I like to go straight to the source. So when they say royal honey is from Malaysia, I went straight to Malaysia. Mm-hmm. And I was contacting everybody in Malaysia, and what happened was like once you get to the point where you're about to pay and you send them your address, then everybody switches up on you. Like they're like, oh no, well we know we can't send it out, but there's only one company that's like, well we have a product that we can send because they banned the other ones, and so this was it. Like this is the only one they like. Well, this is the only one that's gonna pass, and you know that you're gonna make it through customs. Mm-hmm. So, but I was crazy to find out that this one little small packet right here, like, so when I first started looking for royal honey, somebody was gonna charge me $7 for a packet like this. Mm-hmm. They said I only could take half of it, and it's gonna last me for 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, okay. You be ready for 3 days straight. I'm still, but yeah, I bought a few boxes. I'm like, okay, I'm about to buy a few boxes of these and see what happens. But yeah, it's just this one little small packet cost $7. Mm. But it's kind of like getting little rhino pills from the convenience store.
Night Rider.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Night Rider.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't act like you ain't never bought one or you ain't.
I've seen them, but I've never bought. Dude, I'm too scared to put that kind of shit into. Like, I don't know what that stuff is.
I did before.
Get liver cancer or something.
Like, okay, so this is the thing. Like, and I was probably about I think I was probably like early 30s. You know, I think I was late 20s, and I actually took one, right? And when I say I was just like, I was in the bed and my heart was just beat. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm like, you know, and it like you have to, like, you better be ready to perform if you take one of them. You can't, she better not cancel. I just put it like that. She better not cancel on you. Because if she cancels, you in trouble.
You gonna run around a block or something?
Man, I don't know. Like I was scared to get out the bed. I was like, man, I don't even know what to do. Like, I don't even know what to do, man. So yeah, so I'm gonna take this sooner or later. It might be too long.
How long?
Okay, so half of this is supposed to last you for like 3 days. Let me make sure I read the box correctly. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy. Okay, you can actually take one. You can actually take one of these every 3 days. So really, what they're saying, like, you only want to take half of this at a time, because if you take the whole entire thing,
There'll be problems.
Yeah, like you're gonna be back to back, back to back. He's like, oh man.
You'll see your lady running in the streets. No, stop.
I'm still trying to act like I'm young, but we got like 6 kids, and I can't be having no more messed up, no more. I can't mess up no more times. Like
6 kids. What are you building, an army?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, even to the point, like, but you gotta understand something. My last baby was straight off of Seamoss.
Yeah.
Yeah, last baby was straight off of Seamoss. I'm like, man, I'm about to be 44. I'm like, okay, sooner or later, my body's supposed to stop, but I'm kicking in like even more, like bang, bang. Like I'm like, oh shoot, and you got, like, I'm feeling like I'm in my prime right about now. Like, I'm like,
boom, man.
Yeah, I'm like, boy, oh boy, exactly.
Ricky the baby maker.
I'm in my prime right about now. I'm taking Royal Honey. I'm taking Seamoss. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, shoot. Hey, that's what.
Hide your wife, hide your kids.
Okay, so if you follow my Seamoss journey, then you understand my son's what? He's about to be 2. No, he's like 16, 17 months. She's going to get mad at me because I don't got it all the way down. But he's like 17 months right now. No, wait, he's 18 months. So he's 18 months right about now. I've been doing Seamoss for like 2.5 years. Around 2.5 years. So you start doing the math. Like, what it was is that I started taking Seamoss, and like, I would say probably within a month of me taking Seamoss, she got pregnant.
Wow. Hey, that's gonna be he gonna be on that tightrope. He's gonna be the one that keep you on the ropes.
But he is, boy. Oh, wow. He is turned up. Like, that's my road dog all day long. Like, when I be doing my capsule and everything, like, he be right here, right next to me, and get, like, like, man, he is on a whole nother level. With I was like, boy, like, this is like, you know how they say the pandemic babies are different.
Yeah.
This is a pandemic Seamoss baby. It's a whole nother different level of.
That was with me, man. When I first took Seamoss, I'll tell you like this. When I first took it, I was like, man, people talking about this and the other. Next thing you know, man, for about a week or two, I found myself up by myself at night, looking out the window, and I'm like, man, what the heck?
Yeah.
Hey, and I only had like a few hours of sleep. I'm still popping back up like, man, should I have took that? You know? And eventually died down, but it still kept me up there. But them first couple weeks, man, I was wired.
But, man, I was super wired. I didn't know, like, that's why I started telling everybody, like, man, I don't even know, but like, I went out to, like, I'm in the streets. I'm like, bruh, I took some Seamoss. They're like, what?
Hey,
Seamoss.
Hey, and I was just became a technician when I first started. So I'm in the shop, man. I'm on the creeper. Because before I start doing what I'm doing now, man, I got the young guys. They looking at me like, man, you okay? I said, what you mean? I'm on the creeper, man. They see me zoom up under the truck. I zoom back, and then they're like old school moving, man. I wonder if you own something. I said, what y'all say? This ain't nothing. I'm on that Seamoss.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you gotta tell them on that Seamoss.
Hey, I think you muted.
Oh,
Oh, hold on, there you go. Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, I played football half my life, so I got bad knees, right? And so I'm starting to do stuff like I know my knees ain't supposed to be ready for this. Man, I'm running up steps. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh man, I'm like, boy, my knee getting back right. I was like, oh, like I went outside, ran a 40-yard dash. I was like, okay, I think I might be back. I might be back right. Like I'm, you know, I thought. Yeah, I'm like, I'm about to get back, right? I'm like, and you know, I started like, man, I'm about to get back in the gym. I'm about to do boom. I'm like, oh man, I was like, man, what's the knees starting to get? You can't tell me.
It's just like Safety said, and you fall into your knees.
Yeah, like it ain't done. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is okay. No, let me not exaggerate because. Like I do some extra stuff, and I be fine the next night. The next night might not be as like the next night might not be as strong as what it was first night. But it's like normally I wouldn't be able to walk if I did what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? So I'd be like. I'm like, shoot, I'm able to walk. I'm like, I'm a little stiff, you know. I got a little, like, you know, I ain't did that in a while, you know what I'm saying? But other than that, I'm bouncing back the right way. Man, I was, like, I tell you, man, Seamoss changed my life. Like, it's like somebody that you start taking, you like, and I always tell people, like, I know Seamoss is good because the first Seamoss I took was bad Seamoss.
Yeah.
Good work.
Well, I took some bad Seamoss, man. I ain't gonna say it was first, and man, I think I said, damn, is my stomach supposed to feel like that? I said, well, maybe it's just the moss. And I actually, with what you said, I took some bad moss, man, had my stomach turning. It was the moss.
It was the moss. Yeah, these things, well, I don't even know what to say about these.
$7.
$7. I'm not going. You know, but this is a crazy thing. So a lot of times I buy stuff like this and won't even put it on the market. I be in here taking it.
And see, you know what? we probably gonna hear you say a story about you done combine it with the Seamoss and you done put it with the Moringa. Hey, she gonna wake up and see you on top of the ceiling. You gonna
okay, so tonight I'm actually as soon as I get off this live, like I'm supposed to be making me and I'm not gonna put this in it, but I'm supposed to be making like a powder blend. And so I already got ashwagandha and macaroon over there. And so I'm actually and Julien probably knows what I'm about to say as well. Like, so I got this other capsule that I'm supposed to be coming out with, but I'm supposed to be asking the people to come up with a name for this one too. I might as well start it on this live. So I have one that actually has, because I done turned the babande into a powder form. So I got the ashwagandha, I got the Seamoss, I got the macaroon, and I got the babande.
What about the yohimbe, man?
Okay, so this is the thing about babande. Babande is really like yohimbe. It's like the strong version of yohimbe. I would say. Like, boy, oh boy.
Yeah,
boy button days. They say that's the name right there.
What's that?
That's the name right there.
Boy, oh boy.
No, boy, oh boy.
Boy, oh boy. That's one of them. See, Julien, what's the name that I came up with?
That boy.
That boy is. Oh, it was Man Up.
Oh, Man Up. Yeah.
Man Up. Hey. So now, like, there's a couple of them. Like, I'm just really trying to find the one that I'm gonna talk. What's that?
What'd you say, Yusuf?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, someone's saying something. Maybe it's the echo.
No, I think it went.
No. That's probably the
No, they got other driving.
Oh, the guys outside. We could hear the driver. Because I could hear someone yelling, and I thought you were like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Hey, you did the same thing, man. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, boy, oh boy, that sounds that might be it. That boy, oh boy.
Hey, bro, my bad for sending you that stuff late at night like that. I thought that was your boy. Message. I sent it to the wrong person.
Man, I was looking, I'm like, I know I just seen him on the live. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, he must be sending me everything from the live. So I'm starting to go look through. I'm like, okay, I must have missed a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm going through. I'm like, hey, I'm like, hold on. Like,
Look at
and so I started, me, I started saving pages. I'm like, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna come back to this. I'm gonna come back to this one too.
look. Candy says, "What about whoop? There it is."
Oh. See, this is I'm gonna have fun with this one. I don't even know what I'm gonna call this one, to be honest.
But that would be a good tune for like a reel or some kind of content commercial. Whoop, there it is. Whoop. You know, you're like, whoop.
Yeah, and how would you do that commercial?
I don't know. Something where like you turn around and you knock something over.
So this is my only problem right now is that I don't know how much babande I want to put in this because I don't want to go crazy with the babande.
Bro, you send people to the hospital.
I
Yeah,
know.
it'd be at the clinic, man.
No, I shit you not. Like that's the biggest urban sort of story around this stuff is that if you take too much, then your shit won't go down and you have to go to the hospital and get it drained.
Yeah, that herb pound.
Yeah.
Y'all got me scared, bro.
Hey, man, it ain't that bad. You leave that raw honey off of it.
You know, like the best thing is they say they come back quicker if they OD.
That exactly how it is. Somebody OD and then everybody want the product.
You're gonna have.
Like, that killed him.
Can you picture that on the news, dude? I'm watching Atlanta. I'm gonna watch the Atlanta news after you drop the product, and it's like hospital reports an influx of our hospitals are getting overwhelmed.
Gave me a bad batch.
Yeah.
Now, y'all gave me a bad batch. I'm like,
hey, bro, I'm surprised Julien up after I gave him both of those websites.
Yeah. I haven't. I spent some time on it. I have to go back to it.
That's the wrong person to give a website to.
Oh, you checked them out? I gave them to you too.
Which ones?
With the free books.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you didn't know about that website?
Website with free books too. Somebody sent that to me.
Yeah, it's called PDF something, right?
PDFdrive.com or something.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I gave them two. But the book I sent you is on there about the Seamoss, the seaweed. You saw that?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Rick?
Rick.
Yeah.
What's that?
I sent you that book with the seaweed.
Yeah.
Bioavailable seaweed.
That's what you sent me, right? The last one you sent. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good book.
Okay. See.
I sent it to you on WhatsApp. No, not WhatsApp.
It's on me on Instagram.
Clubhouse. So it don't allow me to put the link in Clubhouse. On Instagram, the other website. But I sent it to you on Clubhouse.
Okay. I knew I seen it some way that you sent a whole bunch of them, but I remember the last one. But I think it went through my Instagram though.
No, it don't. It can't go through that. One can go through, but the other one, you're not allowed to post it.
Okay, hold on.
Let me see if I sent it to your club. Hold on.
He's going. I was going like, what happened to him? He's on the thing. He's probably got the. He left his app, so it's paused. What was I trying to do? Oh, he left. That was it. I'm trying to add the link to you so I can share it with you guys.
You got it on there. PDF drive?
Yeah, I have it there in Instagram, but I wanted to add it to those watching in Clubhouse, listening to it in Clubhouse. But it's just how it is. pdrive, drive.com. Oh, look, Yusuf's back. And so you search there is so many different books that I found. And that was the thing. I think, Yusuf, I kind of forgot about it. Like, it was so late when we were doing that information. I woke up, I never went back to it. And I appreciate you, like, bringing it up again, because, like, there were so many books.
Oh, I didn't brought it up again. He about the
Look,
OD.
Yeah, look at Rick. Rick is just like, oh,
Rick about the OD too. Look at his eyes.
I didn't see that.
He's like, I gotta go. I hear my mom calling me.
I was on live for a second. I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can get the encyclopedia herbs and stuff on there as well.
Oh.
Yeah, you can get National Geographic's herbal medicine book as well on it, because I got the hard copies and PDFs.
I'm about to put this on my health food store.
You got both of them, huh?
What's that?
You got both of the websites?
I'm on PDF Drive right now. What's the other website? Hold on. I don't need to miss none of this.
Both of them, and they got apps on the App Store too.
Oh man.
If you
they got both of those have apps on the App Store. One you can get from the App Store. I think the other one you got to download from the website. What is the app?
I'm about to OD.
Look at
I
this.
got both of them on my phone.
Seaweeds, edible, available, and sustainable.
That's the number one book everybody that deal with Seamoss need.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
that book.
Which one is that on? Is that on PDF Drive?
Yeah. So
He's on both of them. I downloaded it yesterday too.
Search Seaweeds instead of Seamoss. You'll find more books. Dude, you'll pop a boner when you see all the books.
They got every single thing about it, ins and out, how it grow, the time of the year, how the spores come out, all of that. Like, they got everything.
Look, they have an International Seaweed Symposium. And this is the 18th one. This is what it kills me. Like I try to tell people, it's like, you guys act like Dr. Sebi made Seamoss popular to you. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's been around.
Got to say that he just spoke a certain language that we understood.
Yeah.
Yeah. He made it cool.
You know, he looked like
he made it cool for us.
He looked like your uncle that used to be in the streets and then got out the streets and started living his life right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh man. This is about.
Oh shit. PDF Drive.
Bioactive seaweeds for food applications. Natural ingredients for healthy diets.
Hey, I think I want you guys to give a shout out to my partner. He's on the line. He doesn't come on these live streams too often. So that's Boss Seamoss. Yeah, Boss Seamoss is out there. If he's still watching.
That's him? Oh, okay. I see your partner up there.
Yeah.
Who out there?
Ashen, I think he's probably gone now. But when you see Boss Seamoss,
he said send him the links for the books.
Yeah, so that's what he did, and I also sent it to him privately.
Well, bro, the bioavailable book, that's a good book about seaweeds, man.
All these books look crazy.
Oh shit! I forgot I got a sign.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at that.
Man.
Food applications, natural ingredient for healthy diets. Okay, that looks like it might be a good one.
There's like 80 pages of books, bro.
bro, I'm like, I'm gonna have to put all these on a list. I'm gonna download all these.
Seaweed in health and disease prevention.
Caribbean vegan, meat, free, dairy free, authentic.
What you mean? Oh, 20. Oh, my bad, y'all.
Yeah, put it on mute there. You're interrupting us. Have some respect there, Yusuf. Put us. I'm kidding.
Oh, your boy loading at the top.
Yeah. I think he went.
Look at him, y'all.
He left the screen.
Looking at a book. Oh man, look at him.
That's what it is.
58 million books on it. Look at all them books. I'm about to die.
Look, that's it. He's like, I heard my mom calling me. I gotta go. I used to always do that when I wanted to leave and I didn't know how to like give an excuse. Or the best one is I would always tell people I have to go take a dump, and that's like. You know, you have those guys on the phone that just they never like. You'd be like, I gotta go, and they're like, oh, well, wait, just one more minute.
Yeah,
Like, fuck,
say it now because when I get on the phone with you, I'll be acting. I'll be like, I already know what he's like, I got a phone call.
No. Honestly, when I gotta go, I do. Otherwise, I would sit on the phone with you all day, bro. You know what I mean?
Because I'll sit here, I'll talk Julien head off.
Yeah, but I talk your head off too, man.
I'll talk Julien head off all night.
Yeah, I don't mind it. The only people that mind it is my family because I walk around with you on speakerphone and I'm like, no. So they hear everything. She's like,
I know your wife. Like, is he telling you another story?
She's like, I'm getting you some AirPods. You need some fucking headphones. So it's like I got them, baby. I just never wear them.
So she just walks out the room now. Like, who are you talking to, Julien? Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That'll be a couple hours.
Now, it looked like he looking at the websites too. He trying to look at the phone, but he looking at the computer.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey,
I put my phone down.
Books for days, man.
I put my phone down. See, the thing, okay, I'm going to tell you, and I'm just going to give me a...
He put the phone down with the laptop over.
My phone getting a low battery, so I'm going to let it die on y'all. And just see me that I'm just out. That means my phone died. That means...
All right.
Hey, man, that's what just happened to me because Julien had to dip me back in. My phone going dead.
Oh, yeah. Shit.
Well, I'm going to let it die tonight.
See, I'm not like you guys. I think ahead. I use a charger. There's this thing called a charger.
Hey,
you can plug it in your phone and use it at the same time.
Them books, so he gonna take it off the charger now.
No, I took mine off the charger. I'm like, I'm gonna let mine die out on. And I'm not. I'm being truthful. Like, hey man, my phone about to go dead, man. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
Meanwhile, 2 days later, you're still up reading books.
So, don't act like I didn't warn y'all that it was gonna.
Hey, I just let's ask the people in the clubhouse because they've been sitting there nicely if they have any questions. I want to make sure we're being because it's so easy to get caught up just talking in the room, right? But hey, Rio and Chris,
Clubhouse needs video.
huh? Clubhouse does need, but then it wouldn't be Clubhouse anymore. You know?
Yes, it would. Everybody picture would be a video. It don't gotta be big like this. Is just be the picture, the icon. They got an app like that too. I forgot what it's called though.
Really? I never knew that.
That probably be all right for this room, but for other room, man, there'd be a whole bunch of BS going on.
Some of those rooms, I'm just like, I'm embarrassed. Like, this is black people in here? Like, what?
Okay. So this is what I'm going to say about Clubhouse is that, like, I know people go on Clubhouse, and I don't care if these dudes get mad at me, but there's a whole bunch of men on here arguing like little bitty girls. Yeah. And then they starting to sound like, hey, man, y'all, one at a time. I'm like, man. Is y'all over here arguing like little girls, gossiping, arguing like?
It's always black against black or women against men on there all the time. That's crazy.
No.
Like, what? And at first I used to like Clubhouse. I'm like, okay, let me go ahead. I figured somebody would get some information out and stuff like that. But now just like joking.
No, bro. the morning time, if you're looking for business, they be on there in the morning, about 5 o'clock in the morning. If they talk about real estate, marketing, they talk about credit, bro, they going deep. I be on Clubhouse every morning just for that. They going deep on that.
I listen to Clubhouse in the morning sometimes for that.
Like, anytime I'm like, man, are they talking about Megan Thee Stallion and some dudes talking about Megan Thee Stallion?
Yeah, no. Megan Thee Stallion, what's the dude name? What's the dude name that the women's arch enemy right now? Kevin Sang. They love talking about him.
Oh, that guy's a badass. I love that guy. He's for real, for real.
Or somebody like Charleston White or Whack 100, like, you know, them.
Yeah.
Like, them the most notorious, hated people. I'm not going to even say nothing else about him. We ain't going to
listen. I don't want to get canceled, okay?
Say his name again. The views ain't going to pop up out a million.
They can't.
No, because then they're going to. Then we're going to start acting like them, and I don't want to start acting like them.
I don't want to get canceled.
Conversation right there. We on Seamoss.
That's it. We're on the positive stuff.
We're on Seamoss.
But
we are not to that.
But hey, I wanted to ask, make sure, Christine, if you had any questions, you got a chance to ask them. And Rio, how you been doing? I hope all is well and stuff.
Hey, you know, you're not going to get canceled here, but I'm so weird. I don't know what's wrong with my screen. I only see you and Rio. I don't know where it's been like that all night. I left and came back. It's still like that. I don't see anybody else.
It's the power of technology. All right. So I am sitting here. I wish I could show you like the. So I have my laptop, I have my iPad, and I have my phone. And so I'm doing.
People with you. Okay.
Yeah. So they're talking to us on a group chat on Instagram. And then and then I'm also live streaming on YouTube and Facebook.
Look at you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm putting it out there, getting the message. I need everybody to, you know what I mean, learn more about Seamoss and, you know, reach the masses.
Oh my God, I need help so bad. I want to really push this, and I've been doing nothing because you know where I got stuck? It's so stupid but true, and it's just laziness. It's just branding.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm not going out there until I have my brand. Because, I mean, I don't know how you can. But, I mean, I have a marketing background, and it just stops me up because it's so simple, it's stupid, and then it's not. It gets so complicated in your mind. But anyway.
What's the challenging you're having with the brand? Because really, the brand is what you create it to be, in a sense, right?
I know.
Man, what is going on here?
Oh, man, what type of app you got?
Hold on, guys. I'm in the middle of talking, and you're interrupting with a monkey. That is so offensive.
I didn't hear what they said.
So, because he's on the Instagram, so he's like, "Hey, what's going on here?" And he came in with a monkey filter, so he looked like a monkey.
Oh, gotcha.
He's just being a joker.
No, seriously, it's brand and then distribution for me. Like, it's just me not doing my homework, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's me just doing my lazy thing. But I've got Seamoss has done so much for me and for.
So she has a logo and everything?
Sorry, Rick, what?
So she already has her logo and everything. She just kind of.
No, that's the thing. I'm not doing it. I need to do it. That's where I get stuck. I haven't even done my logo. I'm not doing anything.
So what's the name of your company?
Seamoss. Exactly, nothing.
I don't mean to laugh, but it's just the way you said it. Like you're like nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem.
But you got the desire. That's number one.
Oh, I'm doing. No, I really want to do this because I'm not joking you. I was sick as hell. And Seamoss helped me so much. And you know, I'm actually doing a lot of I'm doing a nutrition certification and some other stuff, and it's just, you know, I've got a lot going on because I completely shifted my entire life. But I want to, so it's not like I'm just doing nothing, but I have a lot of Seamoss here, and I had plans to push it a lot sooner than I have.
Did you buy the Seamoss for me?
No, I had this before I knew about you.
Not that it matters, but I was kind of doing a joke first, but I wanted to make sure before I made the joke.
No, I was on your room like maybe a month or two ago is when I first learned about you, and I'd already had this Seamoss, and I had asked you the questions about the differences between the Gracilaria, the Condus crispus, and blah blah blah. I got a few books. A couple of your friends sent me some good links, and it was really super helpful.
Probably Yusuf, yeah.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And so I've got all the stuff I need, but I really, really want to do this. It's almost like I need somebody to just help me one-on-one. I don't know what the heck to do.
So my question would be, actually, where are you located at?
Dayton, Ohio.
Okay, another Ohio person, wonderful.
Yeah. Rick's originally from Ohio. You're talking.
No, I'm Iowa, but I got a lot of family members.
I thought it was Ohio. Sorry, Iowa, Ohio. But
wait a minute. Okay, so Dayton, Ohio, and you're saying that you're taking classes like herbalist classes or nutrition classes?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I'm taking a holistic. It's a completely plant-based nutrition certification. But there's an herbal component to it. And another thing I've been doing on the side is making herbal tinctures. I do those more autoimmune related. Like I do, right now I'm making cat's claw, I make ashwagandha, I make nettle leaf, I make mullein leaf. I say that wrong. I make, God, I'm forgetting another one that I do. What the heck? Anyway, I've been making a couple herbals that I don't distribute them. I've just been using them for myself and family right now, and I've been playing with herbal tinctures, alcohol based and glycerin based. Just trying to really dig into the differences. When you're dealing with stuff like I was bedridden for 2 years with autoimmune conditions that I turned around and I'm fully functional again, and I really shouldn't be. If I should change my profile picture to here, I'll do this. I'll change my profile picture to what I look like before. I'm not going to show you my face. I can't do that. I'll show you my feet. But I think I did this before in the room. Maybe we got talking about this.
No, I remember you talking about the journey that you went through. But you can show it to other people. That's fine.
Yeah, I did it again. I got super sick. And a lot of these herbals helped me. Seamoss helped me. And so I've just been playing with this stuff because it's not what I did before. But anyway, I really want to get into making a living out of this because I can't go back to what I was doing before. I'll just get sick again because I was in sales for 20 years. I was in medical sales, so a lot of this is natural to me from a sales perspective. But I don't want to travel again, and I don't want to get into the running with the horses and the medical sales and out all night with the drinks and the food and the travel. It doesn't work for health.
It's not good for you. So go ahead, Rick. Rick, did you want to ask something or?
Well, my first question, my next question would be is, so you actually, because it sounds like where you're actually stumbling, that you're actually stumbling as far as a name for your brand, really.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's everything. It's focus for sure. I mean, I don't think it's that hard if I was to focus on it. I just need to employ the right person from a branding perspective. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that myself. And then...
well, maybe you might want to reach out to Rick because not only has Rick got some of the branding down where he's got the guys with the designers and the labels and stuff like that, that's part of his sort of like angle in a sense where he sells a lot of these different products that he white labels. And it's just a matter of you putting the label. And part of it, I think, is that listening to you is one of the reasons that you might not be getting going is because in order for you to get to the area you want or the way you're getting there, you want to employ certain people to do the work to help you because they're experts, right? But you haven't found...
That's kind of how I roll. I don't try to reinvent the wheel. You know what I mean?
I get it. And so in some ways, you haven't found the experts, but,
I think
he's one.
your biggest thing is that you want to stay with herbals, like as far as your herbal tinctures and things of that nature. I would actually, because that's where you're kind of, I think your expertise is going to be as far as your herbal tinctures and things of that nature. And I would say first things to like stay as far as your path and what you're actually spending a lot of your time with is on your herbal tinctures and perfecting them. Once you actually perfect those, like while we were talking, I kind of listened to what you're saying, and I started going. I'm a GoDaddy, like I go to GoDaddy for everything. Like as soon as you start talking, I was kind of like, okay, so yours should be Life Shift Herbals, because what it is, like the path that you're saying is a life shifting thing for you, and what you're doing, you're creating herbals. So it's more of that's a quick brand for you. I would actually look in something like that. It doesn't have to be Life Shift Herbals, but I've seen that it only costs 0.01 penny to get it. So it's like you can actually get your first thing is that you want something that somebody can go to quick as far as going to your website. Life Shift Herbals is something that somebody can remember quickly.
I like that one. That's good.
What's that?
She likes the name.
So Life Shift Herbals. Now once you buy the web domain, now you start to brand off the Life Shift Herbals. So now you already have herbals. So only thing you start to do after that is pretty much start going and forming how you want your brand exactly fit for you. So you already be doing your herbals as far as that, and then you say, okay, well, I want to incorporate this, and then you start to go from there. But truthfully, I think that was actually the first start. Like really, to me, always branding starts with the name of my company, and actually being able to get that domain name for my company. So you can get the domain name for your company, because that's where your traffic is going to end up going to. Most of your traffic is going to end up going to your website. And so you have to have a website that's easy to get. Like that one's actually super easy to get. You'll probably be able to get it for 5 years for less than $100. And then to brand it, as far as just come up with the logo is very simple for that. And it kind of go from there. But I think you're on the right path. If you want to go ahead and do that, like you can just go into GoDaddy right now and you can find Life Shift Herbals, and it costs 0.01 cents a year.
I have a question, though, Ricky. Is this something like a service that you could maybe? Because one of the things when I was listening to her is like she's got the experience to figure out the name, the label, and all that kind of stuff, and which I think you tremendously helped her with that area. But part of it is being motivated, because a lot of the work that she wants to get done, she knows she's got to find someone to do it. Now, I know you have all that stuff in place, right? If you can maybe have a couple meetings with her and figure out the branding and the labeling, because she's going to get someone to go get the labeling already. You know a guy. She's going to get someone to put the labels on the product. Like, you're not planning to put the labels on the product yourself, are you, Christine? Or
no, I don't think so. And I would be glad to pay for help.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like you guys could like partner up in some ways, and you be sort of like the back end, the sort of like the support, supply support to all her products. You know what I mean? And all she's got to do is go out and market it.
It's always definitely something that I'm into. I do this for fun.
Yeah.
Like, this is like that right there was fun for me. So
I like that name. That's good.
Yeah, you guys can even come up with new products.
Yeah, like now, because when you say herbal tinctures, like the crazy thing about it is that I've been making tinctures all day long.
I saw your eyes lit up when she said tinctures.
Yeah, I've been making Seamoss tinctures all day long. So, like, I was like, ooh, tinctures.
Yeah, I'm telling you, when I switched from taking, when I was so sick, I was bedridden for 2 years. It was awful. And I was taking, I'm not joking you, at some point I was at $800 a month in supplements. Who has that?
Wow, $800 a month.
She was in my boat because I was bedridden for a whole year. That's what changed me around to this.
That's crazy. Before we get into like speaking more, I just want to repeat something that Candy was saying because it's great information. She said, "Pick your niche. Autoimmune disease has a big community already, and in the next 2 to 3 years, you will see an increase in autoimmune disease from long COVID. Plus, you have sales experience. You just have to position yourself in that lane. That will help you stay focused on one part. Thank you for sharing."
I love that.
Yeah. And then she was like, "That's a gem. Better run with that. Life Shift Turfles." And
I love that one. I agree with you. Life Shift is a gem because it's so funny. I mean, you need to be. I remember this, just dealing with marketing and medicine for as long as I did, but it doesn't matter marketing anywhere. You've got 3 seconds of somebody's mind, 3 seconds, and that's it. When they're reading something and walking by, and it has to make sense. And actually, Life Shift does make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the first thing that kind of caught my attention when you were saying that you had a life shifting situation that had to happen, and that's that's what caught me is life shifting. So,
but
yeah,
the kind of supplements. I was taking $800 a month, I say, and in supplements and doing anything. And then when I got into really following a lot of these diet too, like a whole food plant-based diet, of course, but adding these herbals made all the difference. And so it's important to me.
I think definitely I think you have a story to tell. Like that's really a lot of what the branding is about is are you able to tell a story that people can identify with? And it sounds like you actually have a wonderful story that people would definitely be able to identify with. There's a lot of people that, like Motor City Mouse Man actually said, like he was actually bedridden. So when you start saying that, you actually kind of hit a certain nerve with him, hit a certain feeling with him, as far as how do you get better from being bedridden? A lot of people don't have the knowledge to say, okay, let me start making herbal tinctures. And with you being able to say, hey, this is how I actually got myself out of bed and started getting better. That's really your brand right there. Like that's like you start yourself off of your experiences. Like I always ask people when it comes to branding, really, how do you perceive yourself and how do you think people perceive you? Like when people look at you, what do they see? Mm-hmm. And that's really what your brand is. Like, if you're trying to brand yourself, because most of the time now it is having to brand yourself and not branding a company, so to speak. It's really kind of the company based off of who runs the company. Like everybody wants to know who runs the company now. Like I think I always talk to Julien about this. Like I want to be in the background and not know. I don't want nobody to know who I am and things of that nature. And you can't get away with that anymore. That's not exactly because we're so. We want all the information. We want to know who's running the company, how they run the company, where the background is, and if you're not able to provide that say almost like that one-on-one interaction as far as them feeling like they know you, because if they feel like they know you, they feel like they know the company. So if you can't provide that one-on-one type of feeling with them, then you're not going to connect the way you want to. Long are the days of like Nike and things of that nature where you can just come up with a name and it just like it's just a product. No, it's who actually company, what they do, how are they as far as, because what happens is like the same person that actually runs the company, if they actually make bad decisions as far as how they speak or what they believe in, things of that nature, people follow that.
Hey, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I got coolers here in Michigan, right? And I got Motor City Moss coolers. So
yes.
I got one in a vegan restaurant. So I had the owner. People were looking to get Seamoss. They were looking to get some of my tinctures and tonics. So they turned around and they said, I heard them on the side. I said, okay, I'm in here to grab me something to eat. And they said, you know what? The owner was saying, he said, you know what? He said he was going to come back to buy some of his product. He's right there behind you. By me being there and they seeing who the Motor City Moss man was, that they were happy. How are you? Pleased to meet you. Now that you're here, they had questions for me. They seen the face behind the brand. And by them seeing me and seeing my mentality, how I am, how I presented myself, they went back to the cooler, reached in there, and grabbed what they needed out of there.
Probably more than what they needed because they liked you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Left out of there. Matter of fact, I posted something on a couple people that they were pleased that, hey, we met the owner and I'm going back and go get more.
Mm-hmm.
People want to see that. They want to hear. They want to hear and see the face behind the whole thing.
And a lot of times, and with that interaction right there, it's one of those situations where, say in 5 years, your business is booming and it's big. That's a story that they can tell somebody. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I met this guy. Yeah, spot man. Yeah, he was just starting off. Like that's one of them stories that everybody likes to tell.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
So the owner, no, I met him at the, and then it's like, so when you make it, that's their story. That's their personal experience with you that they get to tell everybody. Mm-hmm. Like, when people have a personal experience with you, then it's they always are rooting for you to come up.
Yeah, they're like, hey, me and that guy, we was getting it off real good. We had a long conversation. We laughed and talked. That guy's a cool guy. That's how they're gonna do it.
Exactly, and that's what you want to see because.
I know that guy. Yeah, and then they'll say exactly. And don't let them cross your path again, and they're with their family or with somebody like, hey, that's him, and then shake his hand, and then y'all have a conversation. Hey, how you doing? That makes their day. I know that would make my day.
Yeah.
Well, you guys should see me in the streets. I'm walking around, kissing babies, shaking hands. I'm give me the key to the city. I'm the Seamoss Don.
I like when I go certain places and you get one or two people that might know who you are and they're kind of looking like, hey, don't you? And you and then you stop and you have these conversations with them, and once you start having these conversations with them, and it may not be a lot to you, but sometimes it's a lot to them.
Yeah.
I didn't grasp it at first, and then I had a guy from Alabama, and he comes in every now and then, and he was so excited to always come to the warehouse. I'm like, man, why is this dude so excited to come to the warehouse? Joe could be. I was like, then I had a conversation with Crystal. He's like, come on, she man, you hot in the streets. I'm like, what? She's like, no, people know you. I'm like, do they?
You got a billboard. How could they not know you, bro?
Hey,
but see this thing. Okay, so
try to be humble.
I did okay. So, but a lot of times they don't necessarily recognize me as far as because I always try to stay in the background. So I'm thinking that I'm staying in the background all the time. I'm like, okay, nobody knows who I am. They can see the resemblance maybe.
But how you gonna stay in the background, man, when you all over the bottom?
What? There's a lot of
bipolar.
That's why I say it's a I have a face that's somewhat similar. You know what I'm saying? I was like, man, that look like him too. You know what I'm saying? So there's another guy at the warehouse that actually had the same type of haircut, had the same beard and mustache and everything. And so when people would come in, they were like, "Hey, Ricky Ray," and he would laugh all the time. And so I think the thing was that I ended up growing my hair all the way out.
Yeah.
And then I stopped looking like the logo. And so, man, you don't even look like the logo no more. And so that's why he started getting mad. He's like, hey, man, everybody think I'm you. I'm like, huh? Like, man, no, man, you got to cut your stuff up, man. You got to look like the logo again.
Yeah.
I'm like, you might be right.
Hey, what did you want to say, Christine? I think we got caught off topic.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks. I just don't want. Is it Rick or Ricky?
Ricky.
Yes.
Ricky, I can't see your contact information because I'm on Clubhouse, so I got to get it somehow.
Yeah, would you send it to her, Julien?
Yep.
Can you send it to her on Clubhouse? I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I will message it to her. I'll send the the website, which is, it's Gold Seamoss, right?
Yeah.
Gold Seamoss.
And I would say go and purchase it on GoDaddy. Reason why that is because I don't want to purchase it.
I did it. I already did it. It's done.
Okay, perfect. I was about to say, I don't want to be the owner of it because that would be like, that's dirty business.
No, I know we're on multiple channels, so I went ahead and did that. So.
Oh, perfect. Oh, I like that. See, Christine, we're going to work out good.
Yeah. See, that's what I could tell. She just needs some people to, like a team. And it's almost like it doesn't make sense getting started with the name and everything if you don't even have the team to get it moving to that next level. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you're in the right direction. Once you buy that, now I'm about to hit my guy up like, hey man, I need to like let's come up with something for
another
product, Rick.
Yeah, I seriously, I just
like
feel like
purples.
kick in the ass.
This might be really good. Like, you know how you have the person when they have their arms, like the medicine person, they have their arms out and just kind of have it to where it's showing like a spin?
Hey, that's a good idea because I got that on my iron tonic bottle. That's a good one.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Look at my iron tonic bottle. It's on there.
And kind of like it's not showing them spinning, but it has the circle around them to where it's like it's.
Yep.
Oh. I'm getting kind of good at this. Yeah, buddy.
Yes, he's loving it.
Yes, okay. Life shift. Let me make sure I put this down.
What are you saying, Rio?
His brain juice is flowing.
Yeah, man.
I got the contact information. Thank you.
Wicked. Another match made in Seamoss heaven. I'm like the Seamoss matchmaker.
Hey, but wouldn't it have been messed up if Christine went on there and tried to put in the name of songs?
Yes, now owned by Ricky Ray.
No, I put it in and I stopped because I'm not gonna lie to you. I've done it a couple times where I said, "Oh, life should be," and I have to buy it real quick. And I wasn't. Then I had to switch the domain name over to her. And then it comes a whole nother different thing. So yeah, I'm happy that you went on and bought that before somebody else on the Clubhouse or one of these Instagrams went and bought it.
No, that would have happened. Someone would have watched it and said, "Oh, let me get it. That's a great name. I'm gonna take it." You know. I was surprised St.Lucian Seamoss was available.
Okay, so I was going to buy that too.
I think I seen someone take it, and then it was gone, and then it was available, and I was like, "What the?"
No, I was going to buy it, but okay, so I didn't want to just be specific because I was like, okay, what if I had to go get some different type of Seamoss?
Yeah.
Like, because I didn't really have ties to St. Lucian. I'm like, okay, what if I had to go get Grenada Seamoss, and now I'm stuck with St. Lucian Seamoss? I was like, okay, I can't do it. So I got the closest thing to it was like, what was St. Lucian known for at the time? Gold Seamoss.
That exact same thing you described happened to Jamaica Seamoss. He started with the Jamaican Seamoss and he decided to switch to the St. Lucian because he liked it better. And then and he gets his shit by both Jamaicans and St. Lucians. I feel bad for him because he's constantly having to explain to people why his name is that, and it's just. He spent all the money and all this stuff on packaging materials and stuff like that. He's just like, I can't be bothered to change the name. I was like, who cares? You know what Seamoss I got. I don't lie. I tell him where it's coming from. So it's obvious.
I ran into that with my company. Not the same. I worked in dermatology in a lab environment. Mm-hmm. But these guys, first of all, they named their first company after the TV show MASH. These guys are now 70. They used to watch MASH, the TV show. And their medical building was the Dover building. I didn't watch MASH, so I don't know what that means.
I used to watch that.
Yeah, so it was the Dover building, it was the medical building they were in. And then they named their company Dermat. It was the worst name ever. It was so long. It was Dermatopathology Laboratory of Central States. I mean, I came in there and I was like, what the hell do you want me to do with that? So yeah. I made it almost like a Nike swoosh, the D with a microscope. I made it like this big like microscope with the D swoosh for the dermatopathology part and got rid of that.
Yeah.
And then it was just DLCS because I could not get them to give up their name. And I said, we're a national lab. What the hell are you doing with the Central States? I don't even know what Central States means. Does anybody know what Central States is?
Yeah, it's the states in the central United States.
I guess.
I've never heard of Central States. I've heard the Midwest.
I've never heard of Central States, but yeah, I don't know what the Central States are. But we just made a DLCS with like this fancy D swoosh and got kind of rid of it all. But they would not change their name. And wouldn't you know, I worked for them for 20 years. I started that fight in 2001 or something like that. They sold the company in 2020. And they never changed their name, and they grew to be a huge national lab that made no sense for their name, ever.
Google knows everything. The Central States are typically considered to consist of North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas.
I started off with Yohimbe. That was one of the first ones that you was told to get is Yohimbe.
Yeah, I built something with that.
Oh, they're talking on something else.
Yeah,
I don't think Ohio State was
Well, that's what they say. But have you heard of Wahambi? Because that's what they're talking about now. But I just wanted you guys to know. Am I on mute? No.
No, we can hear you, but you're kind of distorted.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm kind of distorted. But there is Central States in the States. I Googled it.
But does it include Ohio?
Yeah. Yes, it does. It says the Central States are typically considered of North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Illinois. Isn't this like almost all the states?
Yeah, we had none of those states were any of the ones that even we sold.
Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Mississippi, and Alabama.
That's all. Yeah, that's all of us. I get it.
But
so dumb.
I never knew that.
Mm-hmm. But let's get back on to Wahambi because I've never heard of this. I'm curious about where does this grow, Wahambi? Does anybody know? No.
Yohambe. I thought they were talking about Yohimbe.
Well, sorry, Yohimbe. I'm new around here. I don't know how to pronounce it right. Did you? I think you meant it as a joke. Because I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I heard of Wahambi, but not what I said. It's like, yeah, so this herb, how do you pronounce it? Wahambi?
Yohimbe?
Yohimbe. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like what I would like to say. That's like what every young man starts off with is knowing what Yohimbe, because you can always go to the store. The first thing they say, if you want to go to the male section, and they always going to have Yohimbe products. You're always going to see Yohimbe or horny goat weed.
Yeah.
Those are two things that you say, hey, like once you start using that Yohimbe, you start seeing a little difference. You start feeling a little mannish.
You have to add sildenafil, and I think that's the stuff that they put in Cialis. It's spelled SILDENAFIL. Sildenafil. Huh? Is it Celine Dion? No, I thought for a second you were right. I was like, was I that off? Like, Holy shit! But it's supposed to be good, almost as good as Viagra. You know, I wonder what it'd be like if you added that with the Bob Day.
I actually added it with some other herbs.
Uh-huh.
It takes it to another level. But that Bombay, Ricky's got over there,
Uh-huh.
The stuff you got, like you said, you be careful with it.
Dude, yes. Like, really. And I mean, I was scared when I first started trying it, but I've only cooked it as a tea where you boil it out of the wood. And so he's talking about taking it to the powder form. And when you get on that, it's like you're not even boiling it, you leach some of it out into the tea. This is just it's almost like I would eat the stick raw. And so it's going to be highly concentrated compared to making a tea. I believe, at least. I could be wrong. And like my uncle's told,
right, that could be powerful.
Mm-hmm. Like my uncle was the one who told me about the story about the going to the hospital and getting it drained, and he was like, "You better be careful," because like years ago I had been talking, like I've known about this herb for like decades. Like when I was in my 20s, we talked about with my dad. We were talking about making this into a drink and possibly even getting Seamoss and stuff. But back then, no one made Seamoss as a gel like that. Like how we consume Seamoss today was really not how I understood or like this is a new way of doing it. It was always made into a drink. And even when traditionally when you talk to people in the Caribbean, when they're talking about making Seamoss, they automatically make it into a drink. They don't make the gel and just eat the gel on its own. Do you know what I mean? They add spices and stuff, and then in the end they'll add like either coconut cream or condensed milk or something along that lines into the drink. You know what I mean? And then sometimes they add peanuts to it, make a peanut punch or whatever. You know what I mean? But the base of it is a drink rather than the gel that we consume mostly in North America. I forgot where I was going with that, but I think it was about just the different the way they consume it.
How do they make it into a drink? Like, what do they do to make it a drink?
So they will the traditional way in the Caribbean, like the way my dad would make it, is he would clean the Seamoss, make it all clean and stuff, and then I don't even think he soaks it. He might soak it overnight, but either way, he boils the water, and he boils the Seamoss into the water, and then he'll take a strainer and take the Seamoss and sort of press it through the strainer so that it that's because they don't have blenders, right? Or they didn't have blenders in those days. So he would do that, and then he would add stuff like star anise, some nutmeg, cinnamon, like he'd throw cinnamon stick in there, nutmegs, cloves, and some bay leaf. And so he would season it, as he would call it. He would add a flavor to it with spices. And then from there, he would add condensed milk. But if you're not, like a lot of people wouldn't take milk, they would add coconut milk. Like if you're a starch vegan, you would make it with the coconut milk. I've seen a recipe online where they make it like with the milk, the coconut milk, but they start with the oil first, and then at the final stage they blend in the cream top. So when they buy it in a can, they separated the two parts of the coconut milk, the oil, and then the cream, and they added it at the two different stages. And then that's the drink. They'll add something else to it, like maybe tamarind or whatever, if they wanted it flavored. But a lot of times they'll make it just like that plain. Yeah.
Very interesting. It's cool.
Mm-hmm. If you want to do a lemonade, just when you need a Seamoss, it's just the water content, and it depends on the thickness of the Seamoss too.
You're dying out there, Rio. Can't even hear you now.
Sorry. Strawberry and mango. You can do a lemonade with it too. And even if the lime is
I'm thinking about to die out here too.
Helps with the preservative. But all right, you got it.
Nice. Yeah. So I think we're gonna lose more Seamoss man soon. Rick tapped out. His phone died. But I think that in some ways we should do that. Like set the phones up on full charge and then do the show. And then when the battery runs out, that's because there's times where I'm on the live stream till like 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning. And my family hates it because they can hear me talking because I'm doing it in the living room. So they're upstairs trying to sleep and sometimes I get loud because I forget that what I'm doing. I get just so wrapped up into the world of Seamoss that I just start disturbing their sleep.
They gonna send you to the warehouse. Be like, you need to go to the warehouse.
Well, you know what's crazy? I can't go to the warehouse. I was going to the warehouse, and then apparently, the tenants that that rent the place next door to me, they're landscapers, right? And one of their things is they do 24-hour snow removal up here. So in those situations, you got to have a guy. Oh yeah, we lost more city. You have to have a guy up there that can like sort of be available 24 hours because if the snows at 2 in the morning, someone's got to go out there and plow the snow before the morning comes. So there will be guys that sleep there. But apparently, like I think it's the owner's kid or something like that. He started living there. So when I go there all the time, he's there. And so before I would work till like 2 in the morning, right? And I think I was even doing a live stream once and we were doing it to 2 in the morning. And he started like fucking crying about the noise. And it's like when he's doing it, I can hear him the wall's so thin that I can hear him talking, like as if he's like literally right next to me. And so he's like, fuck, that guy's all making noise again. And I just want to like bang on the wall and be like, bro, I can fucking hear you. Like, I don't know why you're pretending like that's what irritates me more than anything is the fact that he's acting like I can't hear him and he knows I can hear him and he's just talking shit about me. And I just want to say, look, you got a problem. Like, just,
where are you located?
I'm in Toronto. And so Scarborough area, I have a warehouse there. It's about, I don't know, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. And so it's a part of a big building that's been subdivided. And so that's a little section there where it's like, it's not even like supposed to be someone living there. That's why like normally there wouldn't be an issue, right? But I guess this guy didn't pay his rent or rent's high up here in Toronto. The cost of, there's no real affordable housing. And so
I'm from Rochester originally.
Mm-hmm. So you've heard about how Toronto is with the housing, or?
No, I haven't been in Rochester in about 20-something years now. But so no, but at least we were neighbors at one point.
Yes, very close. Yes, Rochester is a great town, but in Toronto the housing is pretty expensive, and it's like the affordable. There is no affordable housing. Like our average home is $1 million.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and it's going up by like 100. Well, it's $1 million Canadian, right, or 1.1 now, but it's going up like 100,000 at least every year.
What's the deal with that? Why in Toronto? Is that all of Canada, or is it
No, it's in specific areas, and it has to do a lot with the supply and demand. Just so you know, I'm a licensed realtor, so I'm qualified to kind of give this information, or I know these details. With Toronto, the way it's situated demographically, we're bordered by these two sort of areas called the Green Belt. And what the Green Belt was put in place years ago by the conservative government was meant to stop urban sprawl. Because at one point, housing development was going crazy. And they were just building these, like, they would just take a whole farm area and clear cut it and just put a bunch of, like, subdivisions in there. And the land in Ontario in specific areas were like they're like super fertile. Right, we have this like thing called the Holland Marsh, and like most of the food out of Canada comes out of this Holland Marsh area. It's like the California stuff, but it's like when you go into this area, like all the soil in this region is black, like black, like dark black, and it's like it's got like lots of nutrients in it and stuff like that. And so they want to stop building into these areas, right? And so because of that, you could only build out so far in Toronto. And now what they've started to do is build up. And like if you want a detached home, it's almost impossible to buy a brand new detached home unless you want to live way far out of the city, or you know what I mean? That's it. Like we're now doing infill areas where we're finding little patches of land and trying to build as many houses in that spot. And so that combined with the fact that it's pretty much a world-class city where we have all these amenities and stuff like that. And then combined with, so there's a lot of demand of people wanting to live into Toronto, but then we're not able to build more houses, but no one's selling. And so right now, currently, I think we're at like 1/10 of the availability of what we're used to having in a normal, like, and not and an average market. And even then, in the average market, it was is considered a seller's market, where the seller controls most of the negotiation, right? And so,
too bad they didn't keep that ferry going from Rochester to Toronto. You can get cheap property in Rochester, New York.
And get the ferry to go there and have a short trip. That would actually blow up your, like, you guys. How would I say this? If I knew that there was a ferry being planned from Toronto to Rochester, I would go and buy land in Rochester.
Well, the thing is, there was one. Do you remember it? It was amazing. And I believe
it was like a month.
Yeah, so I think Toronto shut it down because there's no benefit to you guys, but it benefited Rochester a lot.
Yeah, which is dumb because, like, so what if it doesn't benefit you? Like, does it cost you? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it annoys me how people are so sort of selfish in a sense, and that they really sort of think of themselves, and it's mainly with corporations, right? Where they kind of like, you know, this is, if it's not in my best interest, I'm not wasting my time. And that really kind of like keeps us back in society, because we're never going to really break through a lot of these barriers of working together, because if one side's always worried, or if both sides are always worried about how it benefits them, then do you know what I mean? Like we'll never figure it out, because there'll be situations where it won't benefit you, but you need to do it in order to get the overall, like, the benefit is not in this specific task, but the overall growth. You know what I mean? And maybe you might not see the benefit today, but it's not costing you.
Yeah, I always thought that's a good point, and I always thought that was unfortunate. I was out of there before all that happened, but it seemed like it, some good could have come from that. But I'm from Rochester, so that's my opinion.
Yeah, no, I remember when the ferry came down, and there was a lot of like pushback, and there was fears that people would start rushing to the States to do shopping, and our stores would take a hit, and this and this and this and that. But this is all media talk, and I think I've said
there's no good shopping in Rochester, so there's that.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But the media will sit there and say, "Oh, but everybody's going to the border. Everybody's shopping." I almost got caught up in that fucking shop over the border bullshit. And then I did the math, you know what I mean? And I'm like, full tank of gas, 2 days in the States, hotel, food. Like, I'm actually spending more money to buy stuff from here. It's only a perception that I'm saving, $50 on the shoe. It's costing me $200 to get here and buy the shoe. You know what I mean? Like, what's saving $50 on my shoe for? Like,
the weird thing is, I'm pretty sure in Rochester we used to go to Canada to save money, so maybe we were all confused.
Exactly, but this is how media fucks up your head. Do you know what I mean? This is how, like, sometimes you can't trust the message that's being pushed, because anybody that's pushing the message, they're pushing it for their own agenda. Do you know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
you can't believe anything you really see on TV because you know what I mean. Like everything is manipulated to the liking of whoever that person was that was presenting that information. Like I've watched where news outlets had, like in COVID, there was a news outlet that got caught for using a picture of overpacked hospital in Italy as to show overpacked hospitals in the United States. And it was really because they didn't have any photos of, and there probably wasn't any overpacked hospitals, but they wanted to show people, oh, there's a problem looming. You gotta continue to watch our channel for more information.
It's funny. I've only been personally I've never been involved in a news story personally, but I've been friends with people involved in these stories maybe like 3 times. And every single time of those 3 times, the story that was reported was never what actually happened.
Exactly. That's my point. Because maybe the story wasn't interesting enough or whatever, or they had to put some kind of angle, or maybe that's how the guy's seen it. The thing that made me realize the amount of influence that the media has and how much we were really brainwashed was when, you remember when they came out with the Big Brother, they had the first seasons and shit like that, Big Brother America. Well, they had these things called Big Brother at Night. And they would make it sound like, oh, this is so amazing, oh, behind the scenes, and da-da-da-da-da, and, you get the real deal. So they had, like, made everybody curious about it, and I think they had, like, a free trial you could try for 30 minutes to watch them. I sit and watch these guys for, like, 10 minutes, and I was just like, oh, my God, this is, like, the most boringest thing that I've ever watched in my life. And that's life. Life, on a general sense, like, for someone to watch it, it's boring. Do you know? Like, it's not.
My boss told me, my most favorite boss that I had for 20 years, he told me he had all the money in the world. He was literally a multi-millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Christine, and it's easy for a millionaire to tell you pieces of advice, but I always like this one. He always said what he had learned is life is in the ordinary days. If you're not happy in your ordinary days, then there's nothing to do,
Mm-hmm.
because that's it. Everything's ordinary, even when you have a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's ordinary.
Yeah, there's going to be highs. There's going to be plateaus between the highs and the lows, and that's the ordinary, that plateau where nothing really changes. You're not really up. You're not really down. You're just there. And so, watching that show made me realize it was like, life is boring. This shit is boring. Like I want to watch some guy eat fucking nuts and read a book. Because what else was he doing? You know what I mean? There was no drama. There was no... And then it also got me thinking and realizing, and I actually had this view before, but like, when you start watching these TV shows that people watch, the stories are not real. They're not realistic. Like, these things don't really happen, or maybe they happen more now because people watch the show. But I've been kind of like watching people and watching how they deal with certain problems and sort of trying to like connect it with TV and realizing that sometimes with these guys, they have a problem or there's a situation and they make it a bigger problem than what it is. And there's an easy solution to the problem, but they're going around every other idea but that direct solution. And I was always like, well, why is that? And I'm like, well, maybe it's because in the show, a lot of the problems that you have, they can be sorted out with like a simple, like, hey, buddy, what the hell is this? Or whatever, you talk one-on-one, which is, to me, is normal. But in the story, they make it like, that's not the right thing to do. And so no one talks directly to anybody anymore. No one says what they communicate, what they really thinking. And it causes all this kind of confusion and stuff. Anyways. I got to remind myself not to rant too much.
Get on the soapbox.
Yeah, that's what it feels like after a while, that you're on a soapbox. But I don't know. Plus, I forgot. I was coming up to round up the point, and then I forgot it, what I was trying to say. But it is what it is.
I can tell you. Do you want me to tell you the point, or
yes, please tell me the point so I can remember, because it bothers me when I forget.
Started on Toronto, the Ferry in Toronto, and then the twist on media with how the media twisted. So that point,
yeah, I was gonna say how they do the bullshit and yeah, how they make stuff up, and we were talking about how what we see is not really what it is, and anyways, you know what I mean. Can't trust the media. That's my point. You got to go figure this stuff out yourself, and even that was it. It was about people watching TV shows and how their lives become more like the TV show, and they could solve a problem that's simple and easy, but because the show needs to have like a purpose and it's supposed to last 30 minutes, they create these like unrealistic scenarios of difficulty and issues that the whoever the lead character has to get over. But a lot of times these problems, like that's where I think a lot of our fears come from, where we make things up, is because we're drawing on these experiences that we've seen on television shows and programming, and you know what I mean. It's like it's not, you know. I think with Seamoss, one of the most liberating things that I've been able to go through is overcoming that fear of just like not like being able to trust that whatever happens, we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Whereas before we you know, oh, I can't do that, it's going to become a problem. Well, you don't know if it's going to become a problem. You know what I mean? It could be a problem, it could not be. And then sometimes, you know, it's better to take the risk to see if you're right or you're wrong. You know what I mean? And so,
I got a question.
Yeah.
What emotion do you think?
What emotions? What?
What emotion do you think is really, really strong? What emotion you could like feel that could take care of all the other emotions, or even basically it could put a blanket over something. You feel another emotion.
Love.
Go ahead.
Love is the emotion I think that trumps all other emotions.
Okay, I listen. I want to agree with you so hard, but you know why I say why fair is so strong. Even when even when they talk about the Bible, etc., like the wrath of God and stuff like that, just the fear of like fear, it can even take away love. And the reason why I'm not trying to get biblical, but the reason why I always say this, I forgot. I know the story, but I forgot the name. But basically, God told him to give his only son to him, and all that. He was being obedient, but he spared him. That's
Jacob. I think that was Jacob. Wasn't it Jacob who he told them to go slaughter his son? I know the story you're talking about.
I know the stories. I would not be able to tell you the names. I'm mom to tell you every freaking name in the book.
Yeah, I know the exact story. And this is about the sorry to interrupt you, but the point of that story is about trusting in God, and that's somewhere where I'm kind of going with what I'm saying, is that, you know, you may think that these problems are happening or they're gonna, like, your whole world's gonna crush, but if you trust in God and you try to do right and you do good, the shit works out. Do you know what I mean? And so in that story, from what I remember, what happened was God told them, like, go and kill your son. Like, if you love me so much, I want to see you go and kill your son. And so he takes his son to go and like, basically, God's like, your son is the lamb. You know what I mean? You're going to go and slaughter him for whatever. And so the kid's like, Dad, where's the lamb? Oh, don't worry. We'll figure it out when we get there. You know what I mean?
Take old yellow.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That was the worst. Was the worst.
Yeah. And so just as he's about to sacrifice his son, God says, wait. You know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to make sure that you were what you said was true. Like, you really need, because God will test you all the time to see, you know, he knows your heart, but he wants to test it. Do you know what I mean? Because what people seem to forget is that we have, like, freedom of choice on here. You know, God can't really make us do anything that we don't want to do. And so he's got to test you all the time to make sure that your heart is in the direction, you know, for him. You know what I mean? That you're willing to worship him and that you're willing to sort of, serve him. Like today I had church, and the whole service was about serving other people. And a lot of times that's what they're missing as a Christian, is that you're not doing enough work to serve. Right. And then I started looking at all the stuff. Like, dude, the moment I started serving in the church, my life changed. Like I went literally from being the tail and always shit bad happening to me to changing my life, where it's like, all these, like this whole Seamoss to me is God's gift for my service, for all the stuff that I've done. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are the chances of me? And I'll tell you this: I know shit about Seamoss before I started getting into Seamoss. And to build it and see it grow to this level, it's not just me. Yes, I'm doing the work, I'm serving, and I feel like this whole platform is meant as part of God's service to bring more people. Like someone asked me the other day, like, why am I doing all this stuff, right? Like, I'm not selling Seamoss. I'm not trying to sell Seamoss. You know what I mean? I'm bringing competitors on to the show to talk about their business and stuff like that. And, I do calendar links where I talk to other competitors and I basically brainstorm with them on how to improve their business. Do you know what I'm saying? And, she was like, well, why are you doing this? And I'm just like, look, if I can do something to help the industry, you know what I mean? Like, if I can do something to help your business grow, you're going to help me grow this industry and make more people come to it. And yeah, you may never ever buy Seamoss off me, but you may turn someone on to the Seamoss business who then can turn and grow huge and end up buying from me. I don't know. But I know this, that the more people I can help and get into the space, the bigger it gets, the better it is, and everybody wins, and God will bless me for my service.
Love that.
Yeah. So if you ever want to know why, like what my true why is, it's to receive blessings from God. That's why I'm doing a lot of the stuff I do. And he has blessed me,
Me and my mom, we have like this thing. We like, because you can't really fact check it, but we really do believe it's like something called spiritual currency. Basically, like it's not money or anything like that, but the blessings. Like my mom is real big on stuff like that. Like she will sow stuff in her life, and like even me, and I'll be like, I'm good. She'd be like, no, I'm trying to get my blessings. She was like, here, take it. Like, all right, got you.
It's so crazy. They talk about like tithing and giving. There's never been a time where I've tithed a certain amount of money and didn't get that money back before the end of the next week. Meaning, like, I will give, say, $500 to the church, and by Thursday, someone's called me and said, hey, I don't know if you remember, but I owed you money and I got the $600 here. I'm going to deposit into your account. Like stupid shit like that would happen. Or like the other day, this dude, like out of nowhere, started calling me up and ordering like tons of Seamoss. And I'm just like in my head, I'm like, where the fuck did this guy come from? Like, and he didn't like email. He messaged me on WhatsApp. So I'm like, how did this guy even get my number? Like, what the you know what I mean? And gift from God. You know what I mean? God probably spoke to his heart. He listened. He called this guy. Turns out to be me. Boom, boom. That's how it works. You know what I mean? The spiritual currency. You got to put it in there to get out. And what people don't realize is it's not so much God doing this himself, but the rules and laws that he's put in place for the universe. And so that's why you see sometimes people that are not Christians getting these benefits. Like, how is this guy getting blessed? Because you don't see it because you don't know him, but at some point he was doing some kind of service or he did something to attract that stuff back. Do you know what I mean? If you read the book Think and Grow Rich, it really opens your eyes to understanding about the power of the different laws in the universe, like the law of reciprocation, the law of gratitude, the law of attraction. all those stuff. Those are all laws. They also call them keys to the universe. And so if you figure out how to master these keys to the universe, you can literally control the world. That's why God says, we gave, dominion over man. And I think there's some kind of saying where it says like, God can do it. I forget, but it has something to do with basically the fact that God needs us to do work on earth because we have the dominion, and so that's why you'll see in like Adam and Eve and stuff like that, they'll always use someone to do God's work. God doesn't always just do it himself, you know what I mean? Unless it's like the air, or, some atmospheric thing he can control, but like people doing things and making that, he can't control us.
You want me to tell you why I think that is?
Why?
I honestly do. Like, just because I think it's how you say like universal rules, but like, okay, so if just in everything is in balance. So even the devils or whatever, if it's a God, devil, etc. So in some instance, if he was to interfere, it would give way for him to interfere in the same way. Kind of, it's almost not tit for tat, but that's the only way balance can really be. That's the only way you can really be balanced. So I mean, it's almost like God was like, I'm gonna bless you for no dang reason. You feel me? Like yeah. So like you might have a way to just wreak havoc for no reason. Everybody would be like, why? Why was it me? I don't know.
No, that's a good point, and maybe there is some truth to it. I don't know. I'll be honest. Like I'm not some God Christian. I'm not a religion expert. I don't really believe in religion so much because I believe religion is something like man-made. And so it's not so much spiritual. Like even in the Bible, he says that many times, like, you know what I mean? I'm not in this. This is something that man, I will not dwell in these areas and stuff like that. And it has to do with the fact that like, it's man-made or something like that. I don't know. But,
just because a lot of my backgrounds, like I've been in a whole bunch of different churches. I've been in Catholic churches, Christian Science churches, I've been Baptist. I was raised in a Baptist church, and my mom, she was graduated in metaphysics and stuff like that. My grandmother, she was so like I see religions as they're great tools, man, for people, for lessons and a great way to walk a certain path if you need that guidance. But we all have that in us. It's just that how we get raised and the path. Like one story you tell, I swear, it's a story. That same story you tell about how you and your partner met twice. It's such a good story. It's so why it's so great is you could stray from a path and it could come. It's like you could come right back to it, and you don't even realize like you're on like something that you want to do or a way that's led, or even this road that's paved out for you already. It's almost like you could go against it, but it's almost like it's paved. This is your road. Well, it's almost like a nectar with once you kind of like go with the flow, like. I
know I'm on a mission by God. No one can tell me that I'm not. The things that have happened to me, the experiences that I've had, the messages that come to me in my mind, and I don't want to say people speaking in voice, but like when the Holy Spirit is speaking to me, this shit is not like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like something, imagine you've had this strong feeling for years, and then you start watching it slowly play out and happen. Do you know what I mean? Like I knew it like for a long time, and like almost to the point where I was almost dreaming about this stuff. Now, what's funny is that it was never Seamoss. It was originally honey. I would dream about honeybees in St. Lucia, which was crazy. And I always thought I was going to get into the honey, but it was when I ran into. But the thing is, I knew that my mission was to come to St. Lucia, and I was going to start a business. And the key was that I was not like traditionally what people do is they go down there and they work out a deal, and one way or another, it works out like that person that you made the deal with becomes like your employee. They basically work and get paid for the stuff that you did. I never wanted to do that. I didn't want to, what I would call, exploit the St. Lucian people. You know what I'm saying? And so I was kind of like, if I do this, I'm going to make sure that whoever I do it with benefits more from it than I do. You know what I mean? It was almost like that was part of the instructions. Like, that's how I have to have it set up. And like, to meet Ashen and to see who he is, like, I fucking trust that guy. You know what I mean? I trust that guy to the point that even if someone showed me this guy ripped me off and he did that, I would be like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. He can rip, you know what I mean? Like, because to me, it's like, in my mind, it's like, well, he needed it. He deserved it. I wouldn't have had any of this if it wasn't for him.
You know what? That's another thing. I always thought from this and other experiences with Christine and her. Yo, deja freaking movie. Anyways, but with you, Christine, and for real, like how she was, as she was speaking, and then you started connecting the dots with her and Ricky. Mm-hmm. I was like, that's what it is. Like, I'm telling you, like, some people just need that. If it's vice versa, if it's Christine that's needing someone to help her get something, get something started, but mm-hmm. she got the inventory, she's ready to go. She just need, a little service. Being down, boom, ideal, but building a team, good, like a partnership. I've almost been everything, a good partnership.
Yes,
that's everything.
But some people would look at that and be like, "Well, you sell Seamoss, Ricky sells Seamoss. Why wouldn't you sell her the Seamoss?" Well, the truth is, Ricky could do, like, for what she's looking for and what she wants. Ricky's better for her. Do you know what I mean? And this is in some ways how you serve God. You serve Him selflessly. You know what I mean? Because I know if I give this up, something better is coming for me because I gave that up. Because I wasn't greedy and trying to grab every single sale, every deal, and you know what I mean? Be all about myself. That's not what this is about. This is about us all building the industry. Now imagine she goes out, she, with the help of Ricky, she starts selling millions of Seamoss. And she chooses St. Lucian Seamoss because that's what Ricky sells, and that's a win in my eyes. Because all the guys that I hook up with to buy Seamoss, they now have one more person to sell Seamoss to. Do you know what I mean? And if they saw me helping them out, I might say to them, "Hey, bro, I hooked that up. Give me a better price." If they want to, they can. If they don't, they don't. You know what I mean? But to me, it's like you just gotta do good things and see what happens. You'd be surprised. So, hey, what's up, Yusuf? You're not falling asleep, are you? Almost. You're listening to me just ramble. Sometimes I ramble so much I forget about what I'm rambling on.
I was thinking about something, and then I was drifting off as I was thinking. I was getting into a deep thought.
I know. I could see it.
But I was listening to you speak, though. I heard what you were saying, but I was getting into like a deep thought.
I do that a lot sometimes. I make it drift. La.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead on and I have some dealings I need to take care of because I want to get in on that, with Seamoss and other things that I talked about.
Yeah, you got to start the business, and do the different products.
Yeah, because like this trucking business and stuff like that, I hate it.
I guarantee you put the same amount of time and energy into the trucking, into the Seamoss as you're putting in the trucking. Like, you put a good solid 5-6 hours a day. Within a month to 2 months, you'll be making money. you know, and then it'll slowly trickle in. You keep it going. I don't know. Any business that I've ever started is always. It's rare that in less than 3 months you're making enough profit that you can actually pocket something.
Yeah,
Can I say something to you too?
Like I wanna,
One second.
because I know yesterday. No, not yesterday. That was that Wednesday?
Yes,
I don't even remember what the day is. I'm in California right now, so I don't know where I'm at.
It's Sunday.
Oh, it is?
Well, it's Monday.
Oh.
You're probably still on Sunday, or maybe you're Monday now, because you're 3 hours ahead of them.
I'm Sunday. It's 9:27.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You were showing me those small cocoa balls.
Yeah.
I mean, if that guy can make those, if he's making them, you know, I wouldn't mind buying those because I'm trying to build something, and I need, you know, different things. I'm trying to build a yard.
But
yes,
even these cocoa sticks, the cocoa sticks that I have, I can get them in a smaller size. Like, they don't have to be those big giant bars that you have.
Yeah, but I'll take all of them, but I like those. But I know you said that guy make it, but I would even take those as well. Mm-hmm. You know, just to have different products and things that's from people that look like me and you.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where they from. For me, it's just, you know, helping those people out and taking that product and selling it.
Well, let's talk more about it. Yeah.
But I definitely, you know, am looking for somebody. I'm definitely looking for somebody I can buy coffee beans from, green coffee beans from.
I'll ask my source tomorrow if we can get coffee beans from St.Lucian.
So that's definitely, if I can find a source of coffee beans from St. Lucia or from somewhere that's nice.
Mm-hmm. But Rio wanted to say something to you before he get more into it. I just want to give him that opportunity. What did you want to ask him, Rio, or say to him?
No, I wanted to tell Yusuf, man, yo, you have a plethora of information. You are great. I honestly, I really do think I believe, man, Julien probably thinking too, like, whatever you probably, if he said it, whatever you put your time into, you probably will be able to accomplish, man. I'm a probably, because I mean, I don't know, man. Every time when you get on here, and you always give really good information if you're aware of it or not. But you always give us information to go look at and read and check out, etc. and all that. So you have it all. It's just you doing what you're doing now. You putting your time into something else. That's it.
Who are you talking to, me or Yusuf?
Yusuf, man. Yeah. Yusuf, yeah.
I was like, I'm not that smart.
I mean, I'm not that smart, but like, it's certain things I see. It's certain things I see in people's business that's lacking. Mm-hmm. Like, not like lacking, because in business it's not lacking. It's certain things I see.
You do differently.
Yeah, but it's certain things that I wouldn't do, or certain things that I'm not doing that I should be doing. And I'm beating myself by not doing it because I see certain things. I see certain things in marketing. I see certain things in business. I see a lot of stuff, and I have a lot of ideas. I think I'm just afraid to do it, but I'm like, well, I might as well do it. I'm going to die anyway.
Yeah.
No, you see it behind the curtain, man. I know.
You know, I might as well do it.
Curtain,
you know,
but,
not gonna hurt.
But what are sorry to interrupt you, Rio, but I want to ask you, what are the specific ones? Because there might be solutions to get around that you might not have thought, and we could brainstorm them or something.
I mean, you mean like as far as me like doing different things?
Yeah, like what are the things that you think you should be doing, but you're not doing because you feel like you're not ready to do them, or you're not confident enough to do them?
Like, it's like, let me tell you something. 2000 and I would say 2016, I should have been dealing with Seamoss. I should have been selling Seamoss.
Yeah.
I probably was the only person in New Orleans around my area that had Seamoss that knew what it was. Plus, I already knew how to cook with it. I already knew what it was. I already know how to make ice cream with it. I already know how to, But it's a lot of information I pick up. I like information. That's my biggest thing. I like information. But there's a lot of things like business. I'm going to do it. I guess I'm afraid because I'm kind of shy. It may seem like I'm not a shy person, but I am. I don't like being in a crowd full of people. I don't like being in a place full of people. I don't like it. That's why I'm big. That's why I'm big on faceless brands. That's why I'm big on I want to be in the shadows. I'll push somebody forward. Here, bro, you do the talking. I'm about to go in the back.
Yeah.
Like, that's me. I watch and I see everything. But I don't want to be in a limelight. I'm not a limelight type of person. If you need information, I give you information. If you need references, I can give you references. If you need manufacturers and distributions, like places, I can give you all of that because I actually have all of that on me. So if you want to start a clothing line, I have people that I can give you that information. I give you information on people that make electronics, people where you can make your own company and start your own brands. I have all of that. And the crazy thing is, I don't take the information and use it for myself.
But here's the thing.
That's the crazy thing, and I'm at a place now where I'm realizing it. I'm like, why I'm not using this stuff for myself?
And you have all this stuff there. But
yeah, so that's why I told you, I'm like, I might as well deal with the Seamoss, deal with everything that I like. Because, I want to get high on my own supply, which is the Seamoss and cocoa and herbs and stuff. So I'm gonna deal with it. I have plans on starting everything by the end or the middle of next month.
Okay. Rio wanted to say, sorry.
That's my goal, to start 2 companies next month.
All right.
What is so? One company I'm not going to say, but the other company will be the coffee.
Yeah.
And the Seamoss and the blends of the mushrooms and adaptogens and things like that. So you have the coffee with the herbs, and you have some things that's like coffee, but it's not coffee beans in it. But I still want to sell coffee beans. I want to sell the Seamoss. I want to do different things, and I'm trying to make it like a luxury, nice looking brand. I'm trying to sell an experience plus nice product.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if Starbucks can do it, I can do it. Starbucks stuff is not that good to me. Their coffee. So, I'm looking at branding and stuff like that. Once I do it, I'll let you know what it is. But, I even let you know the name. Okay. But I don't want you to tell anybody.
We'll be careful because I got a big mouth.
Because I like the faceless brands. I don't believe in I don't want to be seen. That's just me. I've always been like this since I don't want to be seen.
Christine wanted to say something about the coffee. What did you want to say, Christine, about the coffee?
It may or may not be good in the same niche, but if you get real into that coffee stuff, you should think about having a coffee-free coffee, because there's a lot of people now that aren't drinking coffee. I know this from my little thing. It's in my world, it's a lot of people, because autoimmune might not be a lot of people, but it's real. There's a real simple coffee alternative. So if you get real deep into coffee, you could have a coffee-free coffee alternative, which is pretty cool.
You say like a coffee alternative?
Yeah, chicory root and dandelion root together with
and like mushrooms, the chaga mushroom and the reishi mushroom.
Yeah, I've had to switch to that. I love my coffee, and I had to switch off of it for what I'm doing for my autoimmune. And I gotta, it's pretty good. And anyway, it's just a thought. If you get into that real deep, you could have an option for people that can't drink coffee.
I think that's a cool.
Yeah, that's something I was looking into too, because a lot of adaptogens and herbs, mushrooms, they kind of give off a coffee flavor. But yeah, that's something that I was looking into as well.
The one I use the most right now is Dandy Blend is a brand, and they mix chicory root with dandelion root, and then I add my chaga mushrooms to that, which a lot of people tend to do too. So there's I just know there's a big group of people that's always mixing chicory and dandelion root and chaga together. So if you came up with one of those, I bet it would sell.
Yeah, that's something I wanna get into, because I actually was drinking it was like the mushroom and herb coffee. But it wasn't coffee, but it was the mushroom and herb powder, and that was pretty good. And it didn't give me like jitters or anything like that. But I noticed if like, I know a lot of people don't like coffee. Coffee has like this bad rep right now, but if it's processed right and it's treated right, it would give you a different effect. I don't think you should drink coffee every day. But
I think coffee's
I'll deal with the mushroom. I'd rather that than like the coffee beans.
Yeah, I think coffee's wonderful for most people, but there's a certain group of people that have to try to cut it out for various reasons. Just with everything, that people have to cut it out with certain problems that they have. I don't think anybody gives up coffee unless they maybe have to. I think coffee's is really good, and there's the argument that it's better for you than not. The only people I see that really have to worry about coffee and look for an alternative, which is it's cool to just have an alternative, is people that have their sleep issues or have adrenal issues of some sort, and then they just are looking for a way to cut caffeine or whatever. And coffee is so hard to cut because everybody loves it. I love it. But anyway, I think coffee is totally healthy. But that's just an interesting little niche, is people that aren't going to drink it for one reason or another.
Yeah. But like I was looking into coffee too, and it was a guy who was studying coffee, and he was explaining the effects that coffee have on people, like the things that you don't like the jitters. You may feel like you have like a burst of energy, and you have like this crash, or you have a stomach ache. And he was saying it's like that because they don't process their coffee right, they don't store it right, and it may have like bacteria in it or some type of mold, inside the bean because they didn't dry it right. And this guy coffee, how he explains it, his coffee doesn't do that to you, because it's how he, I guess, store and processes his coffee and things like that. But I'm definitely gonna look into like everything when it comes down to the coffee and the alternatives, because I like some of the alternatives I tried in the store. I'm definitely gonna look into it.
So real fast, I'm jump off. When it comes to like, I'm not fact checking on this and everything. I'm just thinking about it. And when it comes to because coffee gives you it works on the I think on the adrenal gland or something like that. It gives you like a good burst of energy, right? So with Adderall, I know when it comes to Adderall, when someone has ADHD, it calms them down. Bruh, I took Adderall one time in my life, and I felt invincible. Like when I actually was like, this is what the guy from Limitless probably felt like, because I really felt like I could do anything. I was when I was out working in the fields. I was doing like trees. I was doing trees that day, and I promised everything. I shaped all them trees like to freaking like great. Everybody was like, "What the heck?" And I was just saying that. But with somebody, if they had ADHD or ADD, and if they were prescribed Adderall, it would have calmed them down. It wouldn't have did the same thing. So with certain people, I'm thinking like what Christine was saying, like when it comes to certain people, coffee might actually work against them. I'm not sure, but in that sense, it's like the energy that they're gonna get from the caffeine is gonna work against them, not with them, just because they have a lot of natural energy already, which is not bad. I don't think that natural energy that those people have, I think they are great once they target it in the right place. Like, but
I mean, that's true. As far as it's not for everybody. I mean, then it's like any herb you take, you're gonna always have a side effect, and that side effect can be good or bad. You have to know how to take it, when to take it, how to process it, what part of the plant. Because I mean, coffee isn't just used just to drink now. Coffee is used for a lot of different things. I actually use a coffee scrub for my skin that I make. So I don't just use like coffee to drink. And if I drink coffee, it's more for flavor. I'm not like the coffee. I don't want to deal with coffee for energy and like to stay up. No, I want to use it like just for like a flavor agent, or just coffee scrubs for your skin. Just different things, but I don't want to really use it to drink unless it's just for flavor, things like that. But and I don't really like coffee. I don't really like the taste of coffee. I like the taste of coffee if it's like mixed in something else, for like different flavors, because I used to cook and make desserts and stuff like that. So, that's like what I really want the coffee for, just, for the flavor.
She was like, I finally figured out, it's not the coffee that's the problem, it's the creamer. She was like, she likes coffee, but you know when you like coffee, if you could drink coffee black, like for real, for real. Yo,
coffee. I mean, coffee isn't nasty. I don't know.
Bitter as hell.
No, if it's cold brew, it's not bitter. It depends on how you prepare it. Yeah, like if you cold brew it, it's different. If you brew it for a few days, it's different. If you do it hot, if you it's so many different ways you can prepare it, and it's gonna slightly taste different.
Mm-hmm.
You can even ferment the bean. After you brew it, like you can ferment it. You can do so many different things with it. But I don't think you should take it every day. And it's a light laxative for some people. I don't think for all people. For me, it's a light laxative. Because I actually had some today while I was trying to drive this truck, and I had to stop multiple times. So, coffee is I don't think it should be taken every day at all.
Nah, like, okay, so, not bad, Julien.
What?
Oh, I thought you was gonna say something.
No, keep talking. I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say that coffee is good if you want to lose weight. You take too much coffee, that nothing's gonna stay in you. But carry on, and you know.
Nah, it's a lesson for me too. Like, especially if I haven't drank it for a long time, which I usually don't, and that's what I usually drink it for. Or if I really need to, I usually drink it like on a Monday, or if I need to use the bathroom. But when it comes to coffee too, even the focus, I can't lie, it helps me. It does something with like focus and that energy that is. I can't lie to you. It reminds me of that Adderall, but on a light note. It was not as strong as it. Only when I haven't drank coffee for a long time. But I did a coffee scrub at one point too. I did a coffee with a little bit of a sugar scrub with the coffee and aloe. I did aloe coffee, and I just like did a scrub with that, man. It was awesome. I stopped doing it, but I'm gonna start back up since you on it, bro.
Yeah, like it's good. It's a good scrub. It's just messy. It's super messy. And if you use it in a tub, your tub will be black. So, you know.
You know, there's a whole bunch of people using coffee for coffee enemas. I'm not into it, but I tell you, in these groups I'm in, everybody's always asking what company sells the best coffee for coffee enemas. Maybe you can be that company. I don't know.
But that's really that's something that coffee is good for. That's something like my mom used to talk about. That's things like older people used to talk about. But you even have the places you can go where they actually use the coffee for that. So that's one thing that coffee is you know, that's one big thing that coffee is used for. And a lot of people, I'm not sure if like the younger generation people know about that, but that's one thing coffee is good for.
It's coming back. Maybe you could label some for that, because people are always asking on these pages I'm on, where should I get my coffee for my coffee enemas?
Maybe that's something you could start selling, Yusuf.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I wouldn't even know how to market or even. I wouldn't even know how to start.
Well,
but
hey, they're gonna buy high quality coffee to drink or shoot up their ass. I don't know if it matters. But
yeah, like I think the best thing to do is just sell like the coffee that's high quality, good, and no pesticide, no nothing. Is like, well, you know, we can use this coffee for that. You know, so they're gonna buy it anyway if it's natural coffee, I guess, and use it for it.
Yeah.
I got a picture. The picture came to my head for the brand. It's like a tire mark, a burning tire mark with in the road for the coffee animals.
Oh man. But yeah, a lot of people do that. They sell them on Amazon, so you know.
Oh, whoa! Have you guys been watching the news?
No.
Is it about Will Smith at the Grammys or Emmys?
Yeah, the Oscars.
Oh, what did he do?
Holy shit! And I'm watching the video now because first I hear all this thing, right, and the memes are going crazy. Will Smith, apparently he made a bad joke. Chris Rock made a bad joke, and Will Smith just walked up and slapped him.
Nah,
yeah,
real?
bro.
Yeah,
listen.
He made a reference to his wife. Wow.
Look.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
I think it was fake. I think that was staged.
No, he's pissed.
Wow, dude. It was a G.I. Jane joke. Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. I'm going to, okay?
Okay, son.
He said something about his wife. made some reference
Greatest
to
night in the history
G.I. Jane because she shaved her head.
Okay, so yeah, if you don't play by this time, I can't rely on it.
I guess she has alopecia, and
Yeah.
so she started shaving her head, and he made some joke about her being G.I. Jane, and Will got really mad. I saw that, yeah.
Wow.
Richard! Oh, wow! Wow! Will Smith just smacked the shit out.
Did you take it on the chin? Did he
Yeah. I think he was more shocked than anything. Because he's like, the guy's coming up, and so he's like, oh, and he just like, pow, didn't even hesitate. And then he was just kind of like, whoa, what was that all about? And then that's when I guess Will was saying, keep my name. And then they kept going, and he just kept saying it. Like we was like, say it one more time, bro, I'll get back up again. I could see the body language, you know? Wow. What a crazy world we live in nowadays. Will Smith is.
I mean, shoot, sometimes you have to use a strong hand to get people right.
Yeah,
so,
I think he's been taking a lot of heat and a lot of shit because of all that stuff that's going on about Jada with her little bromances and stuff, and I think he has some issues or something like that where. You know what I mean?
Entanglement.
Yeah, the entanglements. Like maybe he's banging chicks on the side and she's doing it, and they just want like get out of our business kind of thing. But I also think that Will did one interview where he basically talked about how he got so he had so much sex that he got sick at the thought of having sex. That it would literally make him disgusted because he was having so much at a young age. That he's probably turned off from it. He was the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. You have so much sex that sorry, that's like unfathomable.
I know.
They're such an intense couple. I can't figure them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like Will Smith is going through something, but
yeah,
he's always by himself. Like when he records himself going on trips, he's always by himself, like everywhere by himself.
That's true. But no, there's some times where they do the family thing and stuff, but it's probably because he works and stuff like that. I don't know. I should ask my friend. I have a friend that is the basically her mom is Will Smith's and Jada Smith's personal makeup artist. So she flies everywhere they go and basically does his makeup like for everything. So she's like a part of that entourage. And I know she was there. My same friend, she was in the entourage for like the last year or so because she's like a vegan cook, like a chef and stuff. And so she was basically there making all his foods and stuff like that. Been actually trying to reach out to her to let her know that I got all this Seamoss. She probably has not a clue, you know what I mean? And like, you know, it's like, give it to Will. See if he buys it, you know? Or whatever. We'll see.
Get down Will hands. That's a game changer right there.
Yeah, but I do believe you that he is going through some shit. I mean, fuck, everybody's been talking about him on the news and, you know, he might be gay and all this kind of other shit and, you know?
All right, so I mean, he probably going through some stuff and all that, but one thing I can tell you, like what I've observed from his speaking and such and such and all that, is that he really does love his family. You can tell he loves his family, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when someone tries to attack, like that's my problem with like when you're so big, he could do so much to defend his family. Especially like when all of his family in the light, they sometimes they want to come out of it and then sometimes they go back in, but he can't defend him the way he wants to because he always has the light on him. So and that has to be tough for like a man, but like what people call a man, like you always want to protect what you love, like no matter what. So that could be in some ways because even everybody clowning him for saying, you know, that thing about Jada and all that. Suppose, you know, he was out there doing his girl, and she did that one thing, right? That had to be hard. That had to be hard for him to take, but he took it. And come on, you know, he took it for a reason, and he took it on the chin for a great reason. And it's probably because he was doing his thing, so he was like tit for tat, and he did that to her. But yeah, man, people clown him because they don't get the whole perspective. But if he was to come out and say, you know, go out and be like, yeah, I let her do and all that stuff, it's not gonna make it better. So keeping silent about certain things and you knowing it probably is tough too, and all that. It's because people don't try to get both spectrum of the story. Just look at it from with one side and all that. But I must say this: when August was on that show,
man, that's fake, bro.
No. Listen. When August was on that show the first time, you could, I could get my baby mother, bro. Listen. The daughter, I told her, I was like, man. She was like, what? I was like, yeah, like I can. The way they talk in the chemistry, I mean, I feel as though they're doing something. And it was very rare. And she was like, no, she wouldn't do that. And I was like, I don't know, whatever. But listen, if you watch that episode, because I can tell chemistry with certain people. You can just tell it sometimes, right? As you can't hide certain things. I mean, you can hide it, but it's the subtleties, it's the little details, it's the little shit, it's the small. But anyways, the way they was talking and oh my god, it was, you can see it. I don't even know, whatever. But you can tell it. They had an interview before all that crap, all that, and August was basically venting and talking about his struggles, and Jada was right there, and he was like, I'll call Jada up and all that, and talk to her and stuff like that. She was like, yeah, I remember the call, all that stuff. So,
Crazy.
My bad. I was going off. I mean, I don't get caught up in it, but I do get caught up in the celebrity stuff sometimes. I can't lie to you. Like, I get caught up in it when it's, because I do watch it, but like I don't know, like there's certain people like Will Smith and Kanye and stuff like that. Because they family people. It's the reason why is they really do love their family. You can tell. I'm not even trying to. You know what? I don't know. I really don't know, right? But it really does seem like they be genuinely loving their family and stuff like that. Even you can see through their kids. Their kids seem like loving people. You can't fake that crap, man. It's all loving people.
One thing that I've learned about life and humans is there's two parts to them. There's the part that they let you see and the part that they don't want you to see. And so there's a lot of stuff that we don't see in their lives just because we're controlled by television and the media and stuff like that. We only see what so there could be more to it. But part of me is thinking like maybe there was something where like in some ways it's like I heard the joke, right? I just saw the video and I'll say this. Her reaction was probably enough for him to feel like he needed to do that. But something's going on between them where he feels like he needs to show people and establish that he is the dominant man. You know what I mean? Like him coming up and it's like, guys, I don't give like, I'm not the, sweet Will Smith that you think I am. I'm the bad boy Will Smith. And here, I'm going to show it to you. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like, who does that?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean?
Don't come at me.
Like he did it to prove a point. No, but he did it. Walked up right there at that minute to do. Like I would have kicked his ass outside. Do you know what I mean? Like I would have waited and said, "Hey, motherfucker, the fuck." You know what I mean? You talk shit about me, then you know what I mean? But I wouldn't have got up at that minute and made a big spectacle of it. Do you know what I mean? Like in some ways, I don't know. To me, that's like a bitch does that. A chick gets mad and goes, "Oh, how dare you say that?" Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he could have handled that. He could have handled it better. Basically, I get what you're saying for sure now.
I guess, I guess for me, it's like if I was like in my eyes, a calm man or a well-together man would have said, "Hey, like, watch it there," and then if he got up and kept going, puts it on there. But the fact that he said, "What did you just say?" It was almost like The guy said it. He was laughing. He looked at his wife. What? You don't like this? Okay, I'm gonna go show him. Because they were both like, he was laughing at first, and then she was kind of like, it's not really funny. Thanks a lot, asshole. You know what I mean?
He threw up all over the page on that one.
Literally threw up on the page, or you mean just?
No, it just feels like it.
Yeah. You never know with TV, you know. Oh my gosh. But that's crazy. See, I don't watch these stuff, Oscars, actors. I watch a movie. I don't pay attention to who's acting in it and who's, you know what I mean? Unless it's like Tom Hanks. I love Forrest Gump. That to me was like one of the best movies ever made. Yeah, like I don't really pay attention to that stuff. It's the movie. You watch it, you see an experience. It's a story. Who cares who's acting in it? Who cares? Like sometimes we put too much like of these people on a pedestal, and what do they really do? They make us waste our time.
I think Tom Hanks is one of the best actors there is out there. Mm-hmm. He's a really good person.
But my whole point is, we don't really need these people to exist. We create these people to exist to waste time. Do you know what I mean? And why are we wasting time?
Yeah, they're just ordinary people.
Yeah,
that are their lives are just. And talking about Kanye, I actually have no idea. I don't know a lot of celebrities. I don't watch really TV at all. Mm-hmm. But I do see reels now, on Facebook and Instagram without watching TV. Mm-hmm. And I really like Kanye West. I think he's a little misunderstood. That one. I think he's got he's got a dose of crazy, but he's got an understanding of the world that's, I think, pretty good. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Sometimes he says stuff and you're just like, I don't know. I like that guy.
Yeah.
I don't care how crazy he is.
I think he's like part alien. Like he's got a spiritual connection. But I also think that he reminds me of those guys that were geeks all their lives, and then suddenly they got famous. And they don't really.
He says that in the song. He says that exactly what you said.
It's true.
I was one of the nerds out in high school who used to go to the flea market and buy fake clothes. I mean, that's what he said.
And so now he's famous, and now everybody listens to him, and it's like because that whole Taylor Swift thing that he did. See, this is another thing, like where the guy had something to prove. That whole move with the Taylor Swift. It was to show Jay-Z, hey, I'm your boy. I got your back. I'm gonna fight. You know what I mean? Defend you and your girl. But it was like Jay-Z is like, you're fucking corny, bro. I don't need you to fight my battles. You're like, what do you want to suck my dick? You know what I mean? I don't know. If it was me, that's how I would have looked at it. Kind of like, what the hell? Like, you just embarrassed yourself.
But instances like that, or even like how I would say, with the Will Smith, or any instance like that. Until like maybe someone speaks about it or whatever, I'll put my 2 cents on it, etc. and all that. But when you see all of it, and then he talked about it and how he was talking about he was drinking, you see he walks in there with a Hennessy bottle, man. That Hennessy bottle, you see a picture with the Hennessy bottle is almost full, and by the end of the night, that Hennessy bottle, now it could have been Brandon too. I don't know.
Where?
Okay, but I will say that Hennessy bottle was very low, and he did. But when you under influence, you have a high spirit, and just like it's very rare for certain people. But like
so you're saying Will Smith was drunk? Who are we talking about?
No, not saying that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I don't. No, I'm not saying that at all.
But who are we talking about? I'm confused.
I'm talking about Kanye. Kanye with that the night on Taylor Swift, but he did all that. That same night they took a picture of him with a Hennessy bottle at the beginning, and then at the end of the night you see a picture of him just like walking in New York, him with the Hennessy bottle, and it's almost gone. How I said it could have been branding, but he was drinking, etc. And how you say like all that stuff with impressing Jay-Z, putting under there and all that, trying to put on the block.
Probably. More than likely, the alcohol brings the truth out of some people, So it's probably like that was the case. But my whole point is that him going out and doing that, like, it was it didn't it didn't directly benefit him. So it's like, why would you do that to somebody? And it's like, well, I need to show this person, you know what I mean, that I'm on their side, or I'm on their team, or I'm loyal to them, or whatever. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like he did that. It was because he's in love with, deep down inside, Jay-Z's like his idol. And that was like, and see, like Kanye right there, that is a prime example of how when you have enough desire, you can change everything around you. All that stuff that happened in his life came about mainly from his desire, and his belief. Do you know what I mean? Like, he believed that he would tell everybody that he was, back when no one knew who he was. He's like, I'm going to be big. I'm going to be famous. If you drive your mind every day, even 3 to 4 hours a day, to just focusing on being that, or believing that, or visualizing yourself doing it, you will eventually become it, because that's all you think about. And so when you think about making a decision, that thought will play a part in how you, whatever decision you make. Like, what am I going to do today? Well, okay, well, all I think about is being rich, so I'm going to do things that are going to bring the rich closer to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of thought process. But if you're thinking about other things, it takes longer for you to achieve that goal, because you're not, like, your level of focus is being diffused and spread out between too many things. But if you focused on one thing or two things, the rapid acceleration would happen, and you would accomplish those goals a lot faster. Mm-hmm. That, pardon?
Did you hear when they talked about basically having like a universal income?
Yeah, they've been talking about that for years.
But I think it's a great idea. But do you think it's a good idea as well?
I think we already have it. We just haven't formalized it.
You think we already have a universal income? Really?
Well, if you don't work and you don't want to work, you can go to the government and get income to survive.
I mean, but that's okay. So yeah, you are right. You can get on, but like,
it's not formalized, and it's not a huge amount. Like I think they're talking about giving you $2,000 flat or something stupid. I mean, it has its pluses, it has its minuses, but to me, like, we don't need it right now. So why are we trying to introduce it?
Like, okay. So let me tell you I see the pros and I see the cons of it, where it backfire big time. They're gonna be like, oh, this is why the new generation is so lazy. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be one of the biggest things, right?
They already are lazy.
Yeah, exactly. But listen, look what the heck they are doing with technology and how technology is propelling everything. But friggin' you are using technology right now to a great deal, connecting so much, and that's where, like, when I always think about technology, I always think about like a washing machine, and like, man, back in the day we had to scrub that junk, like on the islands. We had to go outside, get the rake and straight thing, and like go outside, get your friggin' clothes, and you scrub it all day. The wash, like, a set of,
or you gotta wash it on a stone.
Oh, exactly, friggin' A, man.
I've washed clothes on a stone.
You still do it?
I've done it. Like, I've had to clean my clothes on a stone and wash in the river. Yeah.
I mean, hey, it's a cool experience, but
yeah, it is.
Yeah, man, no. I would wish if everybody, unless it's some delicate cotton or silk or something like that. I mean, I'm gonna wash silk by hand all the time, but when it comes to like something you just every day, just to make it easier and so you have more time for yourself. That's why I see it as like if you want to put your time to get money, what would you really be doing? And that's why I see it that's why I see the benefits of the benefit of it to the fullest. Like especially for creatives and people who really want to get out there, and if you even want to travel, because I think the culture of travel helps a lot of people open up and understand others and all that. So it will open up a lot of gates for people who understand for what it is. But of course, it's gonna get taken advantage. It's gonna make people lazy, and it's gonna, people gonna find a way to get more and steal. And yeah, it's gonna suck, right? Like the bad parts of it, but the pros, I think, are gonna outweigh it, just because the freedom that it gives.
Yeah, but also what I find from my understanding, the reason why they're coming out with this is because there's a belief that there's going to be a huge shortage of jobs, and that people are going to be stuck without, we're just going to have massive unemployment, and unless we do something to deal with these people and the unemployment, it could damage our economy. And so by giving these people the money, it's almost like you're forcing them to spend. And all it does is create an artificial demand in the industry, in the marketplace. And I just don't think it's really sustainable. And then what it does is it just teaches people that, hey, don't be creative and don't be innovative. Don't think of something else to do. Do you know what I mean? Which, in my mind, that's what they need to be doing. If you don't like your job, you should leave and get a new job. But the amount of people that stick in a job and they're like, no, we got to fight. We got to get our rights and equal employment. Well, let me tell you something. If everybody left that job and went to go do something else, those guys would fix the problem quick, fast. Do you know what I mean? And so, but you would be happy still. You'd go on to your next thing and do something different. We create this belief in our minds that we can't change things as quick as our thoughts if we want to, which we can. Dude, I'm selling thousands of pounds of Seamoss. 2 years ago, I was selling millions of dollars. I still sell millions of dollars of real estate. Do you know what I mean? It's I didn't sit there and say to myself, oh, I can't do this. What about real estate? No, man, I can make it happen. I can make both happen if I want to. Dude, you can do anything you want. There are people that learn 7 languages. And you think that's hard, but you only think that's hard because you haven't tried to learn 7 languages. If you tried to learn 7 languages, you might realize that after the first 2 might be hard, but once you learn those 2, the rest become easy because they all form. You know what I'm saying? But you'd never learn that or figure that out because you're still stuck at learning 7 languages is impossible. But it's not, because people do it. So it is possible. You've convinced yourself that you know what I'm saying? Or people do that. And that to me is where I see the problem in all this, is that they will start convincing you that you don't have the ability to create jobs or make income or figure things out. And that it's just better if you kind of just let us take care of you. You know? I don't agree with that. I think that what's going to happen is that the society is going to feel that these people owe them something, and they're going to want to put more controls over where they go, what they do, how they spend their money. Trust me, it's going to start nice, but I believe that it's going to turn out more difficult, because as more people circumvent the rules or scam it and stuff like that, they're going to have to put things in to combat this, the theft of the universe. There's just going to be scams, big time. So Quizzo says here, what is your story? How were you introduced to Seamoss? So you guys have heard my story, right?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell it again. But I was introduced to Seamoss basically through my friend Kenya. Or actually, I lied. I was reintroduced, because I always knew what Seamoss was from a kid. The first time I tried Seamoss, I think I was maybe 20 years old, 21 or something like that. And my buddy brought it in from, I knew what it was, but I never tried it because it wasn't a thing for me. And then my buddy had one, and I was like, oh, what is this? And I started drinking. I was like, oh, this is good. He's like, oh, it's got Seamoss in it. And it had Seamoss, dates, raisins, coconut, apricots, all kinds of like fruits and herbs and shit in it. And it was badass. And this stuff made you like stand like a soldier. Like it was like I had mahogany growing down there. And yeah, that was from a kid. And then, you know, years go by, you don't really think about it because it's not so accessible. And then I have a friend in Kenya. He now has a business called Vegan Electric. And he had started this vegan electric movement like about 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was 2016 or maybe 2017. And that's where he was kind of like saying to me, hey, bro, like you got the Seamoss and stuff like that. And you need to go and try this again. I was like, oh, yeah, I remember Seamoss being good. And then, you know, my sort of connection was with the libido and the men sexual, you know, abilities and blah, blah, blah. And so he's like, no, there's so much more. There's this health and it helps with your, you know, your thyroid. And I started doing research on the thyroid and I realized it had a lot to do with metabolism and all this other stuff. And so I was like, oh, like, let me try this stuff. And so this is another reason why I feel that my mission is from God. So I have this friend. She recently passed away last summer, which it was really hurt me a lot. And this is a girl that I met at church, and I remember meeting her like it was night and day, because I had just started going to this church that I felt that God led me to. That's another story I could tell you. It was pretty cool. And so this guy comes up and says, "Oh, Jean-Pierre, you live in the East End. Can you give these guys a ride home?" Right? And I was like, "Well, where do they live?" And they're like, "Ajax." And I'm like, "Ajax? Like, that's like half an hour further east than where I go." You know what I mean? So I was like, "Oh, like, who are these people? I don't want these people in my car." You know? And this is something that like makes me go back about service and about doing things like sacrifice and stuff like that. And so I wasn't really excited to give these guys a ride home, but I did it. And I dropped them off. I didn't drive them all the way home because to me it was too far and stuff. And I had stuff to do, long story. But so I started talking to them and I found out that they're taking the transit. Now, where my church is, it's far from me. It takes me 45 minutes to drive. This lady lives half an hour further out than I do and takes the transit there every Sunday religiously to go there. Do you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And I remember one time God spoke to me and he basically, or it's the Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it, he basically said to me, if you take care of her, I promise I will take care of you. Right? And so I started driving her to church all the time. You know, I had them meet me at this drop-off point, and then after a while, I just started driving her home all the way, especially in the winter times. This is a lady that walks 30 minutes to get to the bus stop in the winter cold to go to church. You know what I'm saying? So I tell her about the Seamoss, and she's like, "Oh, I have this friend of mine, Joyce, whatever. You know, she'll hook you up, right, with the Seamoss gel." Now, I take the Seamoss gel, I try it, my brain literally like explodes, like so much energy, all this shit. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was just like life changing right there. I was sold. I was like, I'm taking this all the time. I bought all 3 jars, all this stuff. And so I'm taking this for maybe like 2-3 weeks. And as you get fanatical about it, you start doing all this research on it. And, you come across this fake Seamoss. What is this fake Seamoss? Where is it from? This and this and that. This is the bad stuff that you don't want. Lo and behold, I ask her, where are you getting your Seamoss? She's getting it from the bad stuff. You know what I mean? This is why I say to people, like, there's no such thing as fake Seamoss, because even the Seamoss that you say is fake, it worked for me. It worked enough to make me fanatical about it. And so I do more research and I realize there's Seamoss in the Caribbean, there's Grenada, this and that St. Lucia has some of the best. And I'm like, well, fuck, my dad is there like right now. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I should just work out something and try and fly down there and grab some and bring some back for me. I'll get it cheap, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so I worked a deal out with this girl where I was like, okay, I'm going to go and bring back 50 pounds in my suitcase. I'll give you half at cost. I'm going to keep the other half and you make the gel for me for free. You know what I mean? Till my gel runs out, till all my Seamoss runs out because I got you, I'm getting you the Seamoss super cheap. Right. So she was like, yeah, for sure. I'll make you the gel, you know? And that's how I got kind of like introduced to it. I left literally 2 years ago and 6 days because I left on March 22nd, 2020. And I caught something like the stars, something made me say, you have to go down there. And because it was the pandemic and it was weird because at the time it was more about a fear of my dad, where I was like, my dad's down there, he's all alone. The world seems like it's going to end. Someone's got to be there to figure something out if it, if shit goes sideways. And so that was the main reason why I went down there. But I was able to catch a flight, get tickets cheap, and catch a flight. And I got the last flight on there. And I'll never forget getting into the airport, going through all this stuff. I thought I was going to have all this problem. Everybody told me, oh, this is going to happen. Nothing that anybody said was going to happen actually happened. And it was almost like the doors were open and they were just like, walk through. Like I literally walked right through the airport. You know, they checked my paperwork, this and that, but they didn't check my suitcase. They didn't check anything. They didn't quarantine me. They didn't do none of that shit. And I just left. They didn't even monitor to make sure that I went to my house. Like all this stuff that they are telling you, oh, this is why I always laugh and say like, this shit is all like, they're all full of shit because none of these protocols were being followed. None of this stuff, you know, they used to say that they grew it on a roof. I'm not sure. Oh, the Seamoss, the moss, roof moss. Yeah. So we come in there and the doors open and then we sit there and for a whole month or so, I tried to find people that could introduce me to people that were in Seamoss. And I was having like a huge difficult time. And eventually something said to me to contact this guy, my dad's friend, to rent a car and I'll just drive around the island and I'll just meet people because I'm good at meeting people. And I'll just, stop someone on the street and be like, hey, where can I get the Seamoss? You know what I mean? And as I'm calling the guy to rent the car and I'm finding out the price and it's all expensive and shit, this voice was like, well, just ask him. You know what I mean? So I asked him and he's like, yeah, I know some guy. And then he brought the guy down who turned out to be my business partner. And then we meet and when we were talking, we realized that we had met 2 years or 3 years prior and we were supposed to do business, but just didn't end up keeping in touch. So it was just like an instant connection. We were so much alike. And then just the more and more I hung around him, the more and more I was like, this guy is like a younger version of me. Because he's like 5 years younger than me. But like all the shit that he was going through at that time, it was like imagine meeting someone who's going through shit that you just went through. That is the most freakiest and craziest feeling to watch and see situations and things that he's dealing with and stories that he's telling you and the thoughts that he had. And I'm just like, this guy, and this is what I'm saying, like, who could make that happen but God? Only God could make that happen. Only God could put the two of us together with the same like-minded minds who are both strong in our faith. But you know what I mean? The way destiny works is crazy. And then how we work together and just how all these doors opened up and all like things that we thought weren't going to be possible. Like even us getting a Seamoss farm. Like we picked the right time and the right moment. Like he showed me a picture of where the areas where we have one of our farms, and it's like, imagine when I first went there was nothing there, and now I look, it's like it's fucking packed, and you couldn't get anything in there even if you wanted to. So it's like we got in there like right before the doors closed, you know, and solidifies our position, and you know what I mean. Made like we have a crazy network of people that we can work with and buy from. You know what I mean? We've met like people in the community that have opened doors for us, that have introduced us to other people. That it was like for instance, one of my best friends. Well, I wouldn't say best friends, but one of my very good friends, close friend. His name's Smiles. And how I met this guy is like, what is this? One day I'd love to go to St. Lucia because I heard about how nutritionally rich it is. I definitely want to come down and see how you guys harvest. I watch every vid you guys post. Thanks, man. And do you work with Seamoss Boss? I'm not sure. There's a few Seamoss bosses. But if you're talking about Boss Seamoss, then yes, I work with Boss Seamoss. But where was I going? And you know what? St. Lucia is so crazy nutrient rich. Like there's so much natural everything. You know what I mean? But just getting back to it, like, dude, is definitely God. Like for the doors to open for us to create the network that we met. Like even like, oh, that was it. I was talking about Smiles. So one day we go to buy Seamoss, right, from this regular person that we're always buying Seamoss. And I can't remember exactly what happened, but on our way back, we either missed them or something happened, but we had some time in our hand. And we just, out of the blue, decided to go and check out all the farms and all the areas in the region. So he basically showed me the layout of where all the Seamoss is being grown and stuff like that. And so we're talking on these different beaches and all this stuff like that. And we just so happened that this guy Smiley's wife, girlfriend, whatever, madam, they call him down there, she sees us. And here, I think she overheard us talking because there were some things that I was probably saying and this and this and that. And then, like, maybe 2 weeks later, they happen to be at this spot where we're at, where we always go to get our food. And it's sort of like the spot that we get our supplies before we go to the beach to work on the Seamoss. And so his girlfriend is, her father is the man that owns the bar that we always go to get our drinks from and stuff like that. And so she happened to see us there and told the guy Smiles and basically said, those are the guys from the beach and then that. And we went and started talking to him. And then I started talking to him and realized that I knew his brother, I knew this other guy, you know, his cousin, all this kind of shit. Like we were buying Seamoss like off a lot of these people. He brings me into his village and shows me, introduces me to everybody in his community and starts facilitating a lot of the buying through all these people. And this is like deep in the heart of Providence. You know what I mean? You can't get these kind of like connections. Like it's not like the average guy cannot fly down from North America and meet these people. Like it just doesn't happen like that. And to me, it's not me that made that. Like there's nothing special about me. It was the environment that God created to allow that to happen. You know, like what are the chances that this girl would see me on the beach and then I just happen to be at the bar that her dad owns that I'm always at, and now they get to talk to me and work out a deal, and we start selling Seamoss, and then that guy's life has changed completely. Where you know he went from not owning a truck to getting a new truck, getting foundation poured for his house. He's building a house now. You know what I mean? He's got money saved. You know. Quizzo says, yes, here, and how you get to change lives daily. I appreciate it. Dude, I love that. That is like if any, that is the ultimate drug for me, is changing. That's why I do that's why I'm even in real estate. I'm in real estate because I love being in an environment where I get to greatly, drastically affect people's lives in a positive way, and to watch their lives grow and stuff. Like the other day, I took this family who was an only son, and his wife had a condo, And then his dad had a house that he grew up with, like he lived free and clear, and like his son grew up in. The house is free and clear, and I helped them sell those two houses, and they bought a property in another town nearby, and it's like the perfect house. And imagine when they first came in, the dad especially super apprehensive about realtors, because in Toronto you're hearing on the news all the time about how this guy got scammed, or this realtor did this to this client, and I mean, all these horror stories and stuff. So it was like, dealing with someone who completely did not trust you and was waiting for you to fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, so much. Like, this guy, everything I said, he would like, what do you mean? Check this or check that. By the end, this guy was like my best friend. I could have gone out for beers with this guy. He loved me so much. You know what I mean? And like, we found them the perfect house. The house that they bought had a huge backyard, had like, and honestly, I told them, I said, listen, God brought this house to you. Because for them, in this current real estate market in Toronto, for them to find this house and get it on, like, for them to go out and find this house, the perfect house that they wanted, and get it on the first offer is almost damn near impossible. Like, I was shaking my head, like, how did we do this? Like, this is amazing. And then to take a house that they bought for $240,000 and sell it for $715,000. In 4 years, this guy made $500,000, like $500,000 on his real estate. His dad bought that house, I think, for like $60,000. We sold it for $1.170. So imagine, like, in one night, he went from, like, you know what I mean, from regular Joe to 1.2, worth 1.2 million. That's a change, you know what I mean? And then they bought the house, I think, so that total was like 1.2, 1.7. I think they had like about a 1.7 million altogether between them, and then they bought a house for 1.4. So they have 300,000 left over to like do whatever, all on property that they made, you know what I mean, that they purchased, the real estate. So to watch them go through that emotions and see this, and like, we fuck, and we did both offer night, like we sold both houses on the same night so we could sell it. It was crazy. I loved it. It was definitely a drug. Like, I was high for days. And so, yeah, that's my why. I like changing people's lives. That's why I'm doing this, is I get so much energy, because I know the seeds that I'm dropping into people's minds to help them. Even with Christine today, to help you get over that roadblock and to get you started, it's like you have to come back 6 months, and if you don't come back if you haven't done anything. I'm kidding. You know what I mean? But I guess what I'm trying to say is, I want to see your progress. You know what I mean? And to see your progress and to see you move from that, and know that I played a hand in that, gives me great joy. That's part of the reason why I do it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, and I know this might sound cocky, but like, I don't need to sell Seamoss to make a living. You know what I mean? I can make enough money in 1 month to pay for my bills for a year, and not work if I don't want to. Like, I could be shitting on my ass right now if I wanted to. You know what I mean? But it's the joy and the passion and the lives that I'm changing, and the when you guys come in the show and the stuff that we talk about and the ideas, that all just drives me. Yeah. So that's enough, I guess, me ranting. I hope I didn't put anybody to sleep. But all my yapping. But maybe we should actually call it a night. It is getting late, and I got to get up early tomorrow. I got to go fight these Air Canada. I don't want to say bastards, but they are bastards. They changed the rate of the shipping rate, so now it's like I have to pay almost double what I normally would pay. So I got to go fight them and try and get a reduction on the rate, and pick up the Seamoss. So I have a new shipment coming in tomorrow, and should be some nice gold. I'm really excited, and some more purple. I'm restocking up on the purple, and I might even have to either raise the price on the purple wholesale, or maybe even take it off some of the items off, because I'm being told that while we're not running out of purple is becoming more difficult to buy, and he's instructed me to not to try not to sell any purple, to try and keep as much purple as we can, because we don't want a situation in 3 to 6 months where you can't get any purple and we've sold it all for cheap. It's not good business. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully the weather will change and allow them to grow more, not grow, but dry more purple. But until then, I'm gonna bid everyone adieu and go get some rest so I can get up early and get this on the go. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to not only watch the live, but like listen and be a part of it and contribute. I keep saying this to people all the time. This show would suck without you guys participating in it with me. If it was something where I just sat and did all the talking, I would not only bore everybody else, but probably bore myself. And so this is, it's like I can't do it without you guys. So thank you so much for taking the time, for spending your time with me to help me make this happen. And I look forward to seeing whoever can make it to come back next Wednesday when I'll be doing this again. And I think now it's been going on almost 4 months that I've been doing this consistently every Tuesday, every Wednesday and Sunday. It's amazing how time flies. So I'm going to say goodnight and remind you guys to not forget to take your Seamoss, and I'll talk to you soon. All right? Take care. Bye, Christine. Bye, Rio. All right. I think she fell asleep. It's late. All right. Night. All right, guys. Now I'm going to make sure I end the Instagram next. Thank you for watching, guys. I look forward to seeing you guys soon. Probably will maybe put a video out tomorrow if I go to the airport, depending on when I go, and to pick up some of that Seamoss. Yeah. All right. Take care. And now it's time to end the live stream with you guys. Thanks once again, guys, for watching. I hope you got a lot of your answered questions, and I hope a lot of your questions answered, and I hope you found good value out of watching this live stream. Take care, and I'll see you guys on next Wednesday.